Fallen Angels and the Origins of Evil. Why Church Fathers Suppressed the Book of Enoch and Its Startling Revelations by Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Copyright 2000 Summit Publications Incorporated. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, translated, or used in any format or medium whatsoever without prior written permission, except by a reviewer who may quote brief passages in a review. For information, contact Summit University Press, 63, Summit Way, Gardner, Montana, 59030-9314 USA. Tel, 1-800-245-5445 or 406-848-9500. Website, www.summituniversitypress.com. Previously published as The Forbidden Mysteries of Enoch, Fallen Angels and the Origins of Evil. Copyright 1983, 1992 Summit Publications Incorporated. All rights reserved. Library of Congress Catalog Card Number, 99-67263. ISBN 978-0-922729-43-2, paperback. ISBN 978-1-932890-21-1, ebook. Summit University Press. Cover design, Roger Gavert. Book design, Lynn M. Wilbert. Table of Contents. Forbidden Mysteries of Enoch. The Untold Story of Men and Angels. The Story of the Watchers, the Great Loss and the Great Find. Christ approves of the Book of Enoch. Enoch's influence on the apostles. Church Fathers agree with Enoch on the physicality of fallen angels. Later Church Fathers denounce Enoch as heresy. Belief in embodied angels banned as blasphemy. Milestones in Enochian scholarship. The actual angelic incarnation of the fallen ones. The Book of Enoch. Biblical parallels to the Book of Enoch. Concealed references to the Watchers, and Nephilim, in Scripture. Additional concealed references to the Watchers, and Nephilim, in Scripture. Spiritual solutions. The chart of your divine self. On embodied angels then and now. The Origin conspiracy. Ramifications of men and angels. C. S. Lewis on bad angels. The Book of the Secrets of Enoch. Prologue on the Sons of Jared taken from the second book of Adam and Eve. Introduction. The Book of the Secrets of Enoch. Enoch in the Forgotten Books. The Book of Jubilees or the Little Genesis. The Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. Concerning the good tidings of Seth, to which we must give ear. Appendix I. The Law and the Prophets quoted by Jesus Christ. Appendix II. Confrontations, the Watchers vs. John the Baptist and Jesus Christ. Notes. Select bibliography. Credits. Once again Elizabeth Clare Prophet, author of The Lost Years of Jesus, challenges time-worn doctrine by shedding light on forgotten manuscripts. This time she examines the Book of Enoch, a text attributed to the great-grandfather of Noah, a man who Genesis says walked with God and was not, for God took him. The Book of Enoch reveals that God allowed Enoch to return to earth to give his children certain secrets. But the book was left out of the Bible. Why? Was it to conceal Enoch's warning about the Watchers, fallen angels who took on human bodies and, because of their crimes against mankind, were doomed to remain on earth as long as the world endures? If the fallen angels incarnated once, why not again and again? Elizabeth Clare Prophet sets forth her bold thesis that the fallen angels Enoch warned about have reincarnated today. And that they are still wreaking havoc, starting wars, polluting the environment, manipulating economies, and spoiling the dreams of God and man. Illustrations. Archangel Gabriel, Messenger of God, Stained Glass Window by Tiffany Studios. The Fallen Angels on the Wing by Gustave Doré. Angels in Pursuit of Satan by Gustave Doré. The Battle of the Angels by Gustave Doré. David and Goliath by Gustave Doré. Archangel Michael, Stained Glass Window by Tiffany Studios. Chart of Your Divine Self. Satan Approaching the Confines of the Earth by Gustave Doré. The Temptation of Jesus by Gustave Doré. And the Lord Summoned Me, by Gustave Doré. The Dove Sent Forth from the Ark by Gustave Doré. Angel with the Key of the Abyss by Albrecht Dürer. To the Children of Enoch. Archangel Gabriel. And now, my children, lay thought on your hearts, mark well the words of your Father, which are all come to you from the Lord's lips. Take these books of your Father's handwriting and read them. For the books are many, and in them you will learn all the Lord's works, all that has been from the beginning of creation, and will be till the end of time. Distribute the books to your children, into all your generations, and amongst the nations who shall have the sense to fear God, let them receive them, and may they come to love them more than any food or earthly sweets, and read them and apply themselves to them. And those who understand not the Lord, who fear not God, who accept not, but reject, who do not receive them, a terrible judgment awaits these. Enoch to his children. The Book of the Secrets of Enoch. Forbidden Mysteries of Enoch. The untold story of men and angels. With the incredibly fast pace of modern life, most of us don't take a lot of time to think about angels. But it was not always so. Back in the 4th century, for instance, when the warring Visigoths stormed the Roman Empire, when civil disorder and social corruption reached an all-time high, when a regulated economy triggered double-digit inflation, people were thinking about angels. And it was more than quaint musings about how many angels could fit on the head of a pin. No, they were asking questions that had serious and far-reaching ramifications. The hottest debate revolved around a single crucial issue: were angels ever transformed into flesh and blood beings in order to perform earthly deeds? Though most of the debate seems to have escaped history's chronicling pen, we can, and should, reconstruct a few of its questions for reasons that will soon become clear. If angels ever did become fleshly beings that looked like ordinary men, what would they be like? How would you pick one out from among your neighbors? Would he be extra good, a sweet cherub of a person? Or extra evil, one of those fiendish fallen angels? Regarding the latter, what began as a casual curiosity of the cloth has taken on the cloak of a Sherlock Holmes detective story, a probe into ancient cosmological history through fragmentary documents that piece together the missing links of much more than a mere theological dissertation on the nature and origin of evil. I believe that my investigations, though by no means complete, uncover in the Book of Enoch, the texts of Origen, and related scripture and apocrypha, not excluding mythological texts and ancient artifacts, the key to certain historical facts concerning the evolution of men and angels on this and other systems of worlds. I believe that these facts have been concealed from the children of the light for thousands of years by deliberate design, and that, once exposed and acted upon by dedicated hearts, they will be the essential ingredient in the turning of worlds toward a new age of peace and enlightenment. Although the scope of this introduction does not permit the full presentation of the facts at hand, it does afford me the opportunity to begin to unravel the forbidden mysteries of Enoch concerning the true nature of the fallen angels known as the Watchers. Enoch passed on these mysteries to his sons and their households to preserve for a far distant generation. Based on convincing evidence from a number of sources, our thesis confirms the Book of Enoch that there are indeed fallen angels, that they have embodied on earth and corrupted the souls of her people, and that they will be judged by the elect one in the day of the coming of his elect servants. Our thesis must also by force of logic put forth the corollary that these fallen ones, together with the progeny of the Nephilim who were cast out of heaven by Michael the Archangel, have continued to embody on earth without interruption for at least 500,000 years. Therefore, I am prepared to prove and document that they are with us today in positions of power in church and state as prime movers in matters of war and finance, sitting in the banking houses and on policy-making councils that determine the actual fate of mankind by population control and genetic engineering, the control of energy and commodities, education, and the media, and by ideological and psychopolitical strategies of divide and conquer on all fronts. The untold story of men and angels is a crack in the door of the full and final exposé of the manipulators and the manipulated, the oppressors and the oppressed. When I shall have penned the last word of the last volume of my ongoing essay, it will be clear, by the grace of God and His Holy Spirit my comforter and teacher, that the embodied fallen angels, who are the main subject of Enoch's prophecy, have been from the beginning the spoilers of the dreams of God and man. At every hand, they are turning the best efforts of the noblest hearts to a mockery of the Word incarnate and setting in motion the relentless spirals of degeneration and death in both Western and Eastern civilization. All of their ungodly deeds can and shall be reversed by the judgments of the Son of God, true and righteous, and by His light within His own. To this end, and for the quickening of those who elect to be instruments of God's will, I am including my investigation into the history of fallen angels as an introduction to this paperback edition of the Book of Enoch and the Book of the Secrets of Enoch. I believe that these accounts of Enoch's experiences with our beloved Father are crucial to the understanding of an ancient conspiracy that is still with the mankind of earth and will be with us until children of the light receive the true knowledge concerning the seed of the wicked one and the seed of the Son of God. In this and other works, I have and shall continue to make plain, for those who have ears to hear, the modus operandi of the fallen ones and the way of the anointed of the Lord. By their fruits shall all know them, those who are from above and those who are from beneath. And then by free will shall all choose whom they will serve, the light or the darkness, and be judged according to their works. The question that has become the subject of my research is this: if evil angels used to be around on earth and, as scripture seems to indicate, wore the guise of common men, why couldn't they still be around? Given the state of affairs on planet Earth, where would we find them today? Do they manipulate our government? Mismanage the economy? Who are they anyway? 4th century men had some of the answers, preserved in little-known, hard-to-procure books, some of which have never been translated into English. A little digging into the archives of Christianity's early church fathers turns up the intriguing fact that they indeed knew something about the incarnation of angels, knowledge so dangerous it was banned as heresy. Back in the first few centuries after Christ, the church fathers were philosophizing on the origin of evil in God's universe, especially on earth. All agreed that evil was rooted in the angels who fell from heaven, the familiar scriptural account about an archangel's rebellion against the Almighty and the angels who were cast out with him. Isa 14:12, 15, Rev 12:9. Usually these angels were depicted as immaterial, winged creatures, dark and shadowy demons tempting man to err, whispering wicked thoughts into his ear. But certain key passages in the holy books indicated that there might be more substance literally and physically to the fallen angels. The materiality of angels seems to have been an age-old belief. There was the angel with whom Jacob wrestled, physical enough to cripple him at least temporarily, if not for life. So tangible was this angel that the author of the book of Genesis calls him a man, although elsewhere scripture reveals that he was an angel. Gen. 32:24, 26, Hos. 12:4, the angel said to Jacob, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." How could Jacob have had hold upon an incorporeal angel? The angels who came to visit Sodom had to be bolted indoors in Lot's house in order to protect them from an intended sexual assault by local townspeople Sodomites who wanted to get to know the angels. Gen 19:1, 11, and Manoah offered to cook dinner for his guest, presumed to be an ordinary man, until he ascended to heaven in the fire Manoah had lit. Only then did Manoah know that the man of God was an angel of the Lord. Judge 13:3, 21. The bad angels, the fallen ones, were no less physical, according to certain religious scriptures of the world. Zarathustra, the great Persian prophet, reportedly dashed the angels' bodies to pieces because they had used them to wreak evil. The angels, according to the story, had instigated illicit love affairs with earthly women hard to accomplish without physical bodies, especially since the tale attributed offspring to them. The story of corporeal angels, despite its questionability, at least made sense of scripture and legend. The story of the Watchers. The great loss and the great find. And then there was the Book of Enoch. Once cherished by Jews and Christians alike, this book later fell into disfavor with powerful theologians precisely because of its controversial statements on the nature and deeds of the fallen angels. Its theme so infuriated the later church fathers that one, Philastrius, actually condemned it as heresy too, nor did the rabbis deign to give credence to the book's teaching about angels. Rabbi Simeon ben Joachai in the 2nd century AD pronounced a curse upon those who believed it. 3. So the book was denounced, banned, cursed, no doubt burned and shredded, and last but not least, lost, and conveniently forgotten, for 1,000 years. But with an uncanny persistence, the Book of Enoch found its way back into circulation 2 centuries ago. In 1773, rumors of a surviving copy of the book drew Scottish explorer James Bruce to distant Ethiopia. True to hearsay, the Book of Enoch had been preserved by the Ethiopic Church, which put it right alongside the other books of the Bible. Bruce secured not one, but 3 Ethiopic copies of the precious book and brought them back to Europe and Britain. When in 1821 Dr. Richard Lawrence, a Hebrew professor at Oxford, produced the first English translation of the work, the modern world gained its first glimpse of the forbidden mysteries of Enoch 4. The Book of Enoch speaks from that obscure realm where history and mythology overlap. Privy to those unfathomable founts of ancient lore, its author draws for the reader a brimming cup of secret wisdom. A primordial drama of good and evil, light and dark, unfolds. The book tracks Enoch's footsteps back to antiquity's timelessness, back to the first hint of corruption upon a pristine world, Earth. The trouble began, according to the Book of Enoch, when the heavenly angels and their leader named Samiaza developed an insatiable lust for the daughters of men upon earth and an irrepressible desire to beget children by these women. Samiaza feared to descend alone to the daughters of men, and so he convinced 200 angels called Watchers to accompany him on his mission of pleasure. Then the angels took oaths and bound themselves to the undertaking by mutual execrations, curses. Once such a pact was sealed, betrayal was punishable by unnamed horrors. In their gang-inspired bravado, the angels descended and took wives from among the daughters of men. They taught the women sorcery, incantations, and divination, twisted versions of the secrets of heaven. The plot thickens like a science fiction thriller, easier to take as fantasy than as fact. The women conceived children from these angels, evil giants. The giants devour all the food that the men of earth can produce. Nothing satiates their hunger. They kill and eat birds, beasts, reptiles, and fish. To their gargantuan appetites, nothing is sacrosanct. Soon even Homo sapiens becomes a delicacy. 7:1-15. As the story goes, one spiteful angel named Azazel creates accoutrements for their consorts like eye makeup and fancy bracelets to enhance their sex appeal. As for the men, Azazel teaches them every species of iniquity, including the means for making swords, knives, shields, breastplates, all the instruments of war. 8:1-9. There, millennia ago, someone explained war not as a man-invented or God-sent plague, but as a vengeful act of a fallen angel barred from the plains of God's power. The implication is that man, through one form of manipulation or another, latched onto the war games of the fallen angels and allowed himself to commit genocide in defense of their arch-rivalries. But there is more to Enoch's account of the Watchers. When the men of earth cry out against the atrocities heaped upon them, heaven hears their plea. The mighty archangels Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Suriel, and Uriel appeal on behalf of earth's people before the Most High, the King of Kings. 9:1-14. The Lord orders Raphael to bind Azazel hand and foot. Gabriel is sent to destroy the children of fornication, the offspring of the Watchers, by inciting them to their own self-destruction in mutual slaughter. Michael is then authorized to bind Samiaza and his wicked offspring for 70 generations underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment. 10:15-5. And God sends the great flood to wipe out the evil giants, the children of the Watchers. But in succeeding generations, after the sinking of the continent of Atlantis, the giants return once again to haunt mankind. Likewise, it seems that the Watchers will hold power over man, in some curiously undefined way, until the final judgment of these angels comes, which, the author implies, is long overdue. There is also a most significant passage near the end of the book that speaks of the latter days upon earth. In those days will the angels return and hurl themselves upon the east, to stir up the kings and provoke in them a spirit of unrest. And they will march up to and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones. They will begin to fight amongst themselves, till the number of corpses through their slaughter is beyond count, and their punishment be no idle one. 6. This seems a chilling prophecy of our own time, with wars and rumors of wars in the east and the countless corpses in a holy land. There is no date stamped on the prediction, but a few word changes in the right places would make it duplicate today's headlines. The main theme of the Book of Enoch is the final judgment of these fallen angels, the Watchers, and their progeny, the evil spirits. 15:8, but several other scenarios are also noteworthy. In chapter 12 of the book, the Lord says to Enoch, scribe of righteousness, "Go tell the Watchers of heaven, who have deserted the lofty sky, and their holy everlasting station, who have been polluted with women 7. And have done as the sons of men do, by taking to themselves wives, and who have been greatly corrupted on the earth. That on the earth they shall never obtain peace and remission of sin. For they shall not rejoice in their offspring, they shall behold the slaughter of their beloved, shall lament for the destruction of their sons, and shall petition forever, but shall not obtain mercy and peace." 12:5, 7. In chapter 13 Enoch declares the Lord's judgment to Azazel. "Thou shalt not obtain peace. A great sentence is gone forth against thee. He shall bind thee. Neither shall relief, mercy, and supplication be thine, on account of the oppression which thou hast taught. And on account of every act of blasphemy, tyranny, and sin, which thou hast discovered to the children of men." 13:1, 3. Chapter 13 also describes how the Watchers became terrified and trembled and besought Enoch to write for them a prayer for forgiveness, that he might cause their prayer to ascend to God, since they themselves could not address him on account of their offense, their sins being so grievous. Enoch then reports to the Watchers, "I have written your petition, and in my vision it has been shown me, that what you request will not be granted you as long as the world endures. Judgment has been passed upon you, your request will not be granted you. From this time forward, never shall you ascend into heaven, he has said, that on the earth he will bind you, as long as the world endures. But before these things you shall behold the destruction of your beloved sons, you shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves, but you shall weep and supplicate in silence." 14:2, 7. In chapter 15, the glorious and the effulgent, the Lord God, speaks again to righteous Enoch. "Go, say to the Watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to pray for them, you ought to pray for men, and not men for you. You being spiritual, holy, and possessing a life which is eternal, have polluted yourselves with women, have begotten in carnal blood, have lusted in the blood of men, and have done as those who are flesh and blood do. These however die and perish. Therefore have I given to them wives, that they might cohabit with them, that sons might be born of them, and that this might be transacted upon earth. But you from the beginning were made spiritual, possessing a life which is eternal, and not subject to death forever. Therefore I made not wives for you, because, being spiritual, your dwelling is in heaven." 15:1, 3-7, 8. The Lord further explains to Enoch the nature of the offspring of the Watchers and the evil that they wreak upon the earth. "Now the giants, who have been born of spirit and of flesh, shall be called upon earth evil spirits, and on earth shall be their habitation. Evil spirits shall proceed from their flesh, because they were created from above, from the holy Watchers was their beginning and primary foundation. Evil spirits shall they be upon earth, and the spirits of the wicked shall they be called. The habitation of the spirits of heaven shall be in heaven, but upon earth shall be the habitation of terrestrial spirits, who are born on earth. The spirits of the giants shall be like clouds, which shall oppress, corrupt, fall, contend, and bruise upon earth. They shall cause lamentation. No food shall they eat, and they shall be thirsty, they shall be concealed, and shall not rise up against the sons of men, and against women, for they come forth during the days of slaughter and destruction. And as to the death of the giants, wheresoever their spirits depart from their bodies, let their flesh, that which is perishable, be without judgment. Thus shall they perish, until the day of the great consummation of the great world. A destruction shall take place of the watchers and the impious. 15:8, 10, 16:1. Because of so great a sin, the Lord tells the watchers, never therefore shall you obtain peace. According to the text of the book of Enoch, the Lord's judgment against the watchers prevails then and now. The author of the book also describes in powerful majesty and moving praise certain visions of heaven given to him. He writes of his instruction from the archangels regarding the awesome judgment of the fallen ones before God's throne. He delivers 3 heavenly parables, or similitudes, describing the glories of the kingdom and the ineffable Ancient of Days and the Son of Man who, it is said, shall bring the final judgment upon the wicked of the earth. There is also a major section of the work devoted to astronomical description, as well as a lengthy prophecy concerning the future of the elect. So runs the text of the book of Enoch as we have the manuscripts today. The studious reader will note that the manuscript translated here feels somewhat disjointed and therefore might be compiled of old fragments loosely stitched together in ancient times, perhaps even a crudely edited version of a larger corpus of Enoch books that no longer exists. Christ approves of the book of Enoch. Most scholars say that the present form of the story in the book of Enoch was penned sometime during the 2nd century BC and was popular for at least 500 years. The earliest Ethiopic text was apparently made from a Greek manuscript of the Book of Enoch, which itself was a copy of an earlier text. The original was apparently written in a Semitic language, now thought to be Aramaic. Though it was once believed to be post-Christian, the similarities to Christian terminology and teachings are striking. Discoveries of copies of the book among the Dead Sea Scrolls found at Qumran prove that the book was in existence before the time of Jesus Christ. But the date of the original writing upon which the Qumran copies of the 2nd century BC were based is shrouded in obscurity. It is, in a word, old. It has largely been the opinion of historians that the book does not really contain the authentic words of the ancient biblical patriarch Enoch, since he would have lived, according to the chronologies in the book of Genesis, several thousand years earlier than the first known appearance of the book attributed to him. But, of course, the contemporary historian's knowledge of Judaic scriptural history is by no means complete. As time progresses, new discoveries may help clarify the picture painted by the rabbinical tradition in the Zohar, which implies that Enoch's writings were passed faithfully from generation to generation. 9. Despite its unknown origins, Christians once accepted the words of this book of Enoch as authentic scripture, especially the part about the fallen angels and their prophesied judgment. In fact, many of the key concepts used by Jesus Christ himself seem directly connected to terms and ideas in the book of Enoch. Thus, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Jesus had not only studied the book, but also respected it highly enough to adopt and elaborate on its specific descriptions of the coming kingdom and its theme of inevitable judgment descending upon the wicked, the term most often used in the Old Testament to describe the watchers. See concealed references to the watchers. There is abundant proof that Christ approved of the book of Enoch. Over 100 phrases in the New Testament find precedence in the book of Enoch. Our Lord's beatitude, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth," Matt. 5:5, perhaps renders Enoch 6:9, "The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth." Likewise, Jesus scolding, "Woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed." It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Matt 26:24 is reminiscent of Enoch's. Where will be the place of rest for those who have rejected the Lord of spirits? It would have been better for them, had they never been born. N 38:2. The book of Enoch also contains precedents for Jesus' assertion of many mansions in the Father's house. John 14:2, Enoch 39:4 reads, I saw the habitations and couches of the saints. There my eyes beheld their habitations with the angels, and their couches with the holy ones. They were entreating, supplicating, and praying for the sons of men, while righteousness like water flowed before them. Another Enochian parallel is found in Luke 18:7. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them? In Enoch 47, verse 2, we read, In that day shall the holy ones assemble, who dwell above the heavens, and with united voice petition, supplicate, praise, laud, and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on account of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, that the prayer of the righteous may not be intermit before the Lord of spirits, that for them he would execute judgment, and that his patience may not endure forever. Jesus' well of water springing up into everlasting life, John 4:14, perhaps parallels Enoch 48:1, the fountain of righteousness, which never failed. The biblical term children of light 10 is a term that possibly stems from Enoch's generation of light. Enoch 105:25 reads, And now will I call the spirits of the good from the generation of light, and will change those who have been born in darkness. Jesus' explanation of the afterlife of the righteous is nearly identical to Enoch 50:4, all the righteous shall become angels in heaven. Matthew records Jesus as saying, For in the resurrection they are as the angels of God in heaven. Matt 22:30. And the woe unto you that are rich, Luke 6:24, of Jesus Christ is found almost verbatim in Enoch. Woe to you who are rich, for in your riches have you trusted, but from your riches you shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity. N 93:7. The list of parallels runs longer than can be summarized here, therefore we have listed them in biblical parallels to the book of Enoch, but two further themes central both to Christ's teaching and to the book of Enoch ought to be noted. First, the term Son of Man, often used by Jesus, finds great elaboration in the book of Enoch. It has long been thought that Jesus' use of the term Son of Man in referring to himself originated with Daniel 7:13. But prominent scholars believe that it was the book of Enoch which provided this key term to Jesus 11. Although Lawrence's translation does not reflect it, it seems that Enoch himself was called by God Son of Man. Biblical scholar H. Rowley points out that various translators have hedged on this passage, mistranslating it or even attempting to change the original text that applies the words "Thou art the Son of Man" to Enoch 12. Lawrence's translation of the key passage, perhaps for doctrinal reasons, substitutes the words "offspring of man" for the literal translation "Son of Man." By contrast, when the term Son of Man clearly refers to Jesus Christ, Lawrence uses it without hesitation. Lawrence's translation reads, "Then that angel came to me, and with his voice saluted me, saying, Thou art the offspring of man, who art born for righteousness, and righteousness has rested on thee." N 70:17, 23:13. Lawrence's choice of words is duly noted in this volume in the Book of Enoch. The second theme important to both the Book of Enoch and the teachings of Jesus Christ concerns the judgment and the Great Tribulation. Jesus depicts the Gentile judgment executed by the Son of Man, his angels with him, as recorded in Matthew 25:31, 32, 41, 46. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all Gentiles, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. Next he will say to those on his left hand, Go away from me, with your curse upon you, the judgment of God upon the watchers, to the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his fallen angels. Jerusalem Bible, 14. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. The same scene is described in Enoch 45:3 and 66:5, 7. In that day shall the elect one sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions and countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened, when they behold my elect one, shall choose them for those who have fled for protection to my holy and glorious name. I beheld that valley in which there was great perturbation, and where the waters were troubled. And when all this was effected, from the fluid mass of fire, and the perturbation which prevailed in that place, there arose a strong smell of sulphur, which became mixed with the waters, and the valley of the angels, who had been guilty of seduction, burned underneath its soil. Through that valley also rivers of fire were flowing, to which those angels shall be condemned, who seduced the inhabitants of the earth. In Matthew 24:7, 21-22, 29-30 Jesus' prophecy on the Great Tribulation is recorded. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, in divers places. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. These passages are entirely consistent with the great drama of the judgment as it unfolds in the book of Enoch. In Enoch 79, Archangel Uriel gives Enoch the vision of those things that the Son of Man would also tell us must be fulfilled. In those days Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have showed thee all things, O Enoch. And all things have I revealed to thee. Thou seest the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened. Their seed shall be backward in their prolific soil, and everything done on earth shall be subverted, and disappear in its season. The rain shall be restrained, and heaven shall stand still. In those days the fruits of the earth shall be late, and not flourish in their season, and in their season the fruits of the trees shall be withholden. The moon shall change its laws, and not be seen at its proper period. But in those days shall heaven be seen, and barrenness shall take place in the borders of the great chariots in the west. Heaven shall shine more than when illuminated by the orders of light, while many chiefs among the stars of authority shall err, perverting their ways and works. Those shall not appear in their season, who command them, and all the classes of the stars shall be shut up against sinners. 79:1, 7. Note that in Enoch the stars are revealed to be a hierarchy of angels, some of whom pervert their ways and works, while Jesus says they shall fall from heaven and their powers be shaken, and Mother Mary declares in the Magnificat that her Son shall put down the mighty watchers from their seats of authority on earth which they have usurped from the children of the light, them of low degree. 15. The idea that Jesus' teachings may have been dependent, in a broad sense, upon a former theological work, rather than an all-new and never-before revealed teaching straight from heaven, has troubled some. In 1891, Reverend William J. Dean protested against connecting Jesus' teaching to the newly published Book of Enoch, noting indignantly, "We are asked to believe that our Lord and his apostles, consciously or unconsciously, introduced into their speech and writings ideas and expressions most decidedly derived from Enoch." 16. But one can only conclude that it was a conscious decision on the part of the beloved rabbi, teacher, to include Enoch among the Old Testament prophets he so frequently cited. See Appendix I, the law and the prophets quoted by Jesus Christ. Even as a boy of 12, Jesus revealed his understanding of the scriptures to the doctors of the temple at Jerusalem, who were astonished at his questions and his answers. In his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus declared himself to be the fulfillment of both the law and the prophets. "Think not that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." Matt. 5:17. When Jesus returned from the temptation in the wilderness to Galilee in the power of the Spirit, he went into the synagogue at Nazareth and announced his ministry as the fulfillment of the prophecy of Isaiah 61:1, 2:17. Since the Master was obviously familiar with the book of Enoch in some form, might not his reference to the law and the prophets have included the great work of the prophet who was the father of Methuselah and the great-grandfather of Noah? I believe that Jesus came to pick up the mantle of Enoch as the messenger of the Ancient of Days and his ongoing prophecy to the watchers. I believe that the Son of David came with the authority of our father Enoch, who said, "So has he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers, the offspring of heaven." N. 14:2. Indeed, Jesus came to fulfill the law and the prophecy of the judgment by the incarnate Word. Both in his fierce rebuke of those scribes and Pharisees who prat the letter but had not the spirit of Moses, and in his concise statement of his mission, "For judgment I am come," John 9:39, Jesus made clear that he knew of the prophesied judgment and saw it occurring both in his time and at the end of the age. He studiously understood the mechanism of the judgment of the fallen angels as an authority given by the Father to the Son. "For the Father judgeth no man, but hath committed all judgment unto the Son. That all men should honor the Son, even as they honor the Father. He that honoureth not the Son honoureth not the Father which hath sent him. For as the Father hath life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life in himself. And hath given him authority to execute judgment also, because he is the Son of Man." John 5:22, 23, 26-27. This power to execute judgment Jesus transferred to his apostles, Enoch's elect, 18, because he was the Son of Man. "Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me, in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel." Matt. 19:28. "And I appoint unto you a kingdom, as my Father hath appointed unto me, that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom, and sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel." Luke 22:29, 30. In addition to the familiar references to the Old Testament, Jesus may have even alluded to prophecies in apocryphal texts not included by the Church Fathers or the rabbis who selected the books that comprise our current Christian Bible and Judaic scriptures. A number of previously unknown texts discovered at Qumran and Nag Hammadi indicate that Jesus taught from other writings in the manner of an ancient wisdom teacher. Yale professor Charles Cutler Torrey cites evidence that Jesus quoted from a now lost apocryphal work 19. He points to Luke 11:49, 51, which reads, "Therefore also said the wisdom of God, I will send them prophets and apostles, and some of them they shall slay and persecute. That the blood of all the prophets, which was shed from the foundation of the world, may be required of this generation. From the blood of Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, which perished between the altar and the temple, verily I say unto you, it shall be required of this generation." Although partial phrases and some of the above subject matter may be found in the Old Testament 20, the statement of Jesus is not to be found intact anywhere in the Hebrew Scriptures. It is Torrey's contention that Luke's introductory phrase "said the wisdom of God" indicates that Jesus is quoting directly from a source that is now apparently lost. It is my opinion that not only did Jesus quote material from sources not included in the Old Testament, but that he did so in order to further elaborate on the judgment as the coming due of the accountability of the watchers for their murder of the light-bearers, which these fallen ones had carried on continuously from the foundation of the world. Furthermore, Torrey notes there are other references in the New Testament to scriptural works that have now vanished but which were known to the apostles. One such reference can be found in Matthew 27:9, 10. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, whom they of the children of Israel did value, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. The text Matthew says he is quoting from Jeremiah is not in the prophet's book found in the Old Testament today. But the 4th century church father Jerome wrote that a member of the Nazarene sect showed him an apocryphal text of Jeremiah in which Matthew's quotation could be seen in its exact form 21. Thus, it appears that Matthew's version of the book of Jeremiah had teachings that had been deleted by the time of the 4th century. The idea that Jesus might have quoted from a book he felt was inspired with the spirit of the patriarch Enoch just as readily as he might quote from the Torah of Moses is not as preposterous as Dean chose to believe. Why else would the Apostle Jude, who is believed to be the brother of Jesus, base an entire epistle on the story of fallen angels as told in Enoch? I believe he was quoting his Lord's emphatic exegesis on the patriarch's work and that Jesus saw himself as one who came to expose the generation of the seed of the wicked, the Watchers, whom he and John the Baptist called vipers 22 among other epithets, and to save from the intrigue of the incarnate angels the descendants of Adam through Seth, the sons of Jared the children of the seed of light. Jesus came to pick up the thread of Enoch to build upon the very teaching, the crux in theological history, where Enoch left off. Enoch's influence on the apostles. Enochian scholar Dr. R. H. Charles noted at the turn of the 20th century that the influence of Enoch on the New Testament has been greater than that of all the other apocryphal and pseudepigraphal books taken together. 23 Although scarce few had even heard of the influential book until the modern era, Dr. Charles points out that all the writers of the New Testament were familiar with it, and were more or less influenced by it in thought and diction. 24. For example, Dr. Charles Francis Potter notes that with Paul, the book of Enoch is said to have been his vademecum, literally, his go with me, his pocketbook, his manual for frequent reference. 25 Perhaps Paul quotes the book of Enoch indirectly in I Timothy 6:16 in his description of the Lord Jesus Christ, the immortal one. He speaks of him as the one who only hath immortality, dwelling in the light which no man can approach unto, whom no man hath seen, nor can see, to whom be honor and power everlasting. This description is much like that of the book of Enoch, which reads, No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgent, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. Not one of those who surrounded him was capable of approaching him. 14:23, 24. The same book also seems to be the source of Paul's chastisement of the Gentiles they sacrifice to devils, and not to God, Icor. 10:20, as did the profane men in Enoch's book, which reads, And being numerous in appearance the fallen angels made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrificed to devils as to gods. 19:2. Paul's story of a man in Christ who was caught up to the third heaven, either in the body or out of the body, Paul could not tell, may reference Enoch's description of several heavens, implied in the main book of Enoch and directly stated in the book of the Secrets of Enoch 26. Furthermore, one apocryphal New Testament work called The Revelation of Paul describes Paul's journey through those several heavens, including Paul's meeting with a hoary-headed man of joyful countenance who turns out to be none other than the patriarch Enoch. This is how the author tells his story. And the angel says to me, Hast thou seen all these things? And I answered, Yes, my Lord. And again he said to me, Come, follow me, and I shall show thee the place of the righteous. And I followed him, and he set me before the doors of the city. And I saw a golden gate, and 2 golden pillars before it, and 2 golden plates upon it full of inscriptions. And the angel said to me, Blessed is he who shall enter into these doors, because not every one goeth in, but only those who have single-mindedness, and guiltlessness, and a pure heart. And straightway the gate was opened, and there came forth a hoary-headed man to meet us, and he said to me, Welcome, Paul, beloved of God. And, With a joyful countenance, he kissed me with tears. And I said to him, Father, why weepest thou? And he said to me, Because God hath prepared many good things for men, and they do not his will in order that they may enjoy them. And I asked the angel, My Lord, who is this? And he said to me, This is Enoch, the witness of the last day. 27. The Apostle John, author and amanuensis for the biblical revelation of Jesus Christ, came even closer to Enochian symbolism, tone, and description. Many of his visions familiar to lovers of the Bible can also be found in the book of Enoch, the Lord of Lords, and King of Kings, the casting down of the devil into the lake of fire, the vision of the 7 spirits of God, the tree whose fruit is for the elect, the 4 beasts round the throne, the horse wading up to his breast in blood, and the book of life. 28. Some believe it was Revelation's close similarity to the apocryphal book of Enoch that nearly prevented it from becoming canonical scripture, which status it gained by a very close call. In the 3rd century, Dionysius of Alexandria, along with many others from the churches in Syria and Asia Minor, rejected the revelation on literary grounds as being inauthentic. 29. Acts 10:34 quotes Peter as saying that God is no respecter of persons, a phrase also used by Paul, which is found in the book of Enoch as well as in Deuteronomy, Chronicles, and intermittently throughout the Old Testament. The book of Enoch may have been the source of all of these biblical usages. Both of Peter's letters in the New Testament seem to be predicated upon the book of Enoch. 30 Peter's second letter, discussing the binding and casting down to hell of the angels who sinned, denounces the wicked in terms Enoch himself might have used. Peter writes, Spots they are and blemishes, sporting themselves with their own deceivings while they feast with you. Having eyes full of adultery, and that cannot cease from sin, beguiling unstable souls, and heart they have exercised with covetous practices, cursed children. 2 Pet. 2:13, 14. Greek specialists Rendell Harris and M.R. James, among others, have speculated that Peter's first epistle may have originally contained an explicit reference to Enoch by name, which was deleted whether by error or direct intent in later copies of Scripture. 31. Yet there is even more dramatic evidence of the early Christian acceptance of the Book of Enoch. The Epistle of Jude clearly discusses the content of the Book of Enoch, noting that there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness. These are spots in your feasts of charity, when they feast with you, feeding themselves without fear, clouds they are without water, carried about of winds, trees whose fruit withereth, without fruit, twice dead, plucked up by the roots. Raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Jude 4:12-13. Jude actually quotes Enoch directly and refers to him by name, saying, And Enoch also, the 7th from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints, to execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Jude 14-15. Note that the entire premise and conclusion of the Book of Enoch, i.e., the judgment of the watchers as the key to the liberation of the souls of light and as a necessary planetary purge prior to the Lord's kingdom come, is predicated to occur in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. N. 1:2. Who are the elect? We define the elect as those who elect to be instruments of God's will, according to their calling from the Father and the Son, to be bearers of the light of the elect one, keepers of the flame of the prophecy of the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world. We take Enoch 1:2 to mean that the judgment is a direct and inevitable consequence of the coming of the elect one, the incarnate Word, and his chosen in this and succeeding centuries. The judgment prophesied by Enoch will come through the Christ light that the Son has ignited in the hearts of his own. The light is of the inner man, known to Paul as Christ in you, the hope of glory. 32. Our hope is in Christ the eternal Judge, for if he come, and he will surely come quickly with 10,000s of his saints. 33 Then the glory of the Lord will shine on earth through the anointed hearts who confirm the word of the Lord on earth as it is in heaven. Enoch's prophecy on the judgment is quoted by Jude as acceptable scriptural evidence of the ungodly. Jude based his entire epistle upon this Enochian theme. But when Enoch's book was later questioned, Jude himself also became suspect, his letter barely remaining among the canonical books of the Bible. Another remarkable bit of evidence for the early Christians' acceptance of the Book of Enoch was for many years buried under the King James Bible's mistranslation of Luke 9:35, describing the transfiguration of Christ, and there came a voice out of the cloud, saying, "This is my beloved Son, hear him." Apparently the translator here wished to make this verse agree with a similar verse in Matthew and Mark. But Luke's verse in the original Greek reads, "This is my Son, the elect one." 34 Hear him. The elect one is a most significant term in the Book of Enoch. If the book was indeed known to the apostles, with its abundant descriptions of the elect one who should sit upon a throne of glory and the elect one who should dwell in the midst of them, n. 54:3-4, then great scriptural authenticity is accorded to the Book of Enoch when the voice out of the cloud tells the apostles, "This is my Son, the elect one," the one promised in the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch was also much loved by the Essenes, the New Age community that had a large monastery at Qumran on the Dead Sea at the time of Jesus Christ. The motif of the fallen angels, Dr. Potter notes, was a favorite legend among the Essenes. 35. Fragments of 10 Enoch manuscripts were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. The famous scrolls actually comprise only one part of the total findings at Qumran. Much of the rest was Enochian literature, copies of the Book of Enoch, and other apocryphal works in the Enochian tradition, like the Book of Jubilees. With so many copies around, the Essenes could well have used Enoch as a community prayer book or teacher's manual and study text. The Essenes were waiting for the coming Messiah to deliver them from the persecution they suffered, which they attributed to the sons of Belial, undoubtedly the fallen angels. They awaited the coming of the elect one, for as the Book of Enoch had prophesied, "You shall behold my elect one, sitting upon the throne of my glory. And he shall judge Azazel, all his associates, and all his hosts." 54:5. In this same tradition, Jesus himself said, "Now is the judgment of this world system of the watchers, now shall the prince of this world be cast out." John 12:31-36. Certainly his listeners, well versed as they were in the teachings of the Book of Enoch, would have caught Jesus' clear inference, that he came to implement the judgment of the fallen angels prophesied in the Book of Enoch. In essence, Jesus revealed himself as the Messiah, the elect one of the Book of Enoch, who came not only to fulfill the prophecies of the Old Testament but also to fulfill one very special prophecy in the Book of Enoch, namely, the judgment of the watchers and their offspring. The Book of Enoch was also used by writers of the non-canonical, i.e., apocryphal or hidden, texts. The author of the apocryphal Epistle of Barnabas quotes the Book of Enoch 3 times, twice calling it the Scripture, a term specifically denoting the inspired Word of God. 37 other apocryphal works reflect knowledge of the Enoch story of the Watchers, notably the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs and the Book of Jubilees. See Enoch in the Forgotten Books in this volume. Church Fathers agree with Enoch on the physicality of fallen angels. Everybody loved and respected the Book of Enoch. At least for a time. The turning point of opinions came in the 4th century, during the era of the Church Fathers. These highly respected interpreters of Christ's theology were the prominent leaders and teachers of the Christian Church who thrived from the 1st to the 8th centuries AD. At first the Fathers devoted much attention to the subject of the fall of the angel whom they knew as the biblical Satan. They also addressed the subject of the personalities of other fallen angels, the modus operandi of wicked spirits, and the nature of evil itself. Convinced that these ancient wicked ones were still quite active in the world, the early Fathers often quoted the Book of Enoch to make their case for good against evil. Indeed, Dr. Charles points out that with the earlier fathers and apologists the Book of Enoch had all the weight of a canonical book. 38. In the 2nd century AD, for example, Justin Martyr ascribed all evil to demons whom he alleged to be the offspring of the angels who fell through lust for the daughters of men, precisely the Enochian story. The fallen angels seem to have occupied far more of Justin's thought than the good angels, and the consciousness of the demonic element in the universe was central to Justin's cosmology. Justin, in his second apology, agrees with Enoch that the angels fell through lust. 39. Moreover, explains Justin, they subsequently subjected the human race to themselves, partly by magic writings, partly by the fear they instilled into them and the punishments they inflicted upon them, and partly by instructing them in the use of sacrifices, incense, and libations, which they really needed after becoming slaves of their lustful passions, and among men they engendered murders, wars, adulteries, all sorts of dissipation, and every species of sin. 40. Here Justin makes a strong statement reinforcing the argument that these angels actually dwelt among men as physical beings. Athenagoras, writing in his work called Legatio in about AD 170, regards Enoch as a true prophet. He describes the angels which violated both their own nature and their office. These include the prince over matter and material things, and others who are of those stationed at the first firmament. Do realize that we say nothing unsupported by evidence, but that we are exponents of what the prophets uttered. The latter are the angels who fell to lusting after maidens and let themselves be conquered by the flesh. The former failed his responsibility and operated wickedly in the administration of what had been entrusted to him. Now from those who went after maidens were born the so-called giants. Do not be surprised that a partial account of the giants has been set forth also by poets. Worldly wisdom and prophetic wisdom differ from one another as truth differs from probability. The one is heavenly, the other earthly, and in harmony with the prince of matter who says, "We know how to tell many falsehoods which have the form of truth." These angels, then, who fell from heaven busy themselves about the air and the earth and are no longer able to rise to the realms above the heavens. The souls of the giants are the demons who wander about the world. Both angels and demons produce movements, i.e., agitations, vibrations. 41. Demons, movements which are akin to the natures they received, and angels, movements which are akin to the lusts with which they were possessed. 42. The teaching that the souls of the giants are the demons who wander about the world is directly from Enoch. Athenagoras also discusses the fact that the angels let themselves be conquered by flesh. Herein he may be implying that these angels were, or at least at one time had been, physical beings. The physicality of the fallen angels is nowhere more graphic than in Enoch's description of the wicked deeds of their giant offspring who devoured man and beast in their voracious appetites and even drank their blood. N. 7:12, 14. Most of the other early church fathers, as well as the early Jews, apparently held this same belief in the physicality of the fallen angels. Two Christian apologists, Lactantius and Tatian, speculated in detail on that idea of the incarnation of the fallen angels in matter. Lactantius, 260–330, believed that the fall resulted in a degradation of the angelic nature itself, that the once heavenly angels had in fact become quite earthly. The earlier apologist Tatian, 110–172, went into greater detail regarding this degradation. He described how the angels became engrossed in material things, and he believed that their very nature became coarse, gross, and material. 43. A contemporary Catholic scholar, Emil Schneeweiss, summarizing Tatian's view, says the father believed that the fallen angels sank deeper and deeper into matter, becoming the slaves of concupiscence and lust. 44. Tatian actually says their bodies were of fire and air, not material flesh as are the bodies of men, but in the broad sense from matter. Might Tatian have conjectured that the demons were physical, yet of a different sort of substance than other forms of life known to the five senses? Or might his thesis have gone so far as to speculate that the demons dwelt only in the astral realms beneath? We may never know precisely how Tatian defined his terms. But even though Tatian and Lactantius both qualified their statements regarding the physicality of angels, saying that the substance composing their bodies was a fiery, airy material, later theologians totally dismissed the entire idea of material-clad angels. 17th-century editors of Tatian's work warned the reader to beware of the passage where Tatian seems rashly to imagine the demons to be material creatures. Tatian says that the demons, having received their structure from matter and obtained the spirit which inheres in it, became intemperate and greedy, some few, indeed, turning to what was purer but others choosing what was inferior in matter and conforming their manner of life to it. 45. Just in case Tatian's reader thinks Tatian is saying these demons were physical beings, drawing the obvious conclusion from the above text, the respected collection of church writings, the Ante-Nicene, Nicene, and Post-Nicene Fathers to this day reprints the warning in a footnote to prevent such an error. 46. In the course of time, says the 1967 New Catholic Encyclopedia, theology has purified the obscurity and error contained in traditional views about angels. In this way, theology now specifies that the nature of angels is completely spiritual and no longer merely a very fine material, fire-like and vaporous. 47. Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons in the 3rd century, makes several direct references to the Enoch story, including Enoch's announcement of the condemnation of the fallen watchers. Irenaeus accuses a magically inclined Gnostic of his day of obtaining wonders of power that is utterly severed from God and apostate, which Satan, thy true father, enables thee still to accomplish by means of Azazel, that fallen and yet mighty angel. 48. Azazel, or Azaziel, in the book of Enoch is the fallen watcher to whom the Lord ascribes the whole crime of the corruption of earth by his wicked inventions, including the instruments of war. Irenaeus, 4:1, believed Azaziel was still around. Tertullian, who lived between AD 160 and 230, is most enthusiastic about the Book of Enoch. He calls the Book of Enoch Scripture. He says, as for the details of how some of the angels, of their own accord, were perverted and then constituted the source of the even more corrupt race of devils, a race damned by God together with the originators of the race and him whom we have mentioned as their leader, the account is found in Sacred Scripture. 49. Tertullian wrote an entire work discussing the apparel of women in which he adjures women to dress modestly, without adornment, or what he calls the tricks of beautifying themselves. He uses the Book of Enoch as the sturdiest evidence in his case against such trappings. For those, too, who invented these things are condemned to the penalty of death, namely, those angels who rushed from heaven upon the daughters of men. For when these fallen angels had revealed certain well-hidden material substances, and numerous other arts that were only faintly revealed, to an age much more ignorant than ours, they granted to women as their special and, as it were, personal property these means of feminine vanity, the radiance of precious stones with which necklaces are decorated in different colors, the bracelets of gold which they wrap around their arms, the colored preparations which are used to dye wool, and that black powder which they use to enhance the beauty of their eyes. If you want to know what kind of things these are, you can easily learn from the character of those who taught these arts. Have sinners ever been able to show and provide anything conducive to holiness, unlawful lovers anything contributing to chastity, rebel angels anything promoting the fear of God? If, indeed, we must call what they have passed on teachings, then evil teachers must of necessity have taught evil lessons. If these are the wages of sin, then there can be nothing beautiful about the reward for something evil. But why should they have taught and granted such things? Are we to think that women without the material of adornment or without the tricks of beautifying themselves would not have been able to please men when these same women, unadorned and uncouth and, as I might say, crude and rude, were able to impress angels? Or would the latter have appeared beggarly lovers who insolently demanded favors for nothing, unless they had brought some gift to the women they had attracted into marriage? But this is hardly conceivable. The women who possessed angels as husbands could not desire anything further, for surely they had already made a fine match. The angels, on the other hand, who certainly thought sometimes of the place whence they had fallen and longed for heaven after the heated impulses of lust had quickly passed, rewarded in this way the very gift of woman's natural beauty as the cause of evil, that is, that woman should not profit from her happiness, but, rather, drawn away from the ways of innocence and sincerity, should be united with them in sin against God. They must have been certain that all ostentation, ambition, and love achieved by carnal pleasure would be displeasing God. You see, these are the angels whom we are destined to judge, ICOR. 6:3, these are the angels whom we renounce in baptism, these are the very things on account of which they deserve to be judged by men. 50. Tertullian, in this context, seems to hold women's beauty responsible for the fall of the angels, but he notes further on that angels are the guilty ones who deserve to be judged by men. Paul, too, seems to have been concerned about the connection between women's beauty and the fallen angels. In his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 11, Paul at length admonishes women to cover their heads in church when men need not do so. Then comes the curious verse 10, translated in the King James Version as, "For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head because of the angels." But the verse literally reads, "For this ought the woman to have a covering on her head because of the angels." Most Bible commentaries explain that Paul meant a woman's uncovered head is an offense to the angels who observe church gatherings, but Tertullian believes Paul was referring specifically to the fallen angels spoken of in Enoch, who, Tertullian says, would be incited to wantonness by unveiled women with beautiful hair. 51. Having seen Paul's respect for the Book of Enoch, this interpretation does not seem unlikely. Clement of Alexandria, 150-220, speaks of the angels who renounced the beauty of God for a beauty which fades, and so fell from heaven to earth. 52. Undeniably a reference to the Enoch story, which Clement did not question. The Clementine Homilies, a Christian work written between the 2nd and 4th centuries AD but not recognized as authoritative by the churches, also affirms the account of the mating of lustful angels with daughters of men, saying that angels changed themselves into the nature of men and partook of human lust. 53. This is a direct statement on the physicality of the fallen angels, who would have required flesh bodies in order to partake of that human lust. Several other church fathers, Methodius of Philippi, Minosius Felix, Commodianus, and Ambrose of Milan, also approved the story in Enoch. Origen, 186-255, a student of Clement and a highly original as well as intuitive thinker, more than once calls Enoch a prophet and freely quotes the Book of Enoch to support his own theories. 54. But Origen notes that the Book of Enoch was not accepted by the churches of his day as divine and that it was not held in respect by the Jews. Since so many of Origen's works were later banned by the church, perhaps his complete statement on the Book of Enoch has not survived. On the basis of Origen's half-dozen or so references to it, Enoch scholars conclude that Origen approved of the Book of Enoch, while Catholic scholars claim that Origen rejected it, maintaining that Origen had no inclination to accept the legend of angelic fornication, as they call it. 55. But the fragments of his writings that remain preserve one important key to the thought of this prolific church father. Origen surely would not have denied the Enoch account of the fall of the angels through lust on the ground that it implied a physical incarnation of the angels, because Origen himself believed that angels could embody as men. See the Origen conspiracy in this volume. Whether or not the early church fathers realized it, the ramifications of their statements were far-reaching. They suggest, for example, that the evil ones in our midst, the Hitlers past and present and nameless killers without conscience, might be of an entirely different psychological and spiritual makeup than other souls on planet Earth. Such killers have an extraordinary power. When angered, they respond with a bloodthirstiness that is inhuman, a depravity that derives from their godlessness devoid of the divine spark. For these evil spirits, murder is sheer joy. Some even refer to it as the most intimate act. Is it because through it they get as close as they ever will to the life essence, i.e., the God essence, of a Son of God? Few realize that in the piercing of the heart of the Son of God and in the spilling of the blood, an extraordinary light is released. This excites and enlivens the living dead as they taste and drink in this vital energy that comes only from God, only through his embodied light bearers. The author of Hebrews calls the watchers not sons of God but bastards, who are without chastening because their final judgment is sealed, for the Lord chastens only the beloved sons whom he would receive to his heart. It should be understandable that these evildoers whose souls are condemned to the second death, Rev 20:14, 21:8, would be lovers of death rather than life. And their death cult, their pleasure in sensual stimulation expending the life force 56 in riotous and rancorous living, has become a shroud upon a planet and her people. Renowned psychologist Eric Fromm comments that these necrophiles have precisely the reverse of the values we connect with normal life, not life, but death excites and satisfies them. 57 Death in all of the sensational downward spirals of a selfish, purposeless existence. Few have ever understood the why of this alternate generation, who seem the antithesis of the life-loving sons of God, the angry, the blasphemous, raging, restless, dying race whose core is rotten, rebellious, and irresponsible toward the light and the honor of God. But then, few have explored the teaching of Enoch and the early church fathers on the incarnation of demons and fallen angels. Perhaps the book of Enoch also explains where these devils get the energy to do their despicable deeds. Since they have already lost the divine spark and their place in heaven, God told them, "Never shall you ascend into heaven, and never shall you obtain peace." They have nothing else to lose and everything to gain from the shedding of the blood, the life essence, of the sons of God. They have no remorse for their misconduct, for the way of penance and forgiveness is not open to them. Without a heart flame, they have no pity for their victims, no ability to feel for them. They do not identify with them in murder, or in the mass murders the watchers legitimize with the term war, as in wars of liberation. As a substitute for the loving rapport between our Father and his beloved sons that they have rejected, the watchers and their seed have entered into a symbiotic relationship with the discarnate spirits of the giants who yet roam the astral plane, oppressing, corrupting, and contending for the minds of their victims. Devoid of the mind of Christ, the evolutionary chain of the watchers become demon-possessed tools of dark forces from whom they derive both the energy and the cunning for their crimes. Jesus called them whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones, and of all uncleanness. Matt 23:27, 58. The truth is that these fallen ones are so dead that they cannot respond to the cries of the people to stop waging arms races, nor do they give adequate answer to appeals to stop misappropriating the people's money in the inner sanctums of their bank tums. Instead, the watchers take the people's gold and give them inflated, worthless currency in exchange for their sacred labor. The watchers, by their words and their deeds, have been eroding our planet for a long, long time, our civilization, our religion, and, if they could, our very souls. Why do we stand by and let the watchers feed their alcohol to our sons and daughters? Why do we let them pump our children full of their death drugs? Why do we let them destroy the nations and the international economy before our children can even grow up to enjoy this beautiful world God gave us? Our state of known awareness and non-involvement has let them get away with cold-blooded murder for centuries. By our inaction we have allowed the streets of America to be turned into combat zones where innocent people are murdered, raped, or robbed at gunpoint. We have allowed violent crime to go unchecked by tolerating a legal system that turns killers, rapists, and child molesters back on the streets to strike again. International terrorists, the mafia, and deranged kidnappers make life uncertain for every public servant. Today the risks of representative government are so high that the defenders of the people must carefully consider that they may be stopped by torturous blackmail or a hideous death if they raise their hand in defense of the light. But has it not been so for as long as the servants of justice and truth can remember? See how the watchers manipulate the food of the world in order to gain their military objectives. See how they rob the nation's granaries to feed the enemies of the light in order to achieve political ends. Whose side are they on anyway? Surely not the people's. See their disdain for the human race whom they regard as nothing more than an experiment to do their bidding, whom they have so far managed to contain by regulation of the basic necessities of life and population control, by making war and abortion an easy out for the people's unresolved emotional conflicts. No one but the Watchers and their embodied offspring could have masterminded such a complex and cunning scheme to subjugate the people of Earth to their total domination, body, mind, and soul, by any and every means and madness. I write this detailed exposé of a spiritual fraud perpetrated against all the God-fearing of the planet so that you may realize somewhat the enormity of the conspiracy against our very hearts to be the vessels on earth of our Lord's Sacred Heart. Now let us examine how the later Church Fathers turned away from the concept of embodied angels and the Book of Enoch, thus unwittingly playing into their hands. Later Church Fathers denounce Enoch as heresy. Belief in embodied angels banned as blasphemy. The later Church Fathers did indeed have difficulty with the Enoch viewpoint and sought another explanation for the fall of the angels. Perhaps they were uncomfortable with the implications of the story of some among us who are not of us, men who are not men but fallen angels. So they looked to the record of Lucifer's fall in Isaiah 14:12, 15, which reads, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit." Some Church Fathers saw in these verses of Isaiah the story of the fall of an archangel and subsequently that of his underlings, drawing by his tail, pride, according to Revelation 12:4, the third part of the stars angels of heaven. Thus, they saw the fall as being through pride rather than through lust, as in the Enoch account. The Fathers, it seems, came up with an easy way to avoid the troublesome tale of embodied evil angels. They unanimously chose the version of the fall of the angels through pride instead of the Enochian version of the fall through lust, making it an either/or equation. The question is, was their motivation in challenging the Book of Enoch to avoid the controversial doctrine of the corporeality of the wicked angels and their bodily presence upon earth? And if so, why? Perhaps we can reconstruct the logic of their argument. If the angels fell through lust, they must have had, or gotten, physical bodies to outplay their physical desires. But if the angels merely fell through pride, a corruption of mind and heart, they need not have had bodies to consummate their sin. They could simply be those bat-winged demons that whisper into men's ears, inciting them to vanity of vanities. The latter explanation was, in theological terms, less problematical. And to this very day, though the Genghis Khans, etc., have made their grandiose entrances and exits, parading their superhuman or subhuman vileness, as the case may be, that belief prevails. I for one do not believe that the sin of pride does not require a physical body to outplay itself. The preening of these devils, their body fixations and perversions ad nauseam, and a physical culture based entirely on the pride of the eye, from bodybuilding to fashion to the decadence of the Cain civilization, is rooted in both pride and lust and is the proving ground for fallen egos vying for attention and acclaim through the success cult. The love of money is also rooted in both pride and lust. These vices feed on each other as acts of lust become an assertion of pride in sexual prowess. Yes, pride is a physical boasting. See me, see how beautiful I am, see how I can do all things better than the sons of God. See how I can defy the Almighty, commit any crime, abuse every law, spurn His love and get away with it. In fact, the sin of lust itself technically does not require a physical body to stain the soul and life record of men or angels. For did not Jesus teach that the sin of lust could be carried out mentally and spiritually through an impure heart? Whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matt. 5:28. It would seem that to dwell upon the flesh and blood aspects of sin should cause a digression from the fact that the state of sinfulness or virtue is a condition of the soul which may be carried to its logical conclusion in contempt of the Almighty on any plane of habitation by either men or angels, whether clothed with bodies earthly, astral, or ethereal. Notwithstanding, the Church Fathers who grasped at a few verses of Isaiah as salvation from their Enochian dilemma overlooked the most astounding story of all. The narrative, after detailing the fall of the archangel Lucifer, outlines the contemptuous deeds, the earthly deeds, of this ambitious son of the morning, calling him outright the man that made the earth to tremble. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms? That made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners. All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with the sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcase trodden under feet. Isa 14:16, 19. Isaiah called Lucifer a man, giving strong indication that he believed that the cast down one had walked the earth in the flesh, had moved among mortals as one of them. 59. Cyprian, 200-258, a pupil of Tertullian, noted the specific use of the word man and used it as proof that the Antichrist Lucifer would someday come as a man. Afraha, a 4th century Christian theologian from Persia, believed that Lucifer had already incarnated as Nebuchadnezzar, king of ancient Babylon 60. But this phenomenal piece of evidence for the incarnation of fallen angels was brushed aside by the other church fathers if they ever recognized it for what it was, who instead used the Isaiah passage to launch another debate, the pride versus lust controversy. Christian writer Julius Africanus, 200-245, first opposed the traditional story of the fall of the angels through lust. He even tackled Genesis 6, verses 1-4, about the sons of God and the daughters of men, a parallel to the book of Enoch in approved scripture. The pivotal verses read, And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. Julius Africanus preferred to believe that the sons of God in Genesis 6:2 who saw the daughters of men and took them wives didn't refer at all to angels, despite the fact that certain translations of the Bible in his day explicitly read angels of God rather than sons of God. 61. Julius Africanus thought that the verse referred instead to the righteous sons of Seth who fell, in the moral sense, by taking wives of the inferior daughters of Cain. 62. He formed his opinion in spite of the fact that both the book of Enoch and the book of Jude refer to angels who left their first, heavenly, estate, Jude 6, which Julius should have known, and also in spite of the fact that the term sons of God is elsewhere used in the Old Testament to indicate angels. 63. Which Julius also should have known. The opinions of the Church Fathers soon flocked to this interpretation. In the early 4th century, the Syrian authority Ephraim also declared that Genesis 6 referred to the Sethites and Cainites and therefore not to the fall of angels through lust. 64. Hilary of Tours casually mentions the tale of the lustful fall of angels as if it were folly, about which, he says, some book or other exists, but notes, we need not know those things which are not contained in the book of the law. 65. Syrian theologian Theodoret simply called believers of the story in Enoch stupid and very silly. 66. Then Jerome, 348-420, doctor of the church and scholarly Hebraist, got into the argument. Jerome branded Enoch as apocryphal and declared its teaching similar to the Manichaean teachings, which Jerome emphatically denounced as heretical. These are Jerome's words. We have read in a certain apocryphal book, the Book of Enoch, 67, that when the sons of God were coming down to the daughters of men, they descended upon Mount Hermon and there entered into an agreement to come to the daughters of men and make them their wives. This book is quite explicit and is classified as apocryphal. The ancient exegetes have at various times referred to it, but we are citing it, not as authoritative, but merely to bring it to your attention. I have read about this apocryphal book in the work of a particular author who used it to confirm his own heresy. What does he say? He says, "The sons of God who came down from heaven upon Mount Hermon and coveted the daughters of men are angels descending from the heavens and souls that desired bodies, since bodies are the daughters of men." Do you detect the source of the teachings of Manichaeus, the ignorant? Just as the Manichaeans say that souls desired human bodies to be united in pleasure, do not they who say that angels desired bodies or the daughters of men seem to you to be saying the same thing as the Manichaeans? It would take too long to refute them now, but I merely wanted to indicate the coincidence, as it were, of the book that opportunely confirmed their dogma. 68. Note the sarcasm of Jerome in his statement that the Book of Enoch opportunely confirmed the dogma of Manichaeus, the ignorant, as if to say that the author of Enoch was responsible for the supposed heresies of the Manichaeans. By implying that the teachings of the Book of Enoch were in cahoots with Manichaean doctrines, Jerome castigated the book severely. Manichaeanism, a powerful competitor of the Church, was founded in about 240 AD by a Persian visionary named Mani, who claimed apostleship under Jesus Christ. Mani believed himself an embodiment of the promised Paraclete and preached a synthesis of several major religions including Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity. He also taught reincarnation and wrote a book, now destroyed, about the wicked giants. 69. Needless to say, Mani was blacklisted by the Church and he was martyred in southwest Persia by fanatical Zoroastrians. Jerome's statement that the Book of Enoch's doctrines supported Manichaeanism certainly would have cast aspersions upon the book's spiritual integrity. And not surprisingly, the core of Jerome's argument is against the Manichaean doctrine that souls desired human bodies to be united in pleasure, which Jerome compares to the Enochian fall of the angels through lust, a teaching he rejected. Church Father Chrysostom, 346-407, took the case against Enoch one step further. Who were those sons of God in Genesis 6? Certainly not angels, says Chrysostom. He thought that opinion was totally absurd and refuted it with vigor. To quote him in his own outraged words: "Here is, first, the most audacious idea, of which we are going to show you the absurdity, by presenting to your meditation the true meaning of the Scripture, so that you do not listen to those who utter such blasphemy. They say that it is not men that are referred to here, but angels, and that it is the angels that are called sons of God. It would be folly to accept such insane blasphemy, saying that an incorporeal and spiritual nature could have united itself to human bodies." 70. With Chrysostom, the problem presented by the Book of Enoch finally gets fully defined. It was not really just a question of whether angels fell through pride or through lust, it was the bigger question of whether angels ever took on human bodies at all in their fall. This very issue, the descent of the angels into the physical world through lust, infuriated Chrysostom and caused him to issue his judgment of the insane blasphemy of the account in the Book of Enoch. Chrysostom's edict that angels were spiritual and men were physical, and never the twain should meet, was ratified by Caesarius of Arles, who also insisted that angels were incorporeal and therefore could not have mated with women. 71. But the final axe was yet to fall upon the Book of Enoch. Philastrius, in the late 4th century, condemned the teaching in Enoch as actual heresy. In his long list of heresies, of which Enoch's account of the Watchers is heresy number 108, Philastrius declared: "There is no doubt that the angels, who were cast down from heaven, are not similar to human nature, if only because to suggest such a thing would be blasphemy and contrary to the law. Moreover, if he who thought it to be correct that the angels, having been transformed into the flesh, sinned in such a way that they remained in this very flesh or thus did such carnal deeds. This one discerns history with a convoluted logic. 72. Doubtless the threat of having one's logic convoluted by such a blasphemy turned many away from the Book of Enoch. The issue was settled once and for all with the logical and technical arguments of Augustine, 354 to 430, who rejected the tale of the fall of angels through a physical lust and mating with women as implying an impossibility for angelic natures. In his City of God, Augustine declared, "We made a passing reference to this question, but did not decide whether angels, inasmuch as they are spirits, could have bodily intercourse with women. For it is written, Who maketh his angels spirits, that is, he makes those who are by nature spirits his angels by appointing them to the duty of bearing his messages." However, the same trustworthy scripture testifies that angels have appeared to men in such bodies as could not only be seen, but also touched. There is, too, a very general rumor, which many have verified by their own experience, or which trustworthy persons who have heard the experience of others corroborate, that sylvans and fauns, who are commonly called incubi, had often made wicked assaults upon women, and satisfied their lust upon them, and that certain devils are constantly attempting and effecting this impurity is so generally affirmed, that it were impudent to deny it. From these assertions, indeed, I dare not determine whether there be some spirits embodied in an aerial substance, and who are capable of lust and of mingling sensibly with women, but certainly I could by no means believe that God's holy angels could at that time have so fallen. 73. Augustine continues with a long proof that the phrase sons of God in Genesis 6 refers to the righteous sons of Seth who married the daughters of Cain, reaching the same conclusion as Julius Africanus, an escape route used by most fathers to avoid the admission of the incarnation of angels. He concludes, "Let us omit, then, the fables of those scriptures which are called apocryphal, because their obscure origin was unknown to the fathers from whom the authority of the true scriptures has been transmitted to us by a most certain and well ascertained succession. For though there is some truth in these apocryphal writings, yet they contain so many false statements, that they have no canonical authority. We cannot deny that Enoch, the seventh from Adam, left some divine writings, for this is asserted by the Apostle Jude in his canonical epistle. But it is not without reason that these writings have no place in that canon of Scripture which was preserved in the temple of the Hebrew people by the diligence of successive priests, for their antiquity brought them under suspicion, and it was impossible to ascertain whether these were his genuine writings, and they were not brought forward as genuine by the persons who were found to have carefully preserved the canonical books by a successive transmission. So that the writings which are produced under his name, and which contain these fables about the giants, saying that their fathers were not men but angels, are properly judged by prudent men to be not genuine, just as many writings are produced by heretics under the names both of other prophets, and, more recently, under the names of the apostles, all of which, after careful examination, have been set apart from canonical authority under the title of Apocrypha. 74. Augustine had decided the issue. After his time, the sons of God in Genesis 6 are no longer angels but simply the sons of Seth, the daughters of men being Cainites. This has since become the standard interpretation of Catholic and Protestant exegetes down to the present day. 75. And the controversy over the likelihood of fallen angels incarnating as men was laid to rest for centuries. What do church theologians think of Enoch's tale today? A Catholic dictionary of theology calls the story in Enoch that angels could assume bodies a wild improbability. 76. The New Catholic Encyclopedia points out several times that the Book of Enoch is based on a misinterpretation of Genesis 6:1, 4. 77. The nature of angels, it declares, is completely spiritual. The logical conclusion of this premise of the incorporeality of angels was also noted by Thomas Aquinas, who with Augustine would not allow that angels could have any other sin than pride or envy, sins not dependent upon body or sense. 78. In this view, therefore, angels simply cannot commit gross sins through bodily passion because their nature is not bodily. The question that the Church could never answer was, how on earth could incorporeal angels mate with corporeal daughters of men? Rather than admit that the angels must have incarnated in flesh bodies to perform the task, the Church Fathers, as we have seen, preferred to say that the angels weren't angels at all, but the descendants of Seth, thereby ousting Enoch's story in its entirety. Besides, the fall of the angels could be completely, and easily, explained by the rebellion of a proud archangel. The Church's 4th century Synod of Laodicea struck another sharp blow against the Book of Enoch's angelology, this time, against the good angels in the book. This council, 2 centuries earlier than the one which banned Origen's views on angels becoming men, decreed that the only angels which could be named were Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, who are the only angels mentioned in the Church's scriptures 79. The council also prohibited by a canon that prayer should be offered to angels on the grounds that it was a species of idolatry and detracted from the worship due to Christ. A commentary notes that the Synod held its meeting at Laodicea in Phrygia because the people there believed angels to be defenders of the law and were therefore supposedly worshipping them. 80. The commentary also notes that Pope Zachary in 745 AD held a Roman council against one Aldbert, who was found to invoke by name 8 angels in his prayers. 81. No wonder the intricate angelology in the Book of Enoch, which names far more than 3 angels, was condemned. When Rabbi Simeon ben Jaquet pronounced an actual curse on those who held the sons of God in Genesis 6:2 to be angels, although that had been the age-old Jewish interpretation of the verse 82, he turned the world of Judaism against the Book of Enoch. The rabbi's 2nd century curse was apparently effective, because from that point onwards, sparse mention is made in Jewish literature of the book. It could have been his knowledge of the rabbi's curse which prompted Origen's remark a century later that the Book of Enoch was not accepted among the Jews. And it may have been the work of even earlier rabbis that first began to hide the book away in the shadows of Judaic tradition so that, as Augustine noted, it was not found among the approved scriptures of the Jews. What eventually happened to the book? In a recent study of the Apocrypha, writer Nicholas de Lang cites a revealing passage found in some texts of the Talmud in the context of the statement of Rabbi Akiba, c. 40-135, that whoever reads the excluded books has no share in the world to come. Following this, the Babylonian teacher Rab Joseph is then quoted as saying, "It is also forbidden to read the book of Ben Sira, another apocryphal work. But we may teach the good things it contains." Other texts, however, in place of this last sentence, read, "If the rabbis had not hidden this book away, we should be able to teach the good things it contains." 83. De Lang points out that the expression hiding away denotes the process applied to sacred texts and other sacred objects which were no longer considered fit for use. According to the Talmud, he continues, the sages had even considered hiding away the book of Ezekiel on account of the supposedly misleading teachings it contained. 84. Undoubtedly there were some apocryphal writings that would have been judged even by laymen as devoid of the Lord's Spirit. These counterfeits have survived perhaps in much greater number than apocrypha of authentic spiritual value, which have come down to us either in severely edited copies or not at all. Also central to the question of the disappearance of the Book of Enoch from religious scriptures is the fact that books were generally produced in small quantities in this era before the invention of the printing press. In order for a book to survive, it would need to be continually recopied by scribes. The easiest way to suppress a text was simply not to have it copied. Once a book fell into disapproval with the authorities, the scribes were hardly likely to copy it. The book then was allowed to fade into obscurity. And so the words of Enoch faded from the source books of civilization. It might not be irrelevant or irreverent to ask, who made the deletions, men or angels? Who so wanted to keep the presence of fallen ones upon earth a guarded secret? In the guise and garb of Christian and Jew, they, the fallen angels, and those who they influenced, denounced and suppressed the Book of Enoch's record of the fall of angels through the lusts of the flesh. Their verdicts of heresy and blasphemy rested against Enoch for over 1500 years. Milestones in Enochian scholarship. Then the 20th century discovery of several Aramaic Enoch texts among the Dead Sea Scrolls prompted Catholic scholar J.T. Millick to compile a complete history of the Enoch legends, including translations of the Aramaic manuscripts. Millock's 400-page book, published in 1976 by Oxford 85, is a milestone in Enochian scholarship, and Millock himself is no doubt one of the world's finest experts on the subject. His opinions, based as they are on years of in-depth research, are highly respected. Millock notes the obviously close interdependence of the story of the fallen angels in Enoch and the story of the sons of God in the book of Genesis. But he does not draw the same conclusion as the Church Fathers, namely that the book of Enoch misinterpreted the earlier Genesis account and was therefore irrelevant. Millock, rather, arrives at a surprising yet well-justified conclusion, that not only is the history of the fallen angels in Enoch older than Genesis 6, but Genesis 6 is in fact a direct summary of the earlier Enoch account 86. This is what Millock calls the ineluctable solution. It is Genesis 6 that is based on Enoch and not the other way around. Millock thinks that the text of Genesis 6, by its abridged and elusive formulation and direct quoting of 2 or 3 phrases of Enoch, must be the later of the two, making the Enoch legend earlier than the definitive chapters in Genesis 87. Millock has thus deftly turned the tables on the late Church Fathers who banned the records of fallen angels mating with daughters of men and who labeled Enoch's teaching a heretical misinterpretation of Genesis 6. For if Genesis 6 was really based on the book of Enoch, then obviously Genesis 6 is retelling the same event as Enoch, the lusting of the fallen angels after the daughters of men. Enoch's account was in the Bible, right in the approved text of Genesis, all along. If Millock is right and the evidence leans in his favor, then the criteria upon which the Fathers based their judgments against the book of Enoch are fully invalidated and their testimony against Enoch is refuted. Their arguments have no ground. Enoch's case must be reopened and retried. But the astute reader will ask, if Genesis 6 tells of the fall of the angels through lust, what about the other biblical fall of the archangel through pride, as told in Isaiah and as noted, or rather, used, by the later Church Fathers long ago? Here again, 20th century scholarship provides an answer that was unavailable in the patristic era. In an unparalleled and detailed probing into the specific meaning of the passage, Hebrew scholar Julian Morgenstern discovered that tied up in the Genesis verses are traces of 2 distinct and originally entirely unrelated myths dealing with gods or angels. 88. In his remarkable exegesis, Hebrew Union College, 1939, Morgenstern proves that originally 2 accounts of separate falls of the angels were known: 1, that of the archangel's rebellion against the authority of God and his subsequent fall through pride, in which he was followed by a multitude of lesser angels, biblically called the Nephilim, the fallen ones, and 2, the other account, recorded faithfully in the book of Enoch, the later fall of the angels, called watchers, through inordinate lust for the daughters of men. 89. And so, Morgenstern concludes, the angels fell not once but twice. Morgenstern explains that the very construction of Genesis 6:4, one of the most intricate and obscure Old Testament verses, implies that it is a synthesis of 2 different stories. The verse reads in literal English: the Nephilim were on the earth at that time, and even afterward, when the sons of God resorted to the daughters of man, and had children by them. Jerusalem Bible. The text specifically sets side by side 2 facts: 1, there used to be beings called Nephilim on earth, and 2, they were still around when the sons of God came down and mated with the daughters of men. Clearly, says Morgenstern, the Nephilim are fallen angels who were already on the earth when the sons of God, the other angels which Enoch depicted, also fell through their own lust. But how did the Nephilim fallen angels get here to earth in the first place? That, states Morgenstern, is where the rebellious archangel and the fall through pride fits in. That is the earlier of 2 entirely separate celestial events. 90. What seems to have caused scriptural confusion in later times is the many-faceted meaning of the word Nephilim. The synopsis in Genesis 6 is so terse and abbreviated that it apparently became all but unreadable to later Jews. Some seem to have thought the Nephilim were the same as the sons of God in that verse, while others thought the Nephilim were the evil children of the sons of God and the daughters of men. The latter misunderstanding cropped up in the Book of Jubilees and in some editions of the Enoch Material 91. On top of this confusion, the Greek Septuagint, a late translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, rendered the word Nephilim as giants, eliminating all connotations of fallen angels. The evil giant children born to the watchers and daughters of men were known to the Hebrews specifically as Gibborim, literally heroes or mighty men, but later editors, in the confusion, mixed up the Nephilim with these Gibborim and also with the giants of Numbers 13:33, the Anakim 92. Morgenstern further notes that the term Nephilim is in the passive voice, i.e., those who were made to fall or those who were cast down. 93. The New Testament Greek term Ebliathesin conveys precisely the same meaning. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world, he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Rev 12:9. This form of the word Nephilim is entirely different from the active voice of the verbal form, i.e., Nephilim, those who fell of their own accord or in a natural manner. Elsewhere the Bible confirms that these fallen ones were cast down and delivered into chains of darkness, 2 Pet. 2:4, they did not descend by their own free will but were forcibly removed from heaven. In time, it appears, the original meaning of the term Nephilim, the cast down ones, became more generalized and applied to whoever or whatever was wicked. Thus, the giant Gibborim born to the lustful watchers and the daughters of men might have been labeled Nephilim simply because they were of fallen character like the original Nephilim who already walked the earth and seemed like giants in their own right. With so many definitions and misunderstandings piled on top of the word, it is not surprising that the history of the original Nephilim who fell with the archangel through pride got lost in the translation. But the account in Revelation 12 is well worth examining. The angels who had fallen in rank with the fall of the proud archangel were forced to surrender their position in the hierarchy of heaven by none other than Archangel Michael. This great prince, Dan 12:1, of the celestial orders had to wage a cosmic war and engage in direct combat with the rebels in order to force them to surrender their position. The Gospel of Bartholomew elaborates upon the reason for the archangel's fall. This apocryphal work explains that the archangel revealed his pride when he refused to bend the knee, to confess the Christ, before the man made by the Lord. The account in Revelation 12 gives force to this apocryphal theme. The great dragon in Revelation, called the devil, and Satan, is threatened by the birth of the man-child to the woman clothed with the sun and therefore seeks to devour her child as soon as it is born. The dragon's disrespect for the man-child, son of the woman and son of God, cost him his high rung on the ladder of the heavenly hierarchy. The same proud refusal to bend the knee before God's newly created man is evident in the Gospel of Bartholomew. I am fire of fire, boasts the archangel. I was the first angel formed, and shall I worship clay and matter? 94. His refusal to worship the man as the Son of God, or the Son of God within the Son of Man, was the original act of rebellion. The apocryphal book of John the Evangelist contains a description of the consequences of the archangel's pride, physical incarnation. The apostle John asks the Lord, when Satan fell, in what place dwelt he? The Lord replies, my Father changed his appearance because of his pride, and the light was taken from him, and his face became like unto heated iron, and his face became holy like that of a man. 95. Revelation 12:9, he was cast out into the earth, confirms the incarnation of the Nephilim in the earth plane in earth bodies. Genesis 6:4 confirms not only the physical incarnation of the Nephilim, the giants in the earth, but also that of the watchers, as we have seen. So not only were there two falls, there were two, or at least two, separate incarnations of fallen angels upon earth. The Nephilim were made to fall or cast down, the watchers fell of their own accord, we might therefore call the latter Nephilim. Strike 2 for the church fathers and rabbis who banned the Book of Enoch. The seeming contradiction between two falls of angels, eventually used by the fathers against Enoch, disappears if there are separate stories of two falls. Enoch's book, then, is a trustworthy preservation of the one fall, the one through lust, that would otherwise have been lost to posterity but for a few other brief apocryphal references. The later Church Fathers' denial of the Book of Enoch thus clouded man's understanding of the fallen angels for centuries. Furthermore, the statements of the later Church Fathers against the idea of physical incarnation of angels are far from authoritative. Linguistic proof supports the theory that the Jews of ancient times believed the fallen angels physically incarnated in flesh bodies. The actual angelic incarnation of the fallen ones. In a respected scriptural study in the late 19th century, Franz Delitzsch shows that the wife-choosing of the fallen angels was a contract of actual and lasting marriages, as shown by the Hebrew verb phrase, lekek ishcha, used to describe them. To make this to a certain degree conceivable, says Delitzsch, we must admit an assumption of human bodies by angels, and hence not merely transitory appearances of angels in human form, but actual angelic incarnation. 96. J. H. Kurtz, a 19th-century professor of theology, agreed with Delitzsch that the angels of Genesis 6 were not mere incorporeal spirits but possessed bodies. We may perhaps not regard it as quite impossible, he wrote, that the angels should have not only desired to look into this mystery of human nature, but also to share in it. More explicitly, Kurtz declares, we can only conceive a sexual connection between angels and daughters of men if the idea of corpority attaches to the former. 97. Morgenstern also hints that for the early Jews, the fallen angels were quite physical, noting that the crime of the sons of God was one which was characteristic of the human level of existence. He shows that God's punishment of these angels was that they take on the nature and quality of the human women with whom they had associated themselves carnally and that they become mortal. Morgenstern says, no other conclusion is possible. 98. Sentenced to an earthly life, the angels thereafter became as mortal men. One by one the arguments against the Book of Enoch fade away. The day may soon arrive when the final complaints about the Book of Enoch's lack of historicity and late date are also silenced by new evidence of the book's real antiquity. There is also a more metaphysical explanation of how the Book of Enoch may be of late date yet still carry the words of the ancient father Enoch. Tertullian proposed that the book could have been reproduced after the flood through the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. 99. Likewise did Ezra, according to Jewish legend, reproduce, through God's dictation, the text of all the scriptures destroyed when the Torah was burned. 100. An unknown prophet inspired by the Holy Spirit might also have restored this ancient Book of Enoch to a later era that had lost the original. Not only could the book be authentically the ancient story of the real Enoch, it could also be the answer to the philosopher's conundrum of the origin of evil in God's universe. According to Harvard's Dr. Paul D. Hansen, the myth of the fallen angels offers an etiology of evil in the world. All of the evil in the world stems from a heavenly event, the rebellion of certain divine beings, and more immediately, from the resulting generation of their pernicious offspring in the world. 101. The Book of Enoch may also explain the apparent differential of stature and power among men, like the control by certain elite men over others more common. We may turn from the ancient history of the Nephilim, Watchers, and the Nephilim to consider those on earth today who have that magnetic personality and greater sense of self-importance to which the little people always defer. Imposing and ingratiating men and women are these whose birthright, they believe, it is to rule the lesser endowed. The latter, being thoroughly intimidated and stupefied by the former, easily become the idolaters of these masterminds. Voila! Now you've got their number, their genetic code. For thousands of years the fallen angels have been propagating themselves and propping themselves up on the social and success cult ladder. From the original prototype, they have cloned and carbon copied an oppressive and godless power elite. The Pilates and the Herods, with emperors and high priests, senators and warlords, money changers and lawyers secure in their private clubs and retreats, in firm control, with money and sex as their gods, they will rule the world until the heirs of Enoch take the torch of illumination to challenge and consume their infamy. That Jesus spoke of two distinct evolutions, one that came from God, the I Am Presence, and one that came from the lower order of fallen ones, is specifically concealed in the Lord's conversation with Nicodemus, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God, John 3:3, so the translation usually reads. But the original Greek reads, except a man be born from above, he cannot see the kingdom of God. And no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven, John 3:13. The phrase born from above is reminiscent of Jesus' later statement to the Pharisees, ye are from beneath, I am from above. John 8:23. But in chapter 8 of the Gospel of John, Jesus is quoted as making an even stronger statement to distinguish these two evolutions. Here he declares that the Pharisees are the seed of the devil. 102. Now, just who was Jesus talking about when he used the term devil and seed of the devil? The root of the word is slanderer, one who defames the name of God and elevates his own, or one who deifies evil, de evil, in place of the light and person of Christ. In the sense that the original devil, and devils in general, invert the creation and pervert the name of the Godhead, both Nephilim and Watchers, as the angels who were either cast down or fell of their own volition, would be termed devils. I believe our Lord was identifying the Pharisees as an evolution entirely apart from the children of God, but one which through intermarriage had eventually embodied in any or all races, retaining the characteristics of the proud and lustful, murderous, and slanderous fallen angels from which they descended or whose souls they in fact were. Jesus may have even been identifying the Pharisees as the same Nephilim who originally fell, or as the reincarnated Watchers rather than as their descendants. If so, his condemnation might have been spoken to the very ones to whom Enoch had delivered the message of the Lord, never shall you ascend into heaven. Never shall you obtain peace. Eons ago in the mists of a forgotten antiquity. I find no other legitimate means of interpreting the following passage from the Gospel of John than through this grand and forbidden thesis of the book of Enoch. I speak that which I have seen with my Father, and ye do that which ye have seen with your father. They answered and said unto him, Abraham is our father. Jesus saith unto them, If ye were Abraham's children, ye would do the works of Abraham. But now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God, this did not Abraham. Ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, We be not born of angelic fornication, we have one Father, even God. Jesus said unto them, If God were your Father, ye would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from God, neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speak the lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. He that is of God heareth God's words, ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. John 8:38, 44, 47. So much for the words of the Son of God, who ofttimes has been worshipped as a God instead of followed as the great exemplar of the Christ of our hearts and the revolutionary of truth, who gave his life that the princes of this world might be exposed and the living word triumph over the death and hell they have created to torment the children of the elect one. We cannot follow in his footsteps if we do not understand the prophecy of Daniel concerning the time of trouble and the resurrection of souls, the great awakening to true identity to take place in the last days. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation even to that same time, and at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. Dan. 12:1, 3. Now it is crystal clear, we know who Jesus Christ was talking about when he gave to his disciples a private interpretation of his parable of the tares of the field. He that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, the good seed are the sons of the kingdom, but the tares are the sons of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil, the harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity. And shall cast them into a furnace of fire, there shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Matt. 13:37, 43. We recall that Enoch foresaw the final judgment of the watchers in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. N. 1:2. If the distant generation he envisioned was in fact the 20th century and beyond, heralded by many as a time of judgment, the legacy of the Book of Enoch may at last find its intended audience one receptive to the true history of men and angels. John the Baptist and Jesus Christ embodied to show us the distinction between the children of the light and the power elite, a statement already made, loud and clear, by the prophets before them. And this, their most important message, has been lost because subsequent theologians covered over the basic elements of the hypothesis. In their attempt to destroy the works of Enoch and Origen, the Church Fathers, consciously or unconsciously, it does not matter, effectively destroyed the work of both Christ and his fiery forerunner. The world teacher and his supreme teaching no longer belong to the people. The Beloved One, their spokesman and advocate before God, and the godless, was now silenced in church as well as in state. And this exposé, fundamental to all others, unmasking the gods and their creation, was lost to the children of Enoch. Why has the church refused to acknowledge what Jesus Christ taught outright, that the tares, the sons of the wicked one, have been genetically sown among the good seed of the sons of God and walk among us as fallen angels incarnate who maintain the meticulous outer appearance of the sons of God but who are wanting in the inner splendor? No racism or religious separatism is permitted when dealing with the tares and the wheat. Souls who are the seed of God are embodied in every race and nation, descendants of every tribe and culture, adherents of every religion. Their oppressors, the seed of the father of lies, have followed them within and amongst all peoples as Christian and Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, or Hindu, atheist, agnostic, or pagan. The watchers would like us to think they are one of us, for in their anonymity lies their equal protection under the mercy of God's laws. And their children would like us to think that they are also the children of Enoch. But they are not. They are the arch-deceivers who murdered, for one, St. Thomas Becket at the altar of God in Canterbury Cathedral and, for another, St. Thomas More. Thus the Lord condemned these children of the murderous watchers, woe unto you! For ye build the sepulchres of the prophets, and your fathers killed them. Truly ye bear witness that ye allow the deeds of your fathers, for they indeed killed them, and ye build their sepulchres. Therefore the blood of all the prophets which was shed from the foundation of the world shall be required of this generation of the watchers. 103. The Christ ones of all ages, from the unborn to innocent children to the responsible citizens of the world who dare to challenge the ignoble watchers, have been slaughtered by the Satans, N. 40:7, whose progeny yet carry on the tradition of their bloodletting and blood-drinking rite in the civilized as well as primitive cultures of the world. Yes. They are the murderers of the Messiah who even now is a burning in the hearts of Christians and Jews alike and all who love God in the pure and undefiled religion of the heart. They are the tormentors of children, the purveyors of every temptation, physical and moral, to steal the souls of the light-bearers from the breast of the Divine Mother. And last but not least, to the present hour the watchers allied with the Nephilim heap the guilt for their crimes against humanity upon specific races or karmic groups by appearing to be Italian or German, Jew or Japanese, black or white, Russian or American, thereby escaping the divine and human justice that is long overdue. First their divide and conquer strategy, setting brother against brother, then their Holocaust, This has been their deadly game played against all children of God from then until now. How long, O Lord, shall the watchers triumph? 104 How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on the watchers that dwell on the earth? 105 How long, O people of God, wilt thou neglect the holy cause of the faithful and true? That the honest seeker for truth may evaluate the evidence, I am republishing this long-suppressed book of Enoch. Because I believe it is the key to the life and mission of the prophets of Israel, and of John the Baptist and Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago and today. When men had begun to be plentiful on the earth, and daughters had been born to them, the sons of God the watchers, looking at the daughters of men, saw they were pleasing, so they married as many as they chose. Yahweh said, My spirit must not forever be disgraced in man, for he is but flesh, his life shall last no more than 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth at that time, and even afterward, when the sons of God the watchers resorted to the daughters of man, and had children by them. These are the heroes of days gone by, the famous men. Genesis 6:1, 4. Jerusalem Bible. The Book of Enoch. Chapter 1. NB. The italicized words supply a gap in the text. 1. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous, who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly. Enoch, a righteous man, who was with God, answered and spoke, while his eyes were open, and while he saw a holy vision in the heavens. This the angels showed me. 2. From them I heard all things, and understood what I saw, that which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. 3. Upon their account I spoke and conversed with him, who will go forth from his habitation, the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world. 4. Who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai, appear with his hosts, and be manifested in the strength of his power from heaven. 5. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. 6. Great fear and trembling shall seize them, even to the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed, melting like a honeycomb in the flame. The earth shall be enraged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. 7. But to them shall he give peace, he shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. 8. Then shall all belong to God, be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Godhead shall illuminate them. Chapter 2. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints, to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all the carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done, and committed against him. 106. Chapter 3. 1. All who are in the heavens know what is transacted there. 2. They know that the heavenly luminaries change not their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, every one at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth, and understand what is there transacted, from the beginning to the end of it. 3. They see that every work of God is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving that the whole earth is full of water, and that the cloud, the dew, and the rain refresh it. Chapter 4. They consider and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall off, except of 14 trees, which are not deciduous, which wait from the old, to the appearance of the new leaf, for 2 or 3 winters. Chapter 5. Again they consider the days of summer, that the sun is upon it at its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning sun, while the earth is scorched up with fervid heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. Chapter 6. 1. They consider how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered, and produce fruit, understanding everything, and knowing that he who lives forever does all these things for you. 2. That the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works, are subservient to him, and invariable, yet as God has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. 3. They see, 2. How the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. 4. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandments of the Lord, but you transgress and calumniate his greatness, and malignant are the words in your polluted mouths against his majesty. 5. Ye withered in heart, no peace shall be to you. 6. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your lives shall perish, perpetual execration shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. 7. In those days shall you resign your peace with the eternal maledictions of all the righteous, and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. 8. Shall execrate you with the ungodly. 9. The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. 10. But you, ye unholy, shall be accursed. 11. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live, and not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. 12. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy, and with peace, forever, the whole duration of their existence. Chapter 7. 1. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days, that daughters were born to them, elegant and beautiful. 2. And when the angels 107 the sons of heaven, beheld them, they became enamored of them, saying to each other, Come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men, and let us beget children. 3. Then their leader Samiaza said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise. 4. And that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. 5. But they answered him and said, We all swear. 6. And bind ourselves by mutual execrations, that we will not change our intention, but execute our projected undertaking. 7. Then they swore all together, and all bound themselves by mutual execrations. Their whole number was 200, who descended upon Ardis or, in the days of Jared Charles, p. 63, which is the top of Mount Armon. 8. That mountain therefore was called Armon, because they had sworn upon it 108 and bound themselves by mutual execrations. 9. These are the names of their chiefs, Samiaza, who was their leader, Urikabarmeel, Akabil, Tamiel, Ramuel, Danel, Askiel, Saraniel, Asael, Armers, Batril, Anain, Zabi, Samsaviel, Ertail, Turel, Yamiel, Araziel. These were the prefects of the 200 angels, and the remainder were all with them 109. 10. Then they took wives, each choosing for himself, whom they began to approach, and with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery, incantations, and the dividing of roots and trees. 11. And the women conceiving brought forth giants 110. 12. Whose stature was each 300 cubits. These devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them. 13. When they turned themselves against men, in order to devour them. 14. And began to injure birds, beasts, reptiles, and fishes, to eat their flesh one after another 111 and to drink their blood. 15. Then the earth reproved the unrighteous. Chapter 8. 1. Moreover Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, and the workmanship of bracelets and ornaments, the use of paint, the beautifying of the eyebrows, the use of stones of every valuable and select kind, and of all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. 2. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied, and they transgressed and corrupted all their ways. 3. Amazarach taught all the sorcerers, and dividers of roots. 4. Armers taught the solution of sorcery. 5. Barchiel taught the observers of the stars 112. 6 Akabiel taught signs. 7 Tamiel taught astronomy. 8 and Asaradel taught the motion of the moon. 9 and men, being destroyed, cried out, and their voice reached to heaven. Chapter 9. 1 Then Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, Suriel, and Uriel, looked down from heaven, and saw the quantity of blood which was shed on earth, and all the iniquity which was done upon it, and said one to another, It is the voice of their cries. 2 The earth deprived of her children has cried even to the gate of heaven. 3 And now to you, O ye holy ones of heaven, the souls of men complain, saying, Obtain justice for us with literally, bring judgment to us from, Lawrence, p. 9, the Most High. Then they said to their Lord, the King, Thou art Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. The throne of thy glory is forever and ever is thy name sanctified and glorified. Thou art blessed and glorified. For thou hast made all things, thou possessest power over all things, and all things are open and manifest before thee. Thou beholdest all things, and nothing can be concealed from thee. 5 Thou hast seen what Azazel has done, how he has taught every species of iniquity upon earth, and has disclosed to the world all the secret things which are done in the heavens. 6 Samiaza also has taught sorcery, to whom thou hast given authority over those who are associated with him. They have gone together to the daughters of men, have lain with them, have become polluted. 7 And have discovered crimes or, revealed these sins, Charles, p. 70, to them. 8 The women likewise have brought forth giants. 9 Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and with iniquity. 10 And now behold the souls of those who are dead, cry out. 11 And complain even to the gate of heaven. 12 Their groaning ascends, nor can they escape from the unrighteousness which is committed on earth. Thou knowest all things, before they exist. 13 Thou knowest these things, and what has been done by them, yet thou dost not speak to us. 14 What on account of these things ought we to do to them? Chapter 10. 1 Then the Most High, the Great, and Holy One spoke. 2 And sent Arsalalur 113 to the son of Lamech. 3 Saying, Say to him in my name, Conceal thyself. 4 Then explain to him the consummation which is about to take place, for all the earth shall perish, the waters of a deluge shall come over the whole earth, and all things which are in it shall be destroyed. 5 And now teach him how he may escape, and how his seed may remain in all the earth. 6 Again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into darkness, and opening the desert which is in Dudale, cast him in there. 7 Throw upon him hurled and pointed stones, covering him with darkness. 8 There shall he remain forever, cover his face, that he may not see the light. 9 And in the great day of judgment let him be cast into the fire. 10 Restore the earth, which the angels have corrupted, and announce life to it, that I may revive it. 11 All the sons of men shall not perish in consequence of every secret, by which the watchers have destroyed, and which they have taught, their offspring. 12 All the earth has been corrupted by the effects of the teaching of Azazel. To him therefore ascribe the whole crime. 13 To Gabriel also the Lord said, Go to the biders more accurately, bastards, 114, to the reprobates, to the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication, the offspring of the watchers, from among men, bring them forth, and excite them one against another. Let them perish by mutual slaughter, for length of days shall not be theirs. 14 They shall all entreat thee, but their fathers shall not obtain their wishes respecting them, for they shall hope for eternal life, and that they may live, each of them, 500 years. 15 To Michael likewise the Lord said, Go and announce his crime to Samiaza, and to the others who are with him, who have been associated with women, that they might be polluted with all their impurity. And when all their sons shall be slain, when they shall see the perdition of their beloved, bind them for 70 generations underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment, and of consummation, until the judgment, the effect of which will last forever, be completed. 16 Then shall they be taken away into the lowest depths of the fire in torments, and in confinement shall they be shut up forever. 17 Immediately after this shall he, i.e., Samiasa, together with them, burn and perish, they shall be bound until the consummation of many generations. 18 Destroy all the souls addicted to dalliance or lust, Nib, p. 90, cp. Charles, p. 76, and the offspring of the Watchers, for they have tyrannized over mankind. 19 Let every oppressor perish from the face of the earth. 20 Let every evil work be destroyed. 21 The plant of righteousness and of rectitude appear, and its produce become a blessing. 22 Righteousness and rectitude shall be forever planted with delight. 23 And then shall all the saints give thanks, and live until they have begotten 1,000 children, while the whole period of their youth, and their Sabbaths shall be completed in peace. In those days all the earth shall be cultivated in righteousness, it shall be wholly planted with trees, and filled with benediction, every tree of delight shall be planted in it. 24 In it shall vines be planted, and the vine which shall be planted in it shall yield fruit to satiety, every seed, which shall be sown in it, shall produce for 1 measure 1,000, and 1 measure of olives shall produce 10 presses of oil. 25 Purify the earth from all oppression, from all injustice, from all crime, from all impiety, and from all the pollution which is committed upon it. Exterminate them from the earth. 26 Then shall all the children of men be righteous, and all nations shall pay me divine honors, and bless me, and all shall adore me. 27 The earth shall be cleansed from all corruption, from every crime, from all punishment, and from all suffering, neither will I again send a deluge upon it from generation to generation forever. 28 In those days I will open the treasures of blessing which are in heaven, that I may cause them to descend upon earth, and upon all the works and labor of man. 29 Peace and equity shall associate with the sons of men all the days of the world, in every generation of it. No. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. 1 Before all these things Enoch was concealed, nor did any one of the sons of men know where he was concealed, where he had been, and what had happened. 2 He was wholly engaged with the holy ones, and with the watchers in his days. 3 Enoch, was blessing the great Lord and King of peace. 4 And behold the watchers called me Enoch the scribe. 5 Then the Lord said to me, Enoch, scribe of righteousness, go tell the watchers of heaven, who have deserted the lofty sky, and their holy everlasting station, who have been polluted with women. 6 And have done as the sons of men do, by taking to themselves wives, and who have been greatly corrupted on the earth. 7 That on the earth they shall never obtain peace and remission of sin. For they shall not rejoice in their offspring, they shall behold the slaughter of their beloved, shall lament for the destruction of their sons, and shall petition forever, but shall not obtain mercy and peace. Chapter 13. 1 Then Enoch, passing on, said to Azazel, Thou shalt not obtain peace. A great sentence is gone forth against thee. He shall bind thee. 2 Neither shall relief, mercy, and supplication be thine, on account of the oppression which thou hast taught. 3 And on account of every act of blasphemy, tyranny, and sin, which thou hast discovered to the children of men. 4 Then departing from him I spoke to them all together. 5 And they all became terrified, and trembled. 6 Beseeching me to write for them a memorial of supplication, that they might obtain forgiveness, and that I might make the memorial of their prayer ascend up before the God of heaven, because they could not themselves thenceforwards address him, nor raise up their eyes to heaven on account of the disgraceful offense for which they were judged. 7 Then I wrote a memorial of their prayer and supplication, for their spirits, for everything which they had done, and for the subject of their entreaty, that they might obtain remission and rest. 8 Proceeding on, I continued over the waters of Dan in Dan, Nib, p. 94, which is on the right to the west of Arnon, reading the memorial of their prayer, until I fell asleep. 9 And behold, a dream came to me, and visions appeared above me. I fell down and saw a vision of punishment, that I might relate it to the sons of heaven, and reprove them. When I awoke I went to them. All being collected together stood weeping in Ubal-Zeel, which is situated between Libanos and Senezer, Lebanon and Senir, near Damascus, with their faces veiled. 10 I related in their presence all the visions which I had seen, and my dream. 11 And began to utter these words of righteousness, reproving the watchers of heaven. Chapter 14. 1 This is the book of the words of righteousness, and of the reproof of the watchers, who belong to the world, or, who, are, from eternity. Nib. p. 95, according to that which he, who is holy and great, commanded in the vision. I perceived in my dream, that I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh, and with my breath, which the Mighty One has put into the mouth of men, that they might converse with it. 2 And understand with the heart. As he has created and given to men the power of comprehending the word of understanding, so has he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers, the offspring of heaven. I have written your petition, and in my vision it has been shown me, that what you request will not be granted you as long as the world endures. 3 Judgment has been passed upon you, your request will not be granted you. 4 From this time forward, never shall you ascend into heaven, he has said, that on the earth he will bind you, as long as the world endures. 5 But before these things you shall behold the destruction of your beloved sons, you shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. 6 Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves. 7 But you shall weep and supplicate in silence. The words of the book which I wrote, or, likewise despite your tears and prayers you will receive nothing whatever contained in the writing which I have written. Charles, p. 80. 8 A vision thus appeared to me. 9 Behold, in that vision clouds and a mist invited me, agitated stars and flashes of lightning impelled and pressed me forwards, while winds in the vision assisted my flight, accelerating my progress. 10 They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded, until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame, literally, a tongue of fire, Lawrence, p. 18, surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. 11 Into this vibrating flame I entered. 12 And drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky, literally, and their heaven was water. Charles, p. 81. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or of life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. 13 Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked. 14 And behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. 15 So greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. 16 Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. 17 Attentively I surveyed it, and saw that it contained an exalted throne. 18 The appearance of which was like that of frost, while its circumference resembled the orb of the brilliant sun, and there was the voice of the cherubim. 19 From underneath this mighty throne rivers of flaming fire issued. 20 To look upon it was impossible. 21 One great in glory sat upon it. 22 Whose robe was brighter than the sun, and whiter than snow. 23 No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgent, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. 24 A fire also of great extent continued to rise up before him, so that not one of those who surrounded him was capable of approaching him, among the myriads of myriads 10,000 times 10,000s, Nib, p. 99, who were before him. To him holy consultation was needless. Yet did not the sanctified, who were near him, depart far from him either by night or by day, nor were they removed from him. I also was so far advanced, with a veil on my face, and trembling. Then the Lord with his own mouth called me, saying, Approach hither, Enoch, at my holy word. 25 And he raised me up, making me draw near even to the entrance. My eye was directed to the ground. Chapter 15. 1 Then addressing me, he spoke and said, Hear, neither be afraid, O righteous Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, approach hither, and hear my voice. Go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to pray for them, you ought to pray for men, and not men for you. 2 Wherefore have you forsaken the lofty and holy heaven, which endures forever, and have lain with women, have defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, have taken to yourselves wives, have acted like the sons of the earth, and have begotten an impious offspring? Literally, Giants, Charles, p. 82, Nib, p. 101. 3 You being spiritual, holy, and possessing a life which is eternal, have polluted yourselves with women, have begotten in carnal blood, have lusted in the blood of men, and have done as those who are flesh and blood do. 4 These however die and perish. 5 Therefore have I given to them wives, that they might cohabit with them, that sons might be born of them, and that this might be transacted upon earth. 6 But you from the beginning were made spiritual, possessing a life which is eternal, and not subject to death forever. 7 Therefore I made not wives for you, because, being spiritual, your dwelling is in heaven. 8 Now the giants, who have been born of spirit and of flesh, shall be called upon earth evil spirits, and on earth shall be their habitation. Evil spirits shall proceed from their flesh, because they were created from above, from the holy watchers was their beginning and primary foundation. Evil spirits shall they be upon earth, and the spirits of the wicked shall they be called. The habitation of the spirits of heaven shall be in heaven, but upon earth shall be the habitation of terrestrial spirits, who are born on earth. 115. 9 The spirits of the giants shall be like clouds. 116 Which shall oppress, corrupt, fall, contend, and bruise upon earth. 10 They shall cause lamentation. No food shall they eat, and they shall be thirsty, they shall be concealed, and shall not. 117 Rise up against the sons of men, and against women, for they come forth during the days of slaughter and destruction. Chapter 16. 1 And as to the death of the giants, wheresoever their spirits depart from their bodies, let their flesh, that which is perishable, be without judgment, or their flesh shall be destroyed before the judgment. Nib, p. 102. Thus shall they perish, until the day of the great consummation of the great world. A destruction shall take place of the watchers and the impious. 2 And now to the watchers, who have sent thee to pray for them, who in the beginning were in heaven. 3 Say, in heaven have you been, secret things, however, have not been manifested to you, yet have you known a reprobated mystery. 4 And this you have related to women in the hardness of your heart, and by that mystery have women and mankind multiplied evils upon the earth. 5 Say to them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. Chapter 17. 1 They raised me up into a certain place, where there was or, where they, the angels, were like, Nib, p. 103, the appearance of a burning fire, and when they pleased they assumed the likeness of men. 2 They carried me to a lofty spot, to a mountain, the top of which reached to heaven. 3 And I beheld the receptacles of light and of thunder at the extremities of the place, where it was deepest. There was a bow of fire, and arrows in their quiver, a sword of fire, and every species of lightning. 4 Then they elevated me to a babbling stream, literally, to water of life, which spoke, Lawrence, p. 23, and to a fire in the west, which received all the setting of the sun. I came to a river of fire, which flowed like water, and emptied itself into the great sea westwards. 5. I saw every large river, until I arrived at the great darkness. I went to where all of flesh migrate, and I beheld the mountains of the gloom which constitutes winter, and the place from which issues the water in every abyss. 6. I saw also the mouths of all the rivers in the world, and the mouths of the deep. Chapter 18. 1. I then surveyed the receptacles of all the winds, perceiving that they contributed to adorn the whole creation, and to preserve the foundation of the earth. 2. I surveyed the stone which supports the corners of the earth. 3. I also beheld the four winds, which bear up the earth, and the firmament of heaven. 4. And I beheld the winds occupying the exalted sky. 5. Arising in the midst of heaven and of earth, and constituting the pillars of heaven. 6. I saw the winds which turn the sky, which cause the orb of the sun and of all the stars to set, and over the earth I saw the winds which support the clouds. 7. I saw the path of the angels. 8. I perceived at the extremity of the earth the firmament of heaven above it. Then I passed on towards the south. 9. Where burnt, both by day and night, 6 mountains formed of glorious stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. 10. Those which were towards the east were of a variegated stone, one of which was of marguerite, and another of antimony. Those towards the south were of a red stone. The middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, a throne composed of alabaster, the top of which was of sapphire. I saw, too, a blazing fire hanging over all the mountains. 11. And there I saw a place on the other side of an extended territory, where waters were collected. 12. I likewise beheld terrestrial fountains, deep in the fiery columns of heaven. 13. And in the columns of heaven I beheld fires, which descended without number, but neither on high, nor into the deep. Over these fountains also I perceived a place which had neither the firmament of heaven above it, nor the solid ground underneath it, neither was there water above it, nor anything on wing, but the spot was desolate. 14. And there I beheld 7 stars, like great blazing mountains, and like spirits entreating me. 15. Then the angel said, This place, until the consummation of heaven and earth, will be the prison of the stars, and the host of heaven. 16. The stars which roll over fire are those which transgressed the commandment of God before their time arrived, for they came not in their proper season. Therefore was he offended with them, and bound them, until the period of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. Chapter 19. 1. Then Uriel said, Hear the angels, who cohabited with women, appointed their leaders. 2. And being numerous in appearance or, assuming many forms, Nib, p. 106, made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrifice to devils as to gods. For in the great day there shall be a judgment, with which they shall be judged, until they are consumed, and their wives also shall be judged, who led astray the angels of heaven that they might salute them. 3. And I, Enoch, I alone saw the likeness of the end of all things. Nor did any human being see it, as I saw it. Chapter 20. 1. These are the names of the angels who watch. 2. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who presides over clamor and terror. 3. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who presides over the spirits of men. 4. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who inflicts punishment on the world and the luminaries. 5. Michael, one of the holy angels, who, presiding over human virtue, commands the nations. 6. Serachiel, one of the holy angels, who presides over the spirits of the children of men that transgress. 7. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who presides over Akazit the serpents, Charles, p. 92, Nib, p. 107, over paradise, and over the cherubim. Chapter 21. 1. Then I made a circuit to a place in which nothing was completed. 2. And there I beheld neither the tremendous workmanship of an exalted heaven, nor of an established earth, but a desolate spot, prepared, and terrific. 3 There, too, I beheld 7 stars of heaven bound in it together, like great mountains, and like a blazing fire. I exclaimed, for what species of crime have they been bound, and why have they been removed to this place? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, and who conducted me, answered, Enoch, wherefore dost thou ask, wherefore reason with thyself, and anxiously inquire? These are those of the stars which have transgressed the commandment of the Most High God, and are here bound, until the infinite number of the days of their crimes be completed. For from thence I afterwards passed on to another terrific place. 5 Where I beheld the operation of a great fire blazing and glittering, in the midst of which there was a division. Columns of fire struggled together to the end of the abyss, and deep was their descent. But neither its measurement nor magnitude was I able to discover, neither could I perceive its origin. Then I exclaimed, how terrible is this place, and how difficult to explore. 6 Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, Enoch, why art thou alarmed and amazed at this terrific place, at the sight of this place of suffering? This, he said, is the prison of the angels, and here they are kept forever. Chapter 22. 1 From thence I proceeded to another spot, where I saw on the west a great and lofty mountain, a strong rock, and 4 delightful places. 2 Internally it was deep, capacious, and very smooth as if it had been rolled over, it was both deep and dark to behold. 3 Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered and said, these are the delightful places where the spirits, the souls of the dead, will be collected, for them were they formed, and here will be collected all the souls of the sons of men. For these places, in which they dwell, shall they occupy until the day of judgment, and until their appointed period. 5 Their appointed period will be long, even until the great judgment. And I saw the spirits of the sons of men who were dead, and their voices reached to heaven, while they were accusing. 6 Then I inquired of Raphael, an angel who was with me, and said, whose spirit is that, the voice of which reaches to heaven, and accuses? 7 He answered, saying, this is the spirit of Abel, who was slain by Cain his brother, and who will accuse that brother, until his seed be destroyed from the face of the earth. 8 Until his seed perish from the seed of the human race. 9 At that time therefore I inquired respecting him, and respecting the general judgment, saying, why is one separated from another? He answered, 3 separations have been made between the spirits of the dead, and thus have the spirits of the righteous been separated. 10 Namely, by a chasm, by water, and by light above it. 11 And in the same way likewise are sinners separated when they die, and are buried in the earth, judgment not overtaking them in their lifetime. 12 Here their souls are separated. Moreover, abundant is their suffering until the time of the great judgment, the castigation, and the torment of those who eternally execrate, whose souls are punished and bound there forever. 13 And thus has it been from the beginning of the world. Thus has there existed a separation between the souls of those who utter complaints, and of those who watch for their destruction, to slaughter them in the day of sinners. 14 A receptacle of this sort has been formed for the souls of unrighteous men, and of sinners, of those who have completed crime, and associated with the impious, whom they resemble. Their souls shall not be annihilated in the day of judgment, neither shall they arise from this place. Then I blessed God. 15 And said, blessed be my Lord, the Lord of glory and of righteousness, who reigns over all forever and forever. Chapter 23. 1 From thence I went to another place, towards the west, unto the extremities of the earth. 2 Where I beheld a fire blazing and running along without cessation, which intermit its course neither by day nor by night, but continued always the same. 3 I inquired, saying, what is this, which never ceases? 4 Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered. 5 And said, this blazing fire, which thou beholdest running towards the west, is that of all the luminaries of heaven. Chapter 24. 1 I went from thence to another place, and saw a mountain of fire flashing both by day and night. I proceeded towards it, and perceived 7 splendid mountains, which were all different from each other. 2 Their stones were brilliant and beautiful, all were brilliant and splendid to behold, and beautiful was their surface. 3 mountains were towards the east, and strengthened by being placed one upon another, and 3 were towards the south, strengthened in a similar manner. There were likewise deep valleys, which did not approach each other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of them. In length they all resembled the seat of a throne, and odoriferous trees surrounded them. 3 Among these there was a tree of an unceasing smell, nor of those which were in Eden was there one of all the fragrant trees which smelled like this. Its leaf, its flower, and its bark never withered, and its fruit was beautiful. For its fruit resembled the cluster of the palm. I exclaimed, Behold! This tree is goodly in aspect, pleasing in its leaf, and the sight of its fruit is delightful to the eye. Then Michael, one of the holy and glorious angels who were with me, and one who presided over them, answered 5 and said, Enoch, why dost thou inquire respecting the odor of this tree? 6 Why art thou inquisitive to know it? 7 Then I, Enoch, replied to him, and said, Concerning everything I am desirous of instruction, but particularly concerning this tree. 8 He answered me, saying, That mountain which thou beholdest, the extent of whose head resembles the seat of the Lord, will be the seat on which shall sit the holy and great Lord of glory, the everlasting King, when he shall come and descend to visit the earth with goodness. 9 And that tree of an agreeable smell, not one of carnal odor, there shall be no power to touch, until the period of the great judgment. When all shall be punished and consumed forever, this shall be bestowed on the righteous and humble. The fruit of this tree shall be given to the elect. For towards the north life shall be planted in the holy place, towards the habitation of the everlasting King. 10 Then shall they greatly rejoice and exult in the Holy One. The sweet odor shall enter into their bones, and they shall live a long life on the earth, as thy forefathers have lived, neither in their days shall sorrow, distress, trouble, and punishment afflict them. 11 And I bless the Lord of glory, the everlasting King, because he has prepared this tree for the saints, formed it, and declared that he would give it to them. Chapter 25. 1 From thence I proceeded to the middle of the earth, and beheld a happy and fertile spot, which contained branches continually sprouting from the trees which were planted in it. There I saw a holy mountain, and underneath it water on the eastern side, which flowed towards the south. I saw also on the east another mountain as high as that, and between them there were deep, but not wide valleys. 2 Water ran towards the mountain to the west of this, and underneath there was likewise another mountain. 3 There was a valley, but not a wide one, below it, and in the midst of them were other deep and dry valleys towards the extremity of the 3. All these valleys, which were deep, but not wide, consisted of a strong rock, with a tree which was planted in them. And I wondered at the rock and at the valleys, being extremely surprised. Chapter 26. 1 Then I said, What means this blessed land, all these lofty trees, and the accursed valley between them? 2 Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who were with me, replied, This valley is the accursed of the accursed forever. Here shall be collected all who utter with their mouths unbecoming language against God, and speak harsh things of his glory. Here shall they be collected. Here shall be their territory. 3 In the latter days an example of judgment shall be made of them in righteousness before the saints, while those who have received mercy shall forever, all their days, bless God, the everlasting King. 4 And at the period of judgment shall they bless him for his mercy, as he has distributed it to them. Then I blessed God, addressing myself to him, and making mention, as was meet, of his greatness. Chapter 27. 1 From thence I proceeded towards the east, to the middle of the mountain in the desert, the level surface only of which I perceived. 2. It was full of trees of the seed alluded to, and water leaped down upon it. 3. There appeared a cataract composed as of many cataracts both towards the west and towards the east. Upon one side were trees, upon the other water and dew. Chapter 28. 1. Then I went to another place from the desert, towards the east of that mountain which I had approached. 2. There I beheld choice trees, literally, trees of judgment, Lawrence, p. 35, Nib, p. 117, particularly those which produce the sweet-smelling drugs, frankincense, and myrrh, and trees unlike to each other. 3. And over it, above them, was the elevation of the eastern mountain at no great distance. Chapter 29. 1. I likewise saw another place with valleys of water which never wasted. 2. Where I perceived a goodly tree, which in smell resembled Zasokanan the mastic tree, Nib, p. 118. 3. And towards the sides of these valleys I perceived cinnamon of a sweet odor. Over them I advanced towards the east. Chapter 30. 1. Then I beheld another mountain containing trees, from which water flowed like Neketro and nectar, Nib, p. 119. Its name was Sarara, and Kalbanibus styrax and Galbanum, Nib, p. 119. And upon this mountain I beheld another mountain, upon which were trees of Alva aloe, Nib, p. 119. 2. These trees were full, like almond trees, and strong, and when they produced fruit, it was superior to all perfume. Chapter 31. 1. After these things, surveying the entrances of the north, above the mountains, I perceived 7 mountains replete with pure nard, odoriferous trees, cinnamon, and papyrus. 2. From thence I passed on above the summits of those mountains to some distance eastwards, and went over the Erythraean Sea, Red Sea. And when I was advanced far beyond it, I passed along above the angels Atil, and arrived at the garden of righteousness. In this garden I beheld, among other trees, some which were numerous and large, and which flourished there. 3. Their fragrance was agreeable and powerful, and their appearance both varied and elegant. The tree of knowledge also was there, of which if any one eats, he becomes endowed with great wisdom. 4. It was like a species of the tamarind tree, bearing fruit which resembled grapes extremely fine, and its fragrance extended to a considerable distance. I exclaimed, "How beautiful is this tree, and how delightful is its appearance!" 5. Then holy Raphael, an angel who was with me, answered and said, "This is the tree of knowledge, of which thy ancient father and thy aged mother ate, who were before thee, and who, obtaining knowledge, their eyes being opened, and knowing themselves to be naked, were expelled from the garden." Chapter 32. 1. From thence I went on towards the extremities of the earth, where I saw large beasts different from each other, and birds various in their countenances and forms, as well as with notes of different sounds. 2. To the east of these beasts I perceived the extremities of the earth, where heaven ceased. The gates of heaven stood open, and I beheld the celestial stars come forth. I numbered them as they proceeded out of the gate, and wrote them all down, as they came out one by one according to their number. I wrote down their names altogether, their times and their seasons, as the angel Uriel, who was with me, pointed them out to me. 3. He showed them all to me, and wrote down an account of them. 4. He also wrote down for me their names, their regulations, and their operations. Chapter 33. 1. From thence I advanced on towards the north, to the extremities of the earth. 2. And there I saw a great and glorious wonder at the extremities of the whole earth. 3. I saw their heavenly gates opening into heaven, 3 of them distinctly separated. The northern winds proceeded from them, blowing cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. 4. From one of the gates they blew mildly, but when they blew from the 2 other gates, it was with violence and force. They blew over the earth strongly. Chapter 34. 1 From thence I went to the extremities of the world westwards. 2 Where I perceived 3 gates open, as I had seen in the north, the gates and passages through them being of equal magnitude. Chapter 35. 1 Then I proceeded to the extremities of the earth southwards, where I saw 3 gates open to the south, from which issued dew, rain, and wind. 2 From thence I went to the extremities of heaven eastwards, where I saw 3 heavenly gates open to the east, which had smaller gates within them. Through each of these small gates the stars of heaven passed on, and proceeded towards the west by a path which was seen by them, and that at every period of their appearance. 3 When I beheld them, I blessed, every time in which they appeared, I blessed the Lord of glory, who had made those great and splendid signs, that they might display the magnificence of his works to angels and to the souls of men, and that these might glorify all his works and operations, might see the effect of his power, might glorify the great labor of his hands, and bless him forever. No. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. 1 The vision which he saw, the second vision of wisdom, which Enoch saw, the son of Jared, the son of Malaleel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam. This is the commencement of the word of wisdom, which I received to declare and tell to those who dwell upon earth. Hear from the beginning, and understand to the end, the holy things which I utter in the presence of the Lord of spirits. Those who were before us thought it good to speak. 2 And let not us, who come after, obstruct the beginning of wisdom. Until the present period never has there been given before the Lord of spirits that which I have received, wisdom according to the capacity of my intellect, and according to the pleasure of the Lord of spirits, that which I have received from him, a portion of life eternal. 3 And I obtained 3 parables, which I declared to the inhabitants of the world. Chapter 38. 1 Parable the first. When the congregation of the righteous shall be manifested, and sinners be judged for their crimes, and be troubled in the sight of the world. 2 When righteousness shall be manifested, or, when the righteous one appears, Nib. p. 125, cp. Charles, p. 112, in the presence of the righteous themselves, who will be elected for their good works duly weighed by the Lord of spirits, and when the light of the righteous and the elect, who dwell on earth, shall be manifested, where will the habitation of sinners be? And where the place of rest for those who have rejected the Lord of spirits? It would have been better for them, had they never been born. 3 When, 2, the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, then shall sinners be judged, and impious men shall be afflicted in the presence of the righteous and the elect. 4 From that period those who possess the earth shall cease to be powerful and exalted. Neither shall they be capable of beholding the countenances of the holy, for the light of the countenances of the holy, the righteous, and the elect, has been seen by the Lord of spirits, or, for the light of the Lord of spirits will have appeared on the face of the holy, the righteous, and the chosen. Nib. p. 126. 5 Yet shall not the mighty kings of that period be destroyed, but be delivered into the hands of the righteous and the holy. 6 Nor thenceforwards shall any obtain commiseration from the Lord of spirits, because their lives in this world will have been completed. Chapter 39. 1 In those days shall the elect and holy race descend from the upper heavens, and their seed shall then be with the sons of men. Enoch received books of indignation and wrath, and books of hurry and agitation. 2 Never shall they obtain mercy, saith the Lord of spirits. 3 A cloud then snatched me up, and the wind raised me above the surface of the earth, placing me at the extremity of the heavens. 4 There I saw another vision, I saw the habitations and couches of the saints. There my eyes beheld their habitations with the angels, and their couches with the holy ones. They were entreating, supplicating, and praying for the sons of men, while righteousness like water flowed before them, and mercy like dew was scattered over the earth. And thus shall it be with them forever and forever. 5 At that time my eyes beheld the dwelling of the elect, of truth, faith, and righteousness. 6 Countless shall be the number of the holy and the elect, in the presence of God forever and forever. 7 Their residence I beheld under the wings of the Lord of spirits. All the holy and the elect sung before him, in appearance like a blaze of fire, their mouths being full of blessings, and their lips glorifying the name of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness incessantly dwelt before him. 8 There was I desirous of remaining, and my soul longed for that habitation. There was my antecedent inheritance, for thus had I prevailed before the Lord of spirits. 9 At that time I glorified and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessing and with praise, for he has established it with blessing and with praise, according to his own good pleasure. 10 That place long did my eyes contemplate. I blessed and said, Blessed be he, blessed from the beginning forever. In the beginning, before the world was created, and without end is his knowledge. 11 What is this world? Of every existing generation those shall bless thee who do not sleep in the dust, but stand before thy glory, blessing, glorifying, exalting thee, and saying, The Holy, Holy, Lord of spirits, fills the whole world of spirits. 12 There my eyes beheld all who, without sleeping, stand before him and bless him, saying, Blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of God forever and forever. Then my countenance became changed, until I was incapable of seeing. Chapter 40. 1 After this I beheld thousands of thousands, and myriads of myriads, and an infinite number of people, standing before the Lord of spirits. 2 On the 4 wings likewise of the Lord of spirits, on the 4 sides, I perceived others, besides those who were standing before him. Their names, too, I know, because the angel, who proceeded with me, declared them to me, discovering to me every secret thing. 3 Then I heard the voices of those upon the 4 sides magnifying the Lord of glory. 4 The first voice blessed the Lord of spirits forever and forever. 5 The second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect who suffer on account of the lords of spirits. 6 The third voice I heard petitioning and praying for those who dwell upon earth, and supplicate the name of the Lord of spirits. 7 The fourth voice I heard expelling the impious angels, literally, the Satans, Lawrence, p. 45, Nib, p. 128, 118, and prohibiting them from entering into the presence of the Lord of spirits, to prefer accusations against or, to accuse, Charles, p. 119, the inhabitants of the earth. 8 After this I besought the angel of peace, who proceeded with me, to explain all that was concealed. I said to him, Who are those whom I have seen on the 4 sides, and whose words I have heard and written down? He replied, The first is the merciful, the patient, the holy Michael. 9 The second is he who presides over every suffering and every affliction of the sons of men, the holy Raphael. The third, who presides over all that is powerful, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who presides over repentance, and the hope of those who will inherit eternal life, is Phanuel. These are the 4 angels of the Most High God, and their 4 voices, which at that time I heard. Chapter 41. 1 After this I beheld the secrets of the heavens and of paradise, according to its divisions, and of human action, as they weigh it there in balances. I saw the habitations of the elect, and the habitations of the holy. And there my eyes beheld all the sinners, who denied the Lord of glory, and whom they were expelling from thence, and dragging away, as they stood there, no punishment proceeding against them from the Lord of spirits. 2 There, too, my eyes beheld the secrets of the lightning and the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are distributed as they blow over the earth, the secrets of the winds, of the dew, and of the clouds. There I perceived the place from which they issued forth, and became saturated with the dust of the earth. 3 There I saw the wooden receptacles out of which the winds became separated, the receptacle of hail, the receptacle of snow, the receptacle of the clouds, and the cloud itself, which continued over the earth before the creation of the world. 4 I beheld also the receptacles of the moon, whence the moons came, whither they proceeded, their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than another. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and undiminished progress, their observance of a mutual fidelity by a stable oath, their proceeding forth before the sun, and their adherence to the path allotted them, or, the sun goes out first and completes its journey, Nib. p. 129, cp. Charles, p. 122, in obedience to the command of the Lord of Spirits. Potent is his name forever and forever. 5. After this I perceived, that the path both concealed and manifest of the moon, as well as the progress of its path, was there completed by day and by night, while each, one with another, looked towards the Lord of Spirits, magnifying and praising without cessation, since praise to them is rest, for in the splendid sun there is a frequent conversion to blessing and to malediction. 6. The course of the moon's path to the righteous is light, but to sinners it is darkness, in the name of the Lord of Spirits, who created a division between light and darkness, and, separating the spirits of men, strengthened the spirits of the righteous in the name of his own righteousness. 7. Nor does the angel prevent this, neither is he endowed with the power of preventing it, for the judge beholds them all, and judges them all in his own presence. Chapter 42. 1. Wisdom found not a place on earth where she could inhabit, her dwelling therefore is in heaven. 2. Wisdom went forth to dwell among the sons of men, but she obtained not an habitation. Wisdom returned to her place, and seated herself in the midst of the angels. But iniquity went forth after her return, who unwillingly found an habitation, and resided among them, as rain in the desert, and as a dew in a thirsty land. Chapter 43. 1. I beheld another splendor, and the stars of heaven. I observed that he called them all by their respective names, and that they heard. In a righteous balance I saw that he weighed out with their light the amplitude of their places, and the day of their appearance, and their conversion. Splendor produced splendor, and their conversion was into the number of the angels, and of the faithful. 2. Then I inquired of the angel, who proceeded with me, and explained to me secret things, what their names were. He answered, A similitude of those has the Lord of Spirits shown thee. They are names of the righteous who dwell upon earth, and who believe in the name of the Lord of Spirits forever and forever. Chapter 44. Another thing also I saw respecting splendor, that it rises out of the stars, and becomes splendor, being incapable of forsaking them. Chapter 45. 1. Parable the second, respecting these who deny the name of the habitation of the holy ones, and of the Lord of Spirits. To heaven they shall not ascend, nor shall they come on the earth. This shall be the portion of sinners, who deny the name of the Lord of Spirits, and who are thus reserved for the day of punishment and of affliction. 3. In that day shall the elect one sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions and countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened, when they behold my elect one, shall choose them for those who have fled for protection to my holy and glorious name. For in that day I will cause my elect one to dwell in the midst of them, will change the face of heaven, will bless it, and illuminate it forever. 5. I will also change the face of the earth, will bless it, and cause those whom I have elected to dwell upon it. But those who have committed sin and iniquity shall not inhabit it, for I have marked their proceedings. My righteous ones will I satisfy with peace, placing them before me, but the condemnation of sinners shall draw near, that I may destroy them from the face of the earth. Chapter 46. 1. There I beheld the Ancient of Days, whose head was like white wool, and with him another, whose countenance resembled that of man. His countenance was full of grace, like that of one of the holy angels. Then I inquired of one of the angels, who went with me, and who showed me every secret thing, concerning this Son of Man, who he was, whence he was, and why he accompanied the Ancient of Days. 2. He answered and said to me, This is the Son of Man, to whom righteousness belongs, with whom righteousness has dwelt, and who will reveal all the treasures of that which is concealed, for the Lord of spirits has chosen him, and his portion has surpassed all before the Lord of spirits in everlasting uprightness. 3. This Son of Man, whom thou beholdest, shall raise up kings and the mighty from their couches, and the powerful from their thrones, shall loosen the bridles of the powerful, and break in pieces the teeth of sinners. For he shall hurl kings from their thrones and their dominions, because they will not exalt and praise him, nor humble themselves before him, by whom their kingdoms were granted to them. The countenance likewise of the mighty shall he cast down, filling them with confusion. Darkness shall be their habitation, and worms shall be their bed, nor from that their bed shall they hope to be again raised, because they exalted not the name of the Lord of spirits. 5. They shall condemn the stars of heaven, shall lift up their hands against the Most High, shall tread upon and inhabit the earth, exhibiting all their works of iniquity, even their works of iniquity. Their strength shall be in their riches, and their faith in the gods whom they have formed with their own hands. They shall deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and shall expel him from the temples, in which they assemble. 6. And with him the faithful will be driven from the houses of his congregation, and of the faithful, Nib, p. 132, cp. Charles, p. 131, who suffer in the name of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 47. 1. In that day the prayer of the holy and the righteous, and the blood of the righteous, shall ascend from the earth into the presence of the Lord of spirits. 2. In that day shall the holy ones assemble, who dwell above the heavens, and with united voice petition, supplicate, praise, laud, and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on account of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, that the prayer of the righteous may not be intermit before the Lord of spirits, that for them he would execute judgment, and that his patience may not endure forever, or their patience may not have to last forever. Nib, p. 133. 3. At that time I beheld the Ancient of Days, while he sat upon the throne of his glory, while the book of the living was opened in his presence, and while all the powers which were above the heavens stood around and before him. 4. Then were the hearts of the saints full of joy, because the consummation of righteousness was arrived, the supplication of the saints heard, and the blood of the righteous appreciated by the Lord of spirits. Chapter 48. 1. In that place I beheld a fountain of righteousness, which never failed, encircled by many springs of wisdom. Of these all the thirsty drank, and were filled with wisdom, having their habitation with the righteous, the elect, and the holy. 2. In that hour was the Son of Man invoked before the Lord of spirits, and his name in the presence of the Ancient of Days. 3. Before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of heaven were formed, his name was invoked in the presence of the Lord of spirits. A support shall he be for the righteous and the holy to lean upon, without falling, and he shall be the light of nations. For he shall be the hope of those whose hearts are troubled. All, who dwell on earth, shall fall down and worship before him, shall bless and glorify him, and sing praises to the name of the Lord of spirits. 5. Therefore the elect and the concealed one existed in his presence, before the world was created, and forever. 6. In his presence he existed, and has revealed to the saints and to the righteous the wisdom of the Lord of spirits, for he has preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and rejected this world of iniquity, and have detested all its works and ways, in the name of the Lord of spirits. 7. For in his name shall they be preserved, and his will shall be their life. In those days shall the kings of the earth and the mighty men, who have gained the world by their achievements, become humble in countenance. 8. For in the day of their anxiety and trouble their souls shall not be saved, and they shall be in subjection to those whom I have chosen. 9. I will cast them like hay into the fire, and like lead into the water. Thus shall they burn in the presence of the righteous, and sink in the presence of the holy, nor shall a tenth part of them be found. 10. But in the day of their trouble, the world shall obtain tranquility. 11. In his presence shall they fall, and not be raised up again, nor shall there be any one to take them out of his hands, and to lift them up, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and his Messiah. The name of the Lord of spirits shall be blessed. Chapter 48a. 2 consecutive chapters are numbered 48. 1 Wisdom is poured forth like water, and glory fails not before him forever and ever, for potent is he in all the secrets of righteousness. 2 But iniquity passes away like a shadow, and possesses not a fixed station, for the elect one stands before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is forever and ever, and his power from generation to generation. 3 With him dwells the spirit of intellectual wisdom, the spirit of instruction and of power, and the spirit of those who sleep in righteousness. He shall judge secret things. 4 Nor shall any be able to utter a single word before him, for the elect one is in the presence of the Lord of spirits, according to his own pleasure. Chapter 49. 1 In those days the saints and the chosen shall undergo a change. The light of day shall rest upon them, and the splendor and glory of the saints shall be changed. 2 In the day of trouble evil shall be heaped up upon sinners, but the righteous shall triumph in the name of the Lord of spirits. 3 Others shall be made to see, that they must repent, and forsake the works of their hands, and that glory awaits them not in the presence of the Lord of spirits, yet that by his name they may be saved. The Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for great is his mercy, and righteousness is in his judgment, and in the presence of his glory, nor in his judgment shall iniquity stand. He who repents not before him shall perish. For henceforward I will not have mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. Chapter 50. 1 In those days shall the earth deliver up from her womb, and hell deliver up from hers, that which it has received, and destruction shall restore that which it owes. 2 He shall select the righteous and holy from among them, for the day of their salvation has approached. 3 And in those days shall the elect one sit upon his throne, while every secret of intellectual wisdom shall proceed from his mouth, for the Lord of spirits has gifted and glorified him. 4 In those days the mountains shall skip like rams, and the hills shall leap like young sheep. 119 Satiated with milk, and all the righteous shall become angels in heaven. 5 Their countenance shall be bright with joy, for in those days shall the elect one be exalted. The earth shall rejoice, the righteous shall inhabit it, and the elect possess it. Chapter 51. 1 After that period, in the place where I had seen every secret sight, I was snatched up in a whirlwind, and carried off westwards. 2 There my eyes beheld the secrets of heaven, and all which existed on earth, a mountain of iron, a mountain of copper, a mountain of silver, a mountain of gold, a mountain of fluid metal, and a mountain of lead. 3 And I inquired of the angel who went with me, saying, What are these things, which in secret I behold? 4 He said, All these things which thou beholdest shall be for the dominion of the Messiah, that he may command, and be powerful upon earth. 5 And that angel of peace answered me, saying, Wait but a short time, and thou shalt understand, and every secret thing shall be revealed to thee, which the Lord of spirits has decreed. Those mountains which thou hast seen, the mountain of iron, the mountain of copper, the mountain of silver, the mountain of gold, the mountain of fluid metal, and the mountain of lead, all these in the presence of the elect one shall be like a honeycomb before the fire, and like water descending from above upon these mountains, and shall become debilitated before his feet. 6 In those days men shall not be saved by gold and by silver. 7 Nor shall they have it in their power to secure themselves, and to fly. 8 There shall be neither iron for war, nor a coat of mail for the breast. 9 Copper shall be useless, useless also that which neither rusts nor consumes away, and lead shall not be coveted. 10 All these things shall be rejected, and perish from off the earth, when the elect one shall appear in the presence of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 52. 1 There my eyes beheld a deep valley, and wide was its entrance. 2 All who dwell on land, on the sea, and in islands, shall bring to it gifts, presents, and offerings, yet that deep valley shall not be full. Their hands shall commit iniquity. Whatsoever they produce by labor, the sinners shall devour with crime. But they shall perish from the face of the Lord of spirits, and from the face of his earth. They shall stand up, and shall not fail forever and ever. 3. I beheld the angels of punishment, who were dwelling there, and preparing every instrument of Satan. 4. Then I inquired of the angel of peace, who proceeded with me, for whom those instruments were preparing. 5. He said, These they are preparing for the kings and powerful ones of the earth, that thus they may perish. 6. After which the righteous and chosen house of his congregation shall appear, thenceforward unchangeable, in the name of the Lord of spirits. 7. Nor shall those mountains exist in his presence, American Samoa, the earth and the hills, as the fountains of water exist. And the righteous shall be relieved from the vexation of sinners. Chapter 53. 1. Then I looked and turned myself to another part of the earth, where I beheld a deep valley burning with fire. 2. To this valley they brought monarchs and the mighty. 3. And there my eyes beheld the instruments which they were making, fetters of iron without weight or, of immeasurable weight, Nib. p. 138. 4. Then I inquired of the angel of peace, who proceeded with me, saying, For whom are these fetters and instruments prepared? 5. He replied, These are prepared for the host of Azazel, that they may be delivered over and adjudged to the lowest condemnation, and that their angels may be overwhelmed with hurled stones, as the Lord of spirits has commanded. 6. Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel shall be strengthened in that day, and shall then cast them into a furnace of blazing fire, that the Lord of spirits may be avenged of them for their crimes, because they became ministers of Satan, and seduced those who dwell upon earth. 7. In those days shall punishment go forth from the Lord of spirits, and the receptacles of water which are above the heavens shall be opened, and the fountains likewise, which are under the heavens and under the earth. 8. All the waters, which are in the heavens and above them, shall be mixed together. 9. The water which is above heaven shall be the agent literally, male, Lawrence, p. 61. 10. And the water which is under the earth shall be the recipient literally, female, Lawrence, p. 61, and all shall be destroyed who dwell upon earth, and who dwell under the extremities of heaven. 11. By these means shall they understand the iniquity which they have committed on earth, and by these means shall they perish. Chapter 54. 1. Afterwards the Ancient of Days repented, and said, In vain have I destroyed all the inhabitants of the earth. 2. And he sware by his great name, saying, Henceforwards I will not act thus towards all those who dwell upon earth. 3. But I will place a sign in the heavens 120, and it shall be a faithful witness between me and them forever, as long as the days of heaven and earth last upon the earth. 4. Afterwards, according to this my decree, when I shall be disposed to seize them beforehand, by the instrumentality of angels, in the day of affliction and trouble, my wrath and my punishment shall remain upon them, my punishment and my wrath, saith God the Lord of spirits. 5. O ye kings, O ye mighty, who inhabit the world, you shall behold my elect one, sitting upon the throne of my glory. And he shall judge Azazel, all his associates, and all his hosts, in the name of the Lord of spirits. 6. There likewise I beheld hosts of angels who were moving in punishment, confined in a network of iron and brass. Then I inquired of the angel of peace, who proceeded with me, to whom those under confinement were going. 7. He said, To each of their elect and their beloved, or, each to his own chosen ones and to his own beloved ones, Nib. p. 139, that they may be cast into the fountains and deep recesses of the valley. 8. And that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, the days of whose life shall be consumed, but the days of their error shall be innumerable. 9. Then shall princes or angels, Charles, p. 149, Nib. p. 140, combine together, and conspire. The chiefs of the east, among the Parthians and Medes, shall remove kings, in whom a spirit of perturbation shall enter. They shall hurl them from their thrones, springing as lions from their dens, and like famished wolves into the midst of the flock. 10 They shall go up, and tread upon the land of their elect. The land of their elect shall be before them. The threshing floor, the path, and the city of my righteous people shall impede the progress of their horses. They shall rise up to destroy each other, their right hand shall be strengthened, nor shall a man acknowledge his friend or his brother. 11 Nor the son his father and his mother, until the number of the dead bodies shall be completed, by their death and punishment. Neither shall this take place without cause. 12 In those days shall the mouth of hell be opened, into which they shall be immersed. Hell shall destroy and swallow up sinners from the face of the elect. Chapter 55. 1 After this I beheld another army of chariots, with men riding in them. 2 And they came upon the wind from the east, from the west, and from the south, literally, from the midst of the day. Lawrence, p. 63. 3 The sound of the noise of their chariots was heard. 4 And when that agitation took place, the saints out of heaven perceived it, the pillar of the earth shook from its foundation, and the sound was heard from the extremities of the earth unto the extremities of heaven at the same time. 5 Then they all fell down, and worshipped the Lord of spirits. 6 This is the end of the second parable. Chapter 56. 1 I now began to utter the third parable, concerning the saints and the elect. 2 Blessed are ye, O saints and elect, for glorious is your lot. 3 The saints shall exist in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of everlasting life, the days of whose life shall never terminate, nor shall the days of the saints be numbered, who seek for light, and obtain righteousness with the Lord of spirits. 4 Peace be to the saints with the Lord of the world. 5 Henceforward shall the saints be told to seek in heaven the secrets of righteousness, the portion of faith, for like the sun has it arisen upon the earth, while darkness has passed away. There shall be light interminable, nor shall they enter upon the enumeration of time, for darkness shall be previously destroyed, and light shall increase before the Lord of spirits. Before the Lord of spirits shall the light of uprightness increase forever. Chapter 57. 1 In those days my eyes beheld the secrets of the lightnings and the splendors, and the judgment belonging to them. 2 They lighten for a blessing and for a curse, according to the will of the Lord of spirits. 3 And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, when it rattles above in heaven, and its sound is heard. 4 The habitations also of the earth were shown to me. The sound of the thunder is for peace and for blessing, as well as for a curse, according to the word of the Lord of spirits. 5 Afterwards every secret of the splendors and of the lightnings was seen by me. For blessing and for fertility they lighten. Chapter 58. 1 In the 500th year, and in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, of the lifetime of Enoch, in that parable, I saw that the heaven of heavens shook, that it shook violently, and that the powers of the Most High, and the angels, thousands of thousands, and myriads of myriads, were agitated with great agitation. And when I looked, the Ancient of Days was sitting on the throne of his glory, while the angels and saints were standing around him. A great trembling came upon me, and terror seized me. My loins were bowed down and loosened, my reins were dissolved, and I fell upon my face. The holy Michael, another holy angel, one of the holy ones, was sent, who raised me up. 2 And when he raised me, my spirit returned, for I was incapable of enduring this vision of violence, its agitation, and the concussion of heaven. 3 Then holy Michael said to me, Wherefore art thou disturbed at this vision? For hitherto has existed the day of mercy, and he has been merciful and long-suffering towards all who dwell upon the earth. 5 But when the time shall come, then shall the power, the punishment, and the judgment take place, which the Lord of spirits has prepared for those who prostrate themselves to the judgment of righteousness, for those who abjure that judgment, and for those who take his name in vain. 6 That day has been prepared for the elect as a day of covenant, and for sinners as a day of inquisition. 7 In that day shall be distributed for food or, separated from one another, Nib, p. 143, 2 monsters, a female monster, whose name is Leviathan, dwelling in the depths of the sea, above the springs of waters. 8 And a male monster, whose name is Behemoth, which possesses, moving on his breast, the invisible wilderness. 9 His name was Dendayan in the east of the garden, where the elect and the righteous will dwell, where he received it from my ancestor, who was man, from Adam the first of men 121 whom the Lord of spirits made. 10 Then I asked of another angel to show me the power of those monsters, how they became separated on the same day, one being in the depths of the sea, and one in the dry desert. 11 And he said, Thou, Son of man, art here desirous of understanding secret things. 12 And the angel of peace, who was with me, said, These two monsters are by the power of God prepared to become food, that the punishment of God may not be in vain. 13 Then shall children be slain with their mothers, and sons with their fathers. 14 And when the punishment of the Lord of spirits shall continue, upon them shall it continue, that the punishment of the Lord of spirits may not take place in vain. After that, judgment shall exist with mercy and long-suffering. Chapter 59. 1 Then another angel, who proceeded with me, spoke to me. 2 And showed me the first and last secrets in heaven above, and in the depths of the earth. 3 In the extremities of heaven, and in the foundations of it, and in the receptacle of the winds. 4 He showed me how their spirits were divided, how they were balanced, and how both the springs and the winds were numbered according to the force of their spirit. 5 He showed me the power of the moon's light, that its power is a just one, as well as the divisions of the stars, according to their respective names. 6 That every division is divided, that the lightning flashes. 7 That its troops immediately obey, and that a cessation takes place during thunder in continuance of its sound. Nor are the thunder and the lightning separated, neither do both of them move with one spirit, yet are they not separated. 8 For when the lightning lightens, the thunder sounds, and the spirit at a proper period pauses, making an equal division between them, for the receptacle, upon which their periods depend, is loose as sand. Each of them at a proper season is restrained with a bridle, and turned by the power of the Spirit, which thus propels them according to the spacious extent of the earth. 9 The Spirit likewise of the sea is potent and strong, and as a strong power causes it to ebb, so is it driven forwards, and scattered against the mountains of the earth. The spirit of the frost has its angel, in the spirit of hail there is a good angel, the spirit of snow ceases in its strength, and a solitary spirit is in it, which ascends from it like vapor, and is called refrigeration. 10 The spirit also of mist dwells with them in their receptacle, but it has a receptacle to itself, for its progress is in splendor. 11 In light and in darkness, in winter and in summer. Its receptacle is bright, and an angel is in it. 12 The spirit of dew has its abode in the extremities of heaven, in connection with the receptacle of rain, and its progress is in winter and in summer. The cloud produced by it, and the cloud of the mist, become united, one gives to the other, and when the spirit of rain is in motion from its receptacle, angels come, and opening its receptacle, bring it forth. 13 When likewise it is sprinkled over all the earth, it forms an union with every kind of water on the ground, for the waters remain on the ground, because they afford nourishment to the earth from the Most High, who is in heaven. 14 Upon this account therefore there is a regulation in the quantity of rain, which the angels receive. 15 These things I saw, all of them, even paradise. Chapter 60. 1 In those days I beheld long ropes given to those angels, who took to their wings, and fled, advancing towards the north. 2 And I inquired of the angel, saying, Wherefore have they taken those long ropes, and gone forth? He said, They are gone forth to measure. 3 The angel, who proceeded with me, said, These are the measures of the righteous, and cords shall the righteous bring, that they may trust in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. 4 The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect. 5 And these are the measures which shall be given to faith, and which shall strengthen the words of righteousness. 6 These measures shall reveal all the secrets in the depth of the earth. 7 And it shall be, that those who have been destroyed in the desert, and who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, and by wild beasts, shall return, and trust in the day of the elect one, for none shall perish in the presence of the Lord of spirits, nor shall any be capable of perishing. 8 Then they received the commandment, all who were in the heavens above, to whom a combined power, voice, and splendor, like fire, were given. 9 And first, with their voice, they blessed him, they exalted him, they glorified him with wisdom, and ascribed to him wisdom with the word, and with the breath of life. 10 Then the Lord of spirits seated upon the throne of his glory the elect one. 11 Who shall judge all the works of the holy, in heaven above, and in a balance shall he weigh their actions. And when he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways in the word of the name of the Lord of spirits, and their progress in the path of the righteous judgment of God Most High. 12 They shall all speak with united voice, and bless, glorify, exalt, and praise, in the name of the Lord of spirits. 13 He shall call to every power of the heavens, to all the holy above, and to the power of God. The cherubim, the seraphim, and the Ophanim, all the angels of power, and all the angels of the Lords, namely, of the elect one, and of the other power, who was upon earth over the water on that day. 14 Shall raise their united voice, shall bless, glorify, praise, and exalt with the spirit of faith, with the spirit of wisdom and patience, with the spirit of mercy, with the spirit of judgment and peace, and with the spirit of benevolence. All shall say with united voice, Blessed is he, and the name of the Lord of spirits shall be blessed forever and forever. All, who sleep not, shall bless it in heaven above. 15 All the holy in heaven shall bless it, all the elect who dwell in the garden of life, and every spirit of light, who is capable of blessing, glorifying, exalting, and praising thy holy name, and every mortal man literally, all of flesh. Lawrence, p. 73, more than the powers of heaven, shall glorify and bless thy name forever and ever. 16 For great is the mercy of the Lord of spirits, long-suffering is he, and all his works, all his power, great as are the things which he has done, has he revealed to the saints and to the elect, in the name of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 61 1 Thus the Lord commanded the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who dwell on earth, saying, Open your eyes, and lift up your horns, if you are capable of comprehending the elect one. 2 The Lord of spirits sat upon the throne of his glory. 3 And the spirit of righteousness was poured out over him. 4 The word of his mouth shall destroy all the sinners and all the ungodly, who shall perish at his presence. 5 In that day shall all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who possess the earth, stand up, behold, and perceive, that he is sitting on the throne of his glory, that before him the saints shall be judged in righteousness. 6 And that nothing, which shall be spoken before him, shall be spoken in vain. 7 Trouble shall come upon them, as upon a woman in travail, whose labor is severe, when her child comes to the mouth of the womb, and she finds it difficult to bring forth. 8 One portion of them shall look upon another. They shall be astonished, and shall humble their countenance. 9 And trouble shall seize them, when they shall behold the Son of Woman sitting upon the throne of his glory. 10 Then shall the kings, the princes, and all who possess the earth, glorify him who has dominion over all things, him who was concealed, for from the beginning the Son of Man existed in secret, whom the Most High preserved in the presence of his power, and revealed to the elect. 11 He shall sow the congregation of the saints, and of the elect, and all the elect shall stand before him in that day. 12 All the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who rule over the earth, shall fall down on their faces before him, and shall worship him. 13 They shall fix their hopes on this Son of Man, shall pray to him, and petition him for mercy. 14 Then shall the Lord of spirits hasten to expel them from his presence. Their faces shall be full of confusion, and their faces shall darkness cover. The angels shall take them to punishment, that vengeance may be inflicted on those who have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall become an example to the saints and to his elect. Through them shall these be made joyful, for the anger of the Lord of spirits shall rest upon them. 15 Then the sword of the Lord of spirits shall be drunk with their blood, but the saints and elect shall be safe in that day, nor the face of the sinners and the ungodly shall they thenceforwards behold. 16 The Lord of spirits shall remain over them. 17 And with the Son of Man shall they dwell, eat, lie down, and rise up, forever and ever. 18 The saints and the elect have arisen from the earth, have left off to depress their countenances, and have been clothed with the garment of life. That garment of life is with the Lord of spirits, in whose presence your garment shall not wax old, nor shall your glory diminish. Chapter 62. 1 In those days the kings who possess the earth shall be punished by the angels of his wrath, wheresoever they shall be delivered up, that he may give rest for a short period, and that they may fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits, confessing their sins before him. 2 They shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits, saying, Blessed is the Lord of spirits, the Lord of kings, the Lord of princes, the Lord of the rich, the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom. 3 He shall enlighten every secret thing. 4 Thy power is from generation to generation, and thy glory forever and ever. 5 Deep are all thy secrets, and numberless, and thy righteousness cannot be computed. 6 Now we know, that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, him who is king over all things. 7 They shall also say, Who has granted us rest to glorify, laud, bless, and confess in the presence of his glory? 8 And now small is the rest we desire, but we do not find it, we reject, and do not possess it. Light has passed away from before us, and darkness has covered our thrones forever. 9 For we have not confessed before him, we have not glorified the name of the Lord of kings, we have not glorified the Lord in all his works, but we have trusted in the scepter of our dominion and of our glory. 10 In the day of our suffering and of our trouble he will not save us, neither shall we find rest. We confess that our Lord is faithful in all his works, in all his judgments, and in his righteousness. 11 In his judgments he pays no respect to persons, and we must depart from his presence, on account of our evil deeds. 12 All our sins are truly without number. 13 Then shall they say to themselves, Our souls are satiated with the instruments of crime. 14 But that prevents us not from descending to the flaming womb of hell. 15 Afterwards, their countenances shall be filled with darkness and confusion before the Son of Man, from whose presence they shall be expelled, and before whom the sword shall remain to expel them. 16 Thus saith the Lord of spirits, This is the decree and the judgment against the princes, the kings, the exalted, and those who possess the earth, in the presence of the Lord of spirits. Chapter 63. I saw also other countenances in that secret place. I heard the voice of an angel, saying, These are the angels who have descended from heaven to earth, and have revealed secrets to the sons of men, and have seduced the sons of men to the commission of sin. Chapter 64 122. 1 In those days Noah saw that the earth became inclined, and that destruction approached. 2 Then he lifted up his feet, and went to the ends of the earth, to the dwelling of his great-grandfather Enoch. 3 And Noah cried with a bitter voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me, 3 times. And he said, Tell me what is transacting upon earth, for the earth labors, and is violently shaken. Surely I shall perish with it. 4 After this there was a great perturbation on earth, and a voice was heard from heaven. I fell down on my face, when my great-grandfather Enoch came and stood by me. 5 He said to me, Why hast thou cried out to me with a bitter cry and lamentation? 6 A commandment has gone forth from the Lord against those who dwell on the earth, that they may be destroyed, for they know every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of the devils, literally, the Satans. Lawrence, p. 78, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. 7. They know how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how on the earth the metallic drop exists, for lead and tin are not produced from earth, as the primary fountain of their production. 8. There is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. 9. Afterwards my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand, raising me up, and saying to me, Go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits respecting this perturbation of the earth, who replied, On account of their impiety have their innumerable judgments been consummated before me. Respecting the moons have they inquired, and they have known that the earth will perish with those who dwell upon it, or, because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it will be destroyed. Nib. P. 155, and that to these there will be no place of refuge forever. 10. They have discovered secrets, and they are those who have been judged, but not thou, my son. The Lord of spirits knows that thou art pure and good, free from the reproach of discovering secrets. 11. He, the Holy One, will establish thy name in the midst of the saints, and will preserve thee from those who dwell upon the earth. He will establish thy seed in righteousness, with dominion, and great glory, literally, for kings, and for great glory. Lawrence, p. 79, and from thy seed shall spring forth righteous and holy men without number forever. Chapter 65. 1. After this he showed me the angels of punishment, who were prepared to come, and to open all the mighty waters under the earth. 2. That they may be for judgment, and for the destruction of all those who remain and dwell upon the earth. 3. And the Lord of spirits commanded the angels who went forth, not to take up the men and preserve them. 4. For those angels presided over all the mighty waters. Then I went out from the presence of Enoch. Chapter 66. 1. In those days the word of God came to me, and said, Noah, behold, thy lot has ascended up to me, a lot void of crime, a lot beloved and upright. 2. Now then shall the angels labor at the trees, or are making a wooden structure. Nib. P. 156, but when they proceed to this, I will put my hand upon it, and preserve it. 3. The seed of life shall arise from it, and a change shall take place, that the dry land may not be left empty. I will establish thy seed before me forever and ever, and the seed of those who dwell with thee on the surface of the earth. It shall be blessed and multiplied in the presence of the earth, in the name of the Lord. 4. And they shall confine those angels who disclosed impiety. In that burning valley it is, that they shall be confined, which at first my great-grandfather Enoch showed me in the west, where there were mountains of gold and silver, of iron, of fluid metal, and of tin. 5. I beheld that valley in which there was great perturbation, and where the waters were troubled. 6. And when all this was effected, from the fluid mass of fire, and the perturbation which prevailed literally, troubled them, Lawrence, p. 81, in that place, there arose a strong smell of sulfur, which became mixed with the waters, and the valley of the angels, who had been guilty of seduction, burned underneath its soil. 7. Through that valley also rivers of fire were flowing, to which those angels shall be condemned, who seduced the inhabitants of the earth. 8. And in those days shall these waters be to kings, to princes, to the exalted, and to the inhabitants of the earth, for the healing of the soul and body, and for the judgment of the spirit. 9. Their spirits shall be full of revelry or lust. Nib. P. 157, that they may be judged in their bodies, because they have denied the Lord of spirits, and although they perceive their condemnation day by day, they believe not in his name. 10. And as the inflammation of their bodies shall be great, so shall their spirits undergo a change forever. 11. For no word which is uttered before the Lord of spirits shall be in vain. 12. Judgment has come upon them, because they trusted in their carnal revelry, and denied the Lord of spirits. 13. In those days shall the waters of that valley be changed, for when the angels shall be judged, then shall the heat of those springs of water experience an alteration. 14. And when the angels shall ascend, the water of the springs shall again undergo a change, and be frozen. Then I heard holy Michael answering and saying, This judgment, with which the angels shall be judged, shall bear testimony against the kings, the princes, and those who possess the earth. 15 For these waters of judgment shall be for their healing, and for the death or lust, Charles, p. 176, Nib, p. 158, of their bodies. But they shall not perceive and believe that the waters will be changed, and become a fire, which shall blaze forever. Chapter 67. 1 After this he gave me the characteristical marks, literally, the signs, Lawrence, p. 83, of all the secret things in the book of my great-grandfather Enoch, and in the parables which had been given to him, inserting them for me among the words of the book of parables. 2 At that time holy Michael answered and said to Raphael, The power of the Spirit hurries me away, and impels me on. The severity of the judgment, of the secret judgment of the angels, who is capable of beholding the endurance of that severe judgment which has taken place and been made permanent without being melted at the sight of it. Again holy Michael answered and said to holy Raphael, Who is there whose heart is not softened by it, and whose reins are not troubled at this thing? 3 Judgment has gone forth against them by those who have thus dragged them away, and that was, when they stood in the presence of the Lord of spirits. 4 In like manner also holy Rachael said to Raphael, They shall not be before the eye of the Lord, or, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, Nib, p. 159, since the Lord of spirits has been offended with them, for like lords have they conducted themselves, or, for they act as if they were the Lord, Nib, p. 159. Therefore will he bring upon them a secret judgment forever and ever. 5 For neither shall angel nor man receive a portion of it, but they alone shall receive their own judgment forever and ever. Chapter 68. 1 After this judgment they shall be astonished and irritated, for it shall be exhibited to the inhabitants of the earth. 2 Behold the names of those angels. These are their names. The first of them is Samiaza, the second, Arstikapha, the third, Armin, the fourth, Kakabale, the fifth, Turel, the sixth, Rumiel, the seventh, Daniel, the eighth, Kale, the ninth, Barakel, the 10th, Azazel, the 11th, Armers, the 12th, Badarial, the 13th, Bazasael, the 14th, Ananel, the 15th, Turiel, the 16th, Simapeziel, the 17th, Yeterel, the 18th, Tumael, the 19th, Terel, the 20th, Rumel, the 21st, Azazel. 3 These are the chiefs of their angels, and the names of the leaders of their hundreds, and the leaders of their 50s, and the leaders of their 10s. 4 The name of the first is Yek and may simply mean the rebel, Nib, p. 160, he it was who seduced all the sons of the holy angels, and causing them to descend on earth, led astray the offspring of men. 5 The name of the second is Kesabel, who pointed out evil counsel to the sons of the holy angels, and induced them to corrupt their bodies by generating mankind. 6 The name of the third is Gadrel, he discovered every stroke of death to the children of men. 7 He seduced Eve, and discovered to the children of men the instruments of death, the coat of mail, the shield, and the sword for slaughter, every instrument of death to the children of men. 8 From his hand were these things derived to them who dwell upon earth, from that period forever. 9 The name of the fourth is Pinmu, he discovered to the children of men bitterness and sweetness. 10 And pointed out to them every secret of their wisdom. 11 He taught men to understand writing, and the use of ink and paper. 12 Therefore numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world, even to this day. 13 For men were not born for this, thus with pen and with ink to confirm their faith. 14 Since they were not created, except that, like the angels, they might remain righteous and pure. 15 Nor would death, which destroys everything, have affected them. 16 But by this their knowledge they perish, and by this also its power consumes them. 17 The name of the fifth is Kajiad, he discovered to the children of men every wicked stroke of spirits and of demons. 18 The stroke of the embryo in the womb, to diminish it or, the blows, which attack, the embryo in the womb so that it miscarries, Nib, p. 162, the stroke of the spirit by the bite of the serpent, and the stroke which is given in the midday by the offspring of the serpent, the name of which is to be literally, male or strong, Nib p. 162. 19 This is the number of the Kespel, the principal part of the oath which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the holy ones. 20 Its name is Becca. He spoke to holy Michael to discover to them the sacred name, that they might understand that secret name, and thus remember the oath, and that those who pointed out every secret thing to the children of men might tremble at that name and oath. 21 This is the power of that oath, for powerful it is, and strong. 22 And he established this oath of Akai by the instrumentality of the holy Michael. 23 These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. 24 Heaven was suspended by it before the world was made, forever. 25 By it has the earth been founded upon the flood, while from the concealed parts of the hills the agitated waters proceed forth from the creation to the end of the world. 26 By this oath the sea has been formed, and the foundation of it. 27 During the period of its fury he has established the sand against it, which continues unchanged forever, and by this oath the abyss has been made strong, nor is it removable from its station forever and ever. 28 By this oath the sun and moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. 29 By this oath the stars complete their progress. 30 And when their names are called, they return an answer, forever and ever. 31 Thus in the heavens take place the blowings of the winds, all of them have breathings or, spirits, Lawrence, p. 87, and effect a complete combination of breathings. 32 There the treasures of thunder are kept, and the splendor of the lightning. 33 There are kept the treasures of hail and of frost, the treasures of snow, the treasures of rain and of dew. 34 All these confess and laud before the Lord of spirits. 35 They glorify with all their power of praise, and he sustains them in all that act of thanksgiving, while they laud, glorify, and exalt the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. 36 And with them he establishes this oath, by which they and their paths are preserved, nor does their progress perish. 37 Great was their joy. 38 They blessed, glorified, and exalted, because the name of the Son of Man was revealed to them. 39 He sat upon the throne of his glory, and the principal part of the judgment was assigned to him, the Son of Man. Sinners shall disappear and perish from the face of the earth, while those who seduce them shall be bound with chains forever. 40 According to their ranks of corruption shall they be imprisoned, and all their works shall disappear from the face of the earth, nor thenceforward shall there be any to corrupt, for the Son of Man has been seen, sitting on the throne of his glory. 41 Everything wicked shall disappear, and depart from before his face, and the word of the Son of Man shall become powerful in the presence of the Lord of spirits. 42 This is the third parable of Enoch. Chapter 69. 1 After this the name of the Son of Man, living with the Lord of spirits, was exalted by the inhabitants of the earth. 2 It was exalted in the chariots of the Spirit, and the name went forth in the midst of them. 3 From that time I was not drawn in the midst of them, but he seated me between two spirits, between the north and the west, where the angels received their ropes, to measure out a place for the elect and the righteous. 4 There I beheld the fathers of the first men, and the saints, who dwell in that place forever. Chapter 70. 1 Afterwards my spirit was concealed, ascending into the heavens. I beheld the sons of the holy angels treading on flaming fire, whose garments and robes were white, and whose countenances were transparent as crystal. 2 I saw 2 rivers of fire glittering like the hyacinth. 3 Then I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. 4 And Michael, one of the archangels, took me by my right hand, raised me up, and brought me out to where was every secret of mercy and secret of righteousness. 5. He showed me all the hidden things of the extremities of heaven, all the receptacles of the stars, and the splendors of all, from whence they went forth before the face of the Holy. 6. And he concealed the spirit of Enoch in the heaven of heavens. 7. There I beheld, in the midst of that light, a building raised with stones of ice. 8. And in the midst of these stones vibrations, literally, tongues, Lawrence, p. 90, of living fire. My spirit saw around the circle of this flaming habitation, on one of its extremities, that there were rivers full of living fire, which encompassed it. 9. Then the seraphim, the cherubim, and often in the wheels of Ezek. 1:15, 21, Charles, p. 162, surrounded it. These are those who never sleep, but watch the throne of his glory. 10. And I beheld angels innumerable, thousands of thousands, and myriads of myriads, who surrounded that habitation. 11. Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Phanuel, and the holy angels who were in the heavens above, went in and out of it. Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel went out of that habitation, and holy angels innumerable. 12. With them was the Ancient of Days, whose head was white as wool, and pure, and his robe was indescribable. 13. Then I fell upon my face, while all my flesh was dissolved, and my spirit became changed. 14. I cried out with a loud voice, with a powerful spirit, blessing, glorifying, and exalting. 15. And those blessings, which proceeded from my mouth, became acceptable in the presence of the Ancient of Days. 16. The Ancient of Days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, with thousands of thousands, and myriads of myriads, which could not be numbered. 17. Then that angel came to me, and with his voice saluted me, saying, Thou art the Son of Man. 123 Who art born for righteousness, and righteousness has rested on thee. 18. The righteousness of the Ancient of Days shall not forsake thee. 19. He said, On thee shall he confer peace in the name of the existing world, for from thence has peace gone forth since the world was created. 20. And thus shall it happen to thee forever and ever. 21. All who shall exist, and who shall walk in thy path of righteousness, shall not forsake thee forever. 22. With thee shall be their habitations, with thee their lot, nor from thee shall they be separated forever and ever. 23. And thus shall length of days be with the Son of Man. 124. 24. Peace shall be to the righteous, and the path of integrity shall the righteous pursue, in the name of the Lord of spirits, forever and ever. Chapter 71. 1. The Book of the Revolutions of the Luminaries of Heaven, according to their respective classes, their respective powers, their respective periods, their respective names, the places where they commence their progress, and their respective months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, explained to me, he who conducts them. The whole account of them, according to every year of the world forever, until a new work shall be effected, which will be eternal. 2. This is the first law of the luminaries. The sun and the light arrive at the gates of heaven, which are on the east, and on the west of it at the western gates of heaven. 3. I beheld the gates whence the sun goes forth, and the gates where the sun sets. 4. In which gates also the moon rises and sets, and I beheld the conductors of the stars, among those who precede them. 6 gates were at the rising, and 6 at the setting of the sun. 5. All these respectively, one after another, are on a level, and numerous windows are on the right and on the left sides of those gates. 6. First proceeds forth that great luminary, which is called the sun, the orb of which is as the orb of heaven, the whole of it being replete with splendid and flaming fire. 7. Its chariot, where it ascends, the wind blows. 8. The sun sets in heaven, and, returning by the north, to proceed towards the east, is conducted so as to enter by that gate, and illuminate the face of heaven. 9. In the same manner it goes forth in the first month by a great gate. 10. It goes forth through the fourth of those 6 gates, which are at the rising of the sun. 11. And in the fourth gate, through which the sun with the moon proceeds, in the first part of it, or, from which the sun rises in the first month, Nib, p. 168, there are 12 open windows, from which issues out a flame, when they are opened at their proper periods. 12 When the sun rises in heaven, it goes forth through this fourth gate 30 days, and by the fourth gate in the west of heaven on a level with it descends. 13 During that period the day is lengthened from the day, and the night curtailed from the night for 30 days. And then the day is longer by 2 parts than the night. 14 The day is precisely 10 parts, and the night is 8. 15 The sun goes forth through this fourth gate, and sets in it, and turns to the fifth gate during 30 days, after which it proceeds from, and sets in, the fifth gate. 16 Then the day becomes lengthened by a second portion, so that it is 11 parts, while the night becomes shortened, and is only 7 parts. 17 The sun now returns to the east, entering into the sixth gate, and rising and setting in the sixth gate 31 days, on account of its signs. 18 At that period the day is longer than the night, being twice as long as the night, and becomes 12 parts. 19 But the night is shortened, and becomes 6 parts. Then the sun rises up, that the day may be shortened, and the night lengthened. 20 And the sun returns towards the east, entering into the sixth gate, where it rises and sets for 30 days. 21 When that period is completed, the day becomes shortened precisely 1 part, so that it is 11 parts, while the night is 7 parts. 22 Then the sun goes from the west, from that sixth gate, and proceeds eastwards, rising in the fifth gate for 30 days, and setting again westwards in the fifth gate of the west. 23 At that period the day becomes shortened 2 parts, and is 10 parts, while the night is 8 parts. 24 Then the sun goes from the fifth gate, as it sets in the fifth gate of the west, and rises in the fourth gate for 31 days, on account of its signs, setting in the west. 25 At that period the day is made equal with the night, and, being equal with it, the night becomes 9 parts, and the day 9 parts. 26 Then the sun goes from that gate, as it sets in the west, and returning to the east proceeds by the third gate for 30 days, setting in the west at the third gate. 27 At that period the night is lengthened from the day during 30 mornings, and the day is curtailed from the day during 30 days, the night being 10 parts precisely, and the day 8 parts. 28 The sun now goes from the third gate, as it sets in the third gate in the west, but returning to the east, it proceeds by the second gate of the east for 30 days. 29 In like manner also it sets in the second gate in the west of heaven. 30 At that period the night is 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. 31 Then the sun goes at that time from the second gate, as it sets in the second gate in the west, but returns to the east, proceeding by the first gate, for 31 days. 32 And sets in the west in the first gate. 33 At that period the night is lengthened as much again as the day. 34 It is 12 parts precisely, while the day is 6 parts. 35 The sun has thus completed its beginnings, and a second time goes round from these beginnings. 36 Into that first gate it enters for 30 days, and sets in the west, in the opposite part of heaven. 37 At that period the night is contracted in its length a fourth part, that is, 1 portion, and becomes 11 parts. 38 The day is 7 parts. 39 Then the sun returns, and enters into the second gate of the east. 40 It returns by these beginnings 30 days, rising and setting. 41 At that period the night is contracted in its length. It becomes 10 parts, and the day 8 parts. Then the sun goes from that second gate, and sets in the west, but returns to the east, and rises in the east, in the third gate, 31 days, setting in the west of heaven. 42 At that period the night becomes shortened. It is 9 parts. And the night is equal with the day. The year is precisely 364 days. 43 The lengthening of the day and night, and the contraction of the day and night, are made to differ from each other by the progress of the sun. 44 By means of this progress the day is daily lengthened, and the night greatly shortened. 45 This is the law and progress of the sun, and its turning when it turns back, turning during 60 days 125 and going forth. This is the great everlasting luminary, that which he names the sun for ever and ever. 46 This also is that which goes forth a great luminary, and which is named after its peculiar kind, as God commanded. 47 And thus it goes in and out, neither slackening nor resting, but running on in its chariot by day and by night. It shines with a seventh portion of light from the moon 126, but the dimensions of both are equal. Chapter 72. 1 After this law I beheld another law of an inferior luminary, the name of which is the moon, and the orb of which is as the orb of heaven. 2 Its chariot, which it secretly ascends, the wind blows, and light is given to it by measure. 3 Every month at its exit and entrance it becomes changed, and its periods are as the periods of the sun. And when in like manner its light is to exist, i.e., when the moon is full, Nib. p. 171, its light is a seventh portion from the light of the sun. 4 Thus it rises, and at its commencement towards the east goes forth for 30 days. 5 At that time it appears, and becomes to you the beginning of the month. 30 days it is with the sun in the gate from which the sun goes forth. 6 Half of it is in extent 7 portions, 1/2, and the whole of its orb is void of light, except a seventh portion out of the 14 portions of its light. And in a day it receives a seventh portion, or half that portion, of its light. Its light is by sevens, by 1 portion, and by the half of a portion. It sets with the sun. 7 And when the sun rises, the moon rises with it, receiving half a portion of light. 8 On that night, when it commences its period, previously to the day of the month, the moon sets with the sun. 9 And on that night it is dark in its 14 portions, that is, in each half, but it rises on that day with 1/7 portion precisely, and in its progress declines from the rising of the sun. 10 During the remainder of its period its light increases to 14 portions. Chapter 73. 1 Then I saw another progress and regulation which he effected in the law of the moon. The progress of the moons, and everything relating to them, Uriel showed me, the holy angel who conducted them all. 2 Their stations I wrote down as he showed them to me. 3 I wrote down their months, as they occur, and the appearance of their light, until it is completed in 15 days. 4 In each of its 2 7 portions it completes all its light at rising and at setting. 5 On stated months it changes its settings, and on stated months it makes its progress through each gate. In 2 gates the moon sets with the sun, viz. In those 2 gates which are in the midst, in the 3rd and 4th gate. From the 3rd gate it goes forth for 7 days, and makes its circuit. 6 Again it returns to the gate whence the sun goes forth, and in that completes the whole of its light. Then it declines from the sun, and enters in 8 days into the 6th gate, and returns in 7 days to the 3rd gate, from which the sun goes forth. 7 When the sun proceeds to the 4th gate, the moon goes forth for 7 days, until it passes from the 5th gate. 8 Again it returns in 7 days to the 4th gate, and completing all its light, declines, and passes on by the 1st gate in 8 days. 9 And returns in 7 days to the 4th gate, from which the sun goes forth. 10 Thus I beheld their stations, as according to the fixed order of the months the sun rises and sets. 11 At those times there is an excess of 30 days belonging to the sun in 5 years, all the days belonging to each year of the 5 years, when completed, amount to 364 days, and to the sun and stars belong 6 days, 6 days in each of the 5 years, thus 30 days belong to them. 12 So that the moon has 30 days less than the sun and stars. 13 The moon brings on all the years exactly, that their stations may come neither 2 forwards nor 2 backwards a single day, but that the years may be changed with correct precision in 364 days. In 3 years the days are 1092, in 5 years they are 1820, and in 8 years 2912 days. 14 to the moon alone belong in 3 years 1062 days, in 5 years it has 50 days less than the sun, for an addition being made to the 1062 days, in 5 years there are 1770 days, and the days of the moon in 8 years are 2832 days. 15 for its days in 8 years are less than those of the sun by 80 days, which 80 days are its diminution in 8 years. 16 The year then becomes truly complete according to the station of the moons, and the station of the sun, which rise in the different gates, which rise and set in them for 30 days. Chapter 74. 1 These are the leaders of the chiefs of the thousands, those which preside over all creation, and over all the stars, with the 4 days which are added and never separated from the place allotted them, according to the complete computation of the year. 2 And these serve 4 days, which are not computed in the computation of the year. 3 Respecting them, men greatly err, for these luminaries truly serve, in the mansion of the world, 1 day in the first gate, 1 in the third gate, 1 in the fourth, and 1 in the sixth gate. 4 And the harmony of the world becomes complete every 364th state of it. 4 The signs. 5 The seasons. 6 The years. 7 And the days, Uriel showed me, the angel whom the Lord of glory appointed over all the luminaries. 8 Of heaven in heaven, and in the world, that they might rule in the face of the sky, and appearing over the earth, become 9 Conductors of the days and nights, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the ministers of heaven, which make their circuit with all the chariots of heaven. 10 Thus Uriel showed me 12 gates open for the circuit of the chariots of the sun in heaven, from which the rays of the sun shoot forth. 11 From these proceed heat over the earth, when they are opened in their stated seasons. They are for the winds, and the spirit of the dew, when in their seasons they are opened in heaven at its extremities. 12 gates I beheld in heaven, at the extremities of the earth, through which the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven, proceed at their rising and setting. 13 Many windows also are open on the right and on the left. 14 One window at a certain season grows extremely hot. So also are there gates from which the stars go forth as they are commanded, and in which they set according to their number. 15 I saw likewise the chariots of heaven, running in the world above to those gates in which the stars turn, which never set. One of these is greater than all, which goes round the whole world. Chapter 75. 1 And at the extremities of the earth I beheld 12 gates open for all the winds, from which they proceed and blow over the earth. 2 3 of them are open in the front of heaven, 3 in the west, 3 on the right side of heaven, and 3 on the left. The first 3 are those which are towards the east, 3 are towards the north, 3 behind those which are upon the left, towards the south, and 3 on the west. 3 From 4 of them proceed winds of blessing, and of health, and from 8 proceed winds of punishment, when they are sent to destroy the earth, and the heaven above it, all its inhabitants, and all which are in the waters, or on dry land. 4 The first of these winds proceeds from the gate termed the eastern, through the first gate on the east, which inclines southwards. From this goes forth destruction, drought, heat, and perdition. 5 From the second gate, the middle one, proceeds equity. There issue from it rain, fruitfulness, health, and dew, and from the third gate northwards, proceed cold and drought. 6 After these proceed the south winds through 3 principal gates, through their first gate, which inclines eastwards, proceeds a hot wind. 7 But from the middle gate proceed grateful odor, dew, rain, health, and life. 8 From the third gate, which is westwards, proceed dew, rain, blight, and destruction. 9 After these are the winds to the north, which is called the sea. They proceed from 3 gates. The first or 7th, Nib, p. 178, gate is that which is on the east, inclining southwards. From this proceed dew, rain, blight, and destruction. From the middle direct gate proceed rain, dew, life, and health. And from the third gate, which is westwards, inclining towards the south, proceed mist, frost, snow, rain, dew, and blight. 10 After these in the fourth quarter are the winds to the west. From the first gate, inclining northwards, proceed dew, rain, frost, cold, snow, and chill. From the middle gate proceed rain, health, and blessing. 11 And from the last gate, which is southwards, proceed drought, destruction, scorching, and perdition. 12 The account of the 12 gates of the 4 quarters of heaven is ended. 13 All their laws, all their infliction of punishment, and the health produced by them, have I explained to thee, my son Methuselah, Enoch's son, Methuselah, cp. Gen 5:21. Chapter 76. 1 The first wind is called the eastern, because it is the first. 2 The second is called the south, because the Most High there descends, and frequently there descends he who is blessed forever. 3 The western wind has the name of diminution, because there all the luminaries of heaven are diminished, and descend. 4 The fourth wind, which is named the north, is divided into 3 parts, one of which is for the habitation of man, another for seas of water, with valleys, woods, rivers, shady places, and snow, and the third part contains paradise. 5 7 High mountains I beheld, higher than all the mountains of the earth, from which frost proceeds, while days, seasons, and years depart and pass away. 6 7 Rivers I beheld upon earth, greater than all rivers, one of which takes its course from the west, into a great sea its water flows. 7 2 Come from the north to the sea, their waters flowing into the Erythraean Sea, the Red Sea, on the east. And with respect to the remaining 4, they take their course in the cavity of the north, 2 to their sea, the Erythraean Sea, and 2 are poured into a great sea, where also it is said there is a desert. 8 7 Great islands I saw in the sea and on the earth. 7 In the Great Sea. Chapter 77. 1 The names of the sun are these, 1 Ariares, the other Tamash. 2 The moon has 4 names. The first is Asonia, the second, Eblat, the third, Benace, and the fourth, Eri. 3 These are the 2 great luminaries, whose orbs are as the orbs of heaven, and the dimensions of both are equal. 4 In the orb of the sun there is a 7th portion of light, which is added to it from the moon, or 7 parts of light which are added to it more than to the moon, Nib, p. 182. By measure it is put in, until a 7th portion of the light of the sun is departed. They said, Enter into the western gate, circuit by the north, and through the eastern gate go forth over the face of heaven. 5 When the moon rises, it appears in heaven, and the half of a 7th portion of light is all which is in it. 6 In 14 days the whole of its light is completed. 7 By 3 quintuples light is put into it, until in 15 days its light is completed, according to the signs of the year, it has 3 quintuples. 8 The moon has the half of a 7th portion. 9 During its diminution on the first day its light decreases a 14th part, on the second day it decreases a 13th part, on the third day a 12th part, on the fourth day an 11th part, on the 5th day a 10th part, on the 6th day a 9th part, on the 7th day it decreases an 8th part, on the 8th day it decreases a 7th part, on the 9th day it decreases a 6th part, on the 10th day it decreases a 5th part, on the 11th day it decreases a 4th part, on the 12th day it decreases a 3rd part, on the 13th day it decreases a 2nd part, on the 14th day it decreases a half of its 7th part, and on the 15th day the whole remainder of its light is consumed. 10 On stated months the moon has 29 days. 11 It also has a period of 28 days. 12 Uriel likewise showed me another regulation, when light is poured into the moon, how it is poured into it from the sun. 13 All the time that the moon is in progress with its light, it is poured into it in the presence of the sun, until its light is in 14 days completed in heaven. 14 And when it is wholly extinguished, its light is consumed in heaven, and on the first day it is called the new moon, for on that day light is received into it. 15 It becomes precisely completed on the day that the sun descends into the west, while the moon ascends at night from the east. 16 The moon then shines all the night, until the sun rises before it, when the moon disappears in turn before the sun. 17 Where light comes to the moon, there again it decreases, until all its light is extinguished, and the days of the moon pass away. 18 Then its orb remains solitary without light. 19 During 3 months it affects in 30 days each month its period, and during 3 more months it affects it in 29 days each. These are the times in which it affects its decrease in its first period, and in the first gate, namely, in 177 days. 20 And at the time of its going forth during 3 months it appears 30 days each, and during 3 more months it appears 29 days each. 21 In the night it appears for each 20 days as the face of a man, and in the day as heaven, for it is nothing else except its light. Chapter 78. 1 And now, my son Methuselah, I have shown thee everything, and the account of every ordinance of the stars of heaven is finished. 2 He showed me every ordinance respecting these, which takes place at all times and in all seasons under every influence, in all years, at the arrival and under the rule of each, during every month and every week. He showed me also the decrease of the moon, which is effected in the 6th gate, for in that 6th gate is its light consumed. 3 From this is the beginning of the month, and its decrease is effected in the 6th gate in its period, until 177 days are completed, according to the mode of computation by weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. For its period is less than that of the sun, according to the ordinance of the stars, by 5 days in 1/2 year literally, in 1 time, Lawrence, p. 110, precisely. 5 When that their visible situation is completed. Such is the appearance and likeness of every luminary, which Uriel, the great angel who conducts them, showed to me. Chapter 79. 1 In those days Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have showed thee all things, O Enoch. 2 And all things have I revealed to thee. Thou seest the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. 3 In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened. 4 Their seed shall be backward in their prolific soil, and everything done on earth shall be subverted, and disappear in its season. The rain shall be restrained, and heaven shall stand still. 5 In those days the fruits of the earth shall be late, and not flourish in their season, and in their season the fruits of the trees shall be withholden. 6 The moon shall change its laws, and not be seen at its proper period. But in those days shall heaven be seen, and barrenness shall take place in the borders of the great chariots in the west. Heaven shall shine more than when illuminated by the orders of light, while many chiefs among the stars of authority shall err, perverting their ways and works. 7 Those shall not appear in their season, who command them, and all the classes of the stars shall be shut up against sinners. 8 The thoughts of those who dwell on earth shall transgress within them, and they shall be perverted in all their ways. 9 They shall transgress, and think themselves or them, i.e., the chiefs among the stars, vs. 6, Nib, p. 186, gods, while evil shall be multiplied among them. 10 And punishment shall come upon them, so that all of them shall be destroyed. Chapter 80. 1 He said, O Enoch, look on the book which heaven has gradually dropped down, or, the book of the tablets of heaven, Nib, p. 186, and, reading that which is written in it, understand every part of it. 2 Then I looked on all which was written, and understood all, reading the book and everything written in it, all the works of man. 3 And of all the children of flesh upon earth, during the generations of the world. 4 Immediately after I blessed the Lord, the King of glory, who has thus forever formed the whole workmanship of the world. 5 And I glorified the Lord, on account of his long-suffering and blessing towards the children of the world. 6 At that time I said, Blessed is the man, who shall die righteous and good, against whom no catalogue of crime has been written, and with whom iniquity is not found. 7 Then those 3 holy ones caused me to approach, and placed me on the earth, before the door of my house. 8 And they said unto me, Explain everything to Methuselah thy son, and inform all thy children, that no flesh shall be justified before the Lord, for he is their Creator. 9 During 1 year we will leave thee with thy children, until thou shalt again recover thy strength, that thou mayest instruct thy family, write these things, and explain them to all thy children. But in another year they shall take thee from the midst of them, and thy heart shall be strengthened, for the elect shall point out righteousness to the elect, the righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, congratulating each other, but sinners with sinners shall die. 10 And the perverted with the perverted shall be drowned. 11 Those likewise who act righteously shall die on account of the works of man, and shall be gathered together on account of the works of the wicked. 12 In those days they finished conversing with me. 13 And I returned to my fellow men, blessing the Lord of worlds. Chapter 81. 1 Now, my son Methuselah, all these things I speak unto thee, and write for thee. To thee I have revealed all, and have given thee books of everything. 2 Preserve, my son Methuselah, the books written by thy father, that thou mayest transmit them to future generations. 3 Wisdom have I given to thee, to thy children, and thy posterity, that they may transmit to their children, for generations forever, this wisdom in their thoughts, and that those who comprehend it may not slumber, but hear with their ears, that they may learn this wisdom, and be deemed worthy of eating this wholesome food. 4 Blessed are all the righteous, blessed all who walk in the paths of righteousness, in whom no crime is found, as in sinners, when all their days are numbered. 5 With respect to the progress of the sun in heaven, it enters and goes out of each gate for 30 days, with the leaders of the 1,000 classes of the stars, with 4 which are added, and appertain to the 4 quarters of the year, which conduct them, and accompany them at 4 periods. 6 Respecting these, men greatly err, and do not compute them in the computation of every age, for they greatly err respecting them, nor do men know accurately that they are in the computation of the year. But indeed these are marked down forever, 1 in the 1st gate, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. 7 So that the year is completed in 364 days. 8 Truly has been stated, and accurately has been computed that which is marked down, for the luminaries, the months, the fixed periods, the years, and the days, Uriel has explained to me, and communicated to me, whom the Lord of all creation, on my account, commanded, according to the might of heaven, and the power which it possesses both by night and by day, to explain the laws of light to man, of the sun, moon, and stars, and of all the powers of heaven, which are turned with their respective orbs. 9 This is the ordinance of the stars, which set in their places, in their seasons, in their periods, in their days, and in their months. 10 These are the names of those who conduct them, who watch and enter in their seasons, according to their ordinance in their periods, in their months, in the times of their influence, and in their stations. 11 4 Conductors of them first enter, who separate the 4 quarters of the year. After these, 12 conductors of their classes, who separate the months and the year into 364 days, with the leaders of 1,000, who distinguish between the days, as well as between the 4 additional ones, which, as conductors, divide the 4 quarters of the year. 12 These leaders of 1,000 are in the midst of the conductors, and the conductors are added each behind his station, and their conductors make the separation. These are the names of the conductors, who separate the 4 quarters of the year, who are appointed over them, Melchel, Helamelech. 13 Melial, and Neril. 14 And the names of those who conduct them are Adnarel, Jesuzel, and Gialomil. 15 These are the 3 who follow after the conductors of the classes of stars, each following after the 3 conductors of the classes, which themselves follow after those conductors of the stations, who divide the 4 quarters of the year. 16 In the first part of the year rises and rules Melchias, who is named Tamani, and Zahior, the southern son, Nib, p. 190. 17 All the days of his influence, during which he rules, are 91 days. 18 And these are the signs of the days which are seen upon earth. In the days of his influence there is perspiration, heat, and trouble. All the trees become fruitful, the leaf of every tree comes forth, the corn is reaped, the rose and every species of flowers blossoms in the field, and the trees of winter are dried up. 19 These are the names of the conductors who are under them, Barkel, Zelzabel, and another additional conductor of 1,000 is named Heloialeph, the days of whose influence have been completed. The other conductor next after them is Helamelech, whose name they call the splendid Zahior, son, Nib, p. 191. 20 All the days of his light are 91 days. 21 These are the signs of the days upon earth, heat, and drought, while the trees bring forth their fruits, warmed and concocted, and give their fruits to dry. 22 The flocks follow and yean mate and bear young. All the fruits of the earth are collected, with everything in the fields, and the vines are trodden. This takes place during the time of his influence. 23 These are their names and orders, and the names of the conductors who are under them, of those who are chiefs of 1,000, Gedaiel, Keel, Heel. 24 And the name of the additional leader of 1,000 is Asphael. 25 The days of his influence have been completed. Chapter 82. 1 And now I have shown thee, my son Methuselah, every sight which I saw prior to thy birth. I will relate another vision, which I saw before I was married, they resemble each other. 2 The first was when I was learning a book, and the other before I was married to thy mother. I saw a potent vision. 3 And on account of these things besought the Lord. 4 I was lying down in the house of my grandfather Malalel, when I saw in a vision heaven purifying, and snatched away or, was thrown down and removed, Nib, p. 192. 5 And falling to the earth or, and when it fell upon the earth, Nib, p. 192, I saw likewise the earth absorbed by a great abyss, and mountains suspended over mountains. 6 Hills were sinking upon hills, lofty trees were gliding off from their trunks, and were in the act of being projected, and of sinking into the abyss. 7 Being alarmed at these things, my voice faltered literally, the word fell down in my mouth, Lawrence, p. 118. I cried out and said, the earth is destroyed. Then my grandfather Malalel raised me up, and said to me, why dost thou thus cry out, my son? And wherefore dost thou thus lament? 8 I related to him the whole vision which I had seen. He said to me, confirmed is that which thou hast seen, my son. 9 And potent the vision of thy dream respecting every secret sin of the earth. Its substance shall sink into the abyss, and a great destruction take place. 10 Now, my son, rise up, and beseech the Lord of glory, for thou art faithful, that a remnant may be left upon earth, and that he would not wholly destroy it. My son, all this calamity upon earth comes down from heaven, upon earth shall there be a great destruction. 11 Then I arose, prayed, and entreated, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world, explaining everything to my son Methuselah. 12 When I went out below, and looking up to heaven, beheld the sun proceeding from the east, the moon descending to the west, a few scattered stars, and everything which God has known from the beginning, I blessed the Lord of judgment, and magnified him, because he hath sent forth the sun from the chambers literally, windows, Lawrence, p. 119, of the east, that, ascending and rising in the face of heaven, it might spring up, and pursue the path which has been pointed out to it. Chapter 83. 1 I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy, and the Great One. I spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has formed for all the sons of mortal men, that with it they may speak, giving them breath, a mouth, and a tongue to converse with. 2 Blessed art thou, O Lord, the King, great and powerful in thy greatness, Lord of all the creatures of heaven, King of kings, God of the whole world, whose reign, whose kingdom, and whose majesty endure forever and ever. 3. From generation to generation shall thy dominion exist. All the heavens are thy throne forever, and all the earth thy footstool forever and forever. 4. For thou hast made them, and over all thou reignest. No act whatsoever exceeds thy power. With thee wisdom is unchangeable, nor from thy throne and from thy presence is it ever averted. Thou knowest all things, seest and hearest them, nor is anything concealed from thee, for thou perceivest all things. 5. The angels of thy heavens have transgressed, and on mortal flesh shall thy wrath remain, until the day of the great judgment. 6. Now then, O God, Lord and mighty King, I entreat thee, and beseech thee to grant my prayer, that a posterity may be left to me on earth, and that the whole human race may not perish. 7. That the earth may not be left destitute, and destruction take place forever. 8. O my Lord, let the race perish from off the earth which has offended thee, but a righteous and upright race establish for a posterity literally, for the plant of a seed. Lawrence, p. 121, forever. Hide not thy face, O Lord, from the prayer of thy servant. Chapter 84. 1. After this I saw another dream, and explained it all to thee, my son. Enoch arose and said to his son Methuselah, to thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my word, and incline thine ear to the visionary dream of thy father. Before I married thy mother Edna, I saw a vision on my bed. 127. 2. And behold, a cow sprung forth from the earth. 3. And this cow was white. 4. Afterwards a female heifer sprung forth, and with it another heifer. 128, one of them was black, and one was red. Cain and Abel. 5. The black heifer then struck the red one, and pursued it over the earth. 6. From that period I could see nothing more of the red heifer, but the black one increased in bulk, and a female heifer came with him. 7. After this I saw that many cows proceeded forth, resembling him, and following after him. 8. The first female young one also went out in the presence of the first cow, and sought the red heifer, but found him not. 9. And she lamented with a great lamentation, while she was seeking him. 10. Then I looked until that first cow came to her, from which time she became silent, and ceased to lament. 11. Afterwards she calved another white cow. 12. And again calved many cows and black heifers. 13. In my sleep also I perceived a white bull, which in like manner grew, and became a large white bull. 14. After him many white cows came forth, resembling him. 15. And they began to calve many other white cows, which resembled them and followed each other. Chapter 85. 1. Again I looked attentively, while sleeping, and surveyed heaven above. 2. And behold a single star fell from heaven. 3. Which being raised up, ate and fed among those cows. 4. After that I perceived other large and black cows, and behold all of them changed their stalls and pastures, while their young began to lament one with another. Again I looked in my vision, and surveyed heaven, when behold I saw many stars which descended, and projected themselves from heaven to where the first star was. 5. Into the midst of those young ones, while the cows were with them, feeding in the midst of them. 6. I looked at and observed them, when behold, they all acted after the manner of horses, and began to approach the young cows, all of whom became pregnant, and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses. 7. At these all the cows were alarmed and terrified, when they began biting with their teeth, swallowing, and striking with their horns. 8. They began also to devour the cows, and behold all the children of the earth trembled, shook with terror at them, and suddenly fled away. Chapter 86. 1. Again I perceived them, when they began to strike and to swallow each other, and the earth cried out. Then I raised my eyes a second time towards heaven, and saw in a vision, that, behold, there came forth from heaven as it were the likeness of white men. 1 came forth from thence, and 3 with him. To those three, who came forth last, seized me by my hand, and raising me up from the generations of the earth, elevated me to a high station. 3 Then they showed me a lofty tower on the earth, while every hill became diminished. And they said, Remain here, until thou perceivest what shall come upon those elephants, camels, and asses, upon the stars, and upon all the cows. Chapter 87. 1 Then I looked at that one of the 4 white men, who came forth first. 2 He seized the first star which fell down from heaven. 3 And, binding it hand and foot, he cast it into a valley narrow, deep, stupendous, and gloomy. 4 Then one of them drew his sword, and gave it to the elephants, camels, and asses, who began to strike each other. And the whole earth shook on account of them. 5 And when I looked in the vision, behold, one of those 4 angels, who came forth, hurled from heaven, collected together, and took all the great stars, whose form partly resembled that of horses, and binding them all hand and foot, cast them into the cavities of the earth. Chapter 88. 1 Then one of those 4 went to the white cows, and taught them a mystery. While the cow was trembling, it was born, and became a man Noah, and fabricated for himself a large ship. In this he dwelt, and 3 cows Shem, Ham, and Japheth dwelt with him in that ship, which covered them. 2 Again I lifted up my eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof. Above it were 7 cataracts, which poured forth on a certain village much water. 3 Again I looked, and behold there were fountains open on the earth in that large village. 4 The water began to boil up, and rose over the earth, so that the village was not seen, while its whole soil was covered with water. 5 Much water was over it, darkness, and clouds. Then I surveyed the height of this water, and it was elevated above the village. 6 It flowed over the village, and stood higher than the earth. 7 Then all the cows which were collected there, while I looked on them, were drowned, swallowed up, and destroyed in the water. 8 But the ship floated above it. All the cows, the elephants, the camels, and the asses, were drowned on the earth, and all cattle. Nor could I perceive them. Neither were they able to get out, but perished, and sunk into the deep. 9 Again I looked in the vision until those cataracts from that lofty roof were removed, and the fountains of the earth became equalized, while other depths were opened. 10 Into which the water began to descend, until the dry ground appeared. 11 The ship remained on the earth, the darkness receded, and it became light. 12 Then the white cow, which became a man, went out of the ship, and the 3 cows with him. 13 One of the 3 cows was white, resembling that cow, one of them was red as blood, and one of them was black. And the white cow left them. 14 Then began wild beasts and birds to bring forth. 15 Of all these the different kinds assembled together, lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, wild boars, foxes, rabbits, and the hanzar. 16 The ceset, the aviest, kites, the fancas, and ravens. 17 Then a white cow Abraham was born in the midst of them. 18 And they began to bite each other, when the white cow, which was born in the midst of them, brought forth a wild ass and a white cow at the same time, and after that many wild asses. Then the white cow Isaac, which was born, brought forth a black wild sow and a white sheep Esau and Jacob. 19 That wild sow also brought forth many swine. 20 And that sheep brought forth 12 sheep, the 12 patriarchs. 21 When those 12 sheep grew up, they delivered one of them Joseph to the asses the Midianites. 22 Again those asses delivered that sheep to the wolves the Egyptians, 23 And he grew up in the midst of them. 24 Then the Lord brought the 11 other sheep, that they might dwell and feed with him in the midst of the wolves. 25 They multiplied, and there was abundance of pasture for them. 26 But the wolves began to frighten and oppress them, while they destroyed their young ones. 27 And they left their young in torrents of deep water. 28 Now the sheep began to cry out on account of their young, and fled for refuge to their Lord. 1 Moses however, which was saved, escaped, and went away to the wild asses. 29 I beheld the sheep moaning, crying, and petitioning their Lord. 30 With all their might, until the Lord of the sheep descended at their voice from his lofty habitation, went to them, and inspected them. 31 He called to that sheep which had secretly stolen away from the wolves, and told him to make the wolves understand that they were not to touch the sheep. 32 Then that sheep went to the wolves with the word of the Lord, when another met him Aaron, and proceeded with him. 33 Both of them together entered the dwelling of the wolves, and conversing with them made them understand, that from thenceforwards they were not to touch the sheep. 34 Afterwards I perceived the wolves greatly prevailing over the sheep with their whole force. The sheep cried out, and their Lord came to them. 35 He began to strike the wolves, who commenced a grievous lamentation, but the sheep were silent, nor from that time did they cry out. 36 I then looked at them, until they departed from the wolves. The eyes of the wolves were blind, who went out and followed them with all their might. But the Lord of the sheep proceeded with them, and conducted them. 37 All his sheep followed him. 38 His countenance was terrific and splendid, and glorious was his aspect. Yet the wolves began to follow the sheep, until they overtook them in a certain lake of water, the Red Sea. 39 Then that lake became divided, the water standing up on both sides before their face. 40 And while their Lord was conducting them, he placed himself between them and the wolves. 41 The wolves however perceived not the sheep, but went into the midst of the lake, following them, and running after them into the lake of water. 42 But when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to fly from before his face. 43 Then the water of the lake returned, and that suddenly, according to its nature. It became full, and was raised up, until it covered the wolves. And I saw that all of them which had followed the sheep perished, and were drowned. 44 But the sheep passed over this water, proceeding to a wilderness, which was without both water and grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. 45 Then I beheld the Lord of the sheep inspecting them, and giving them water and grass. 46 The sheep already mentioned was proceeding with them, and conducting them. 47 And when he had ascended the top of a lofty rock, the Lord of the sheep sent him to them. 48 Afterwards I perceived their Lord standing before them, with an aspect terrific and severe. 49 And when they all beheld him, they were frightened at his countenance. 50 All of them were alarmed, and trembled. They cried out after that sheep, and to the other sheep who had been with him, and who was in the midst of them, saying, We are not able to stand before our Lord, or to look upon him. 51 Then that sheep who conducted them went away, and ascended the top of the rock. 52 When the rest of the sheep began to grow blind, and to wander from the path which he had shown them, but he knew it not. 53 Their Lord however was moved with great indignation against them, and when that sheep had learned what had happened. 54 He descended from the top of the rock, and coming to them, found that there were many. 55 Which had become blind. 56 And had wandered from his path. As soon as they beheld him, they feared, and trembled at his presence. 57 And became desirous of returning to their fold. 58 Then that sheep, taking with him other sheep, went to those which had wandered. 59 And afterwards began to kill them. They were terrified at his countenance. Then he caused those which had wandered to return, who went back to their fold. 60 I likewise saw there in the vision, that this sheep became a man, built an house a tabernacle, Milach, p. 205, for the Lord of the sheep, and made them all stand in that house. 61 I perceived also that the sheep which proceeded to meet this sheep, their conductor, died. I saw, too, that all the great sheep perished, while smaller ones rose up in their place, entered into a pasture, and approached a river of water, the river Jordan. 62 Then that sheep, their conductor, who became a man, was separated from them, and died. 63 All the sheep sought after him, and cried for him with bitter lamentation. 64 I saw likewise that they ceased to cry after that sheep, and passed over the river of water. 65 And that there arose other sheep, all of whom conducted them the judges of Israel, instead of those who were dead, and who had previously conducted them. 66 Then I saw that the sheep entered into a goodly place, and a territory delectable and glorious. 67 I saw also that they became satiated, that their house was in the midst of a delectable territory, and that sometimes their eyes were opened, and that sometimes they were blind, until another sheep Samuel arose and conducted them. He brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. 68 Then dogs, foxes, and wild boars began to devour them, until again another sheep Saul arose, the master of the flock, one of themselves, a ram, to conduct them. This ram began to butt on every side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, until they all perished. 69 But the former sheep opened his eyes, and saw the ram in the midst of them, who had laid aside his glory. 70 And he began to strike the sheep, treading upon them, and behaving himself without dignity. 71 Then their Lord sent the former sheep again to a still different sheep David, and raised him up to be a ram, and to conduct them instead of that sheep who had laid aside his glory. 72 Going therefore to him, and conversing with him alone, he raised up that ram, and made him a prince and leader of the flock. All the time that the dogs the Philistines troubled the sheep. 73 The first ram paid respect to this latter ram. 74 Then the latter ram arose, and fled away from before his face. And I saw that those dogs caused the first ram to fall. 75 But the latter ram arose, and conducted the smaller sheep. 76 That ram likewise begot many sheep, and died. 77 Then there was a smaller sheep Solomon, a ram, instead of him, which became a prince and leader, conducting the flock. 78 And the sheep increased in size, and multiplied. 79 And all the dogs, foxes, and wild boars feared, and fled away from him. 80 That ram also struck and killed all the wild beasts, so that they could not again prevail in the midst of the sheep, nor at any time ever snatch them away. 81 And that house was made large and wide, a lofty tower being built upon it by the sheep, for the Lord of the sheep. 82 The house was low, but the tower was elevated and very high. 83 Then the Lord of the sheep stood upon that tower, and caused a full table to approach before him. 84 Again I saw that those sheep wandered, and went various ways, forsaking that their house. 85 And that their Lord called to some among them, whom he sent the prophets to them. 86 But these the sheep began to kill. And when one of them was saved from slaughter, Elijah he leaped, and cried out against those who were desirous of killing him. 87 But the Lord of the sheep delivered him from their hands, and made him ascend to him, and remain with him. 88 He sent also many others to them, to testify, and with lamentations to exclaim against them. 89 Again I saw, when some of them forsook the house of their Lord, and his tower, wandering on all sides, and growing blind. 90 I saw that the Lord of the sheep made a great slaughter among them in their pasture, until they cried out to him in consequence of that slaughter. Then he departed from the place of his habitation, and left them in the power of lions, tigers, wolves, and the zed hyenas, Nib, p. 209, and in the power of foxes, and of every beast. 91 And the wild beasts began to tear them. 92 I saw, too, that he forsook the house of their fathers, and their tower, giving them all into the power of lions to tear and devour them, into the power of every beast. 93 Then I began to cry out with all my might, imploring the Lord of the sheep, and showing him how the sheep were devoured by all the beasts of prey. 94 But he looked on in silence, rejoicing that they were devoured, swallowed up, and carried off, and leaving them in the power of every beast for food. He called also 70 shepherds, and resigned to them the care of the sheep, that they might overlook them. 95 Saying to them and to their associates, every one of you henceforwards overlook the sheep, and whatsoever I command you, do, and I will deliver them to you numbered. 96 I will tell you which of them shall be slain, these destroy. And he delivered the sheep to them. 97 Then he called to another, and said, Understand, and watch everything which the shepherds shall do to these sheep, for many more of them shall perish than I have commanded. 98 Of every excess and slaughter, which the shepherds shall commit, there shall be an account, as, how many may have perished by my command, and how many they may have destroyed of their own heads. 99 Of all the destruction brought about by each of the shepherds there shall be an account, and according to the number I will cause a recital to be made before me, how many they have destroyed of their own heads, and how many they have delivered up to destruction, that I may have this testimony against them, that I may know all their proceedings, and that, delivering the sheep to them, I may see what they will do, whether they will act as I have commanded them, or not. 100 Of this, however, they shall be ignorant, neither shalt thou make any explanation to them, neither shalt thou reprove them, but there shall be an account of all the destruction done by them in their respective seasons. Then they began to kill, and destroy more than it was commanded them. 101 And they left the sheep in the power of lions, so that very many of them were devoured and swallowed up by lions and tigers, and wild boars preyed upon them. That tower they burnt, and overthrew that house. 102 Then I grieved extremely on account of the tower, and because the house of the sheep was overthrown. 103 Neither was I afterwards able to perceive whether they again entered that house. 104 The shepherds likewise, and their associates, delivered them to all the wild beasts, that they might devour them. Each of them in his season, according to his number, was delivered up, each of them, one with another, was described in a book, how many of them, one with another, were destroyed, in a book. 105 More, however, than was ordered, every shepherd killed and destroyed. 106 Then I began to weep, and was greatly indignant, on account of the sheep. 107 In like manner also I saw in the vision him who wrote, how he wrote down one, destroyed by the shepherds, every day. He ascended, remained, and exhibited each of his books to the Lord of the sheep, containing all which they had done, and all which each of them had made away with. 108 And all which they had delivered up to destruction. 109 He took the book up in his hands, read it, sealed it, and deposited it. 110 After this, I saw shepherds overlooking for 12 hours. 111 And behold 3 of the sheep Zerubbabel, Joshua, and Nehemiah departed, arrived, went in, and began building all which was fallen down of that house. 112 But the wild boars the Samaritans hindered them, although they prevailed not. 113 Again they began to build as before, and raised up that tower, which was called a lofty tower. 114 And again they began to place before the tower a table, with every impure and unclean kind of bread upon it. 115 Moreover also all the sheep were blind, and could not see, as were the shepherds likewise. 116 Thus were they delivered up to the shepherds for a great destruction, who trod them under foot, and devoured them. 117 Yet was their Lord silent, until all the sheep in the field were destroyed. The shepherds and the sheep were all mixed together, but they did not save them from the power of the beasts. 118 Then he who wrote the book ascended, exhibited it, and read it at the residence of the Lord of the sheep. He petitioned him for them, and prayed, pointing out every act of the shepherds, and testifying before him against them all. Then taking the book, he deposited it with him, and departed. Chapter 89. 1 And I observed during the time, that thus 37,129 shepherds were overlooking, all of whom finished in their respective periods as the first. Others then received them into their hands, that they might overlook them in their respective periods, every shepherd in his own period. 2 Afterwards I saw in the vision, that all the birds of heaven arrived, eagles, the obvious, kites and ravens. The eagle instructed them all. 3. They began to devour the sheep, to peck out their eyes, and to eat up their bodies. 4. The sheep then cried out, for their bodies were devoured by the birds. 5. I also cried out, and groaned in my sleep against that shepherd which overlooked the flock. 6. And I looked, while the sheep were eaten up by the dogs, by the eagles, and by the kites. They neither left them their body, nor their skin, nor their muscles, until their bones alone remained, until their bones fell upon the ground. And the sheep became diminished. 7. I observed likewise during the time, that 23 shepherds 130 were overlooking, who completed in their respective periods 58 periods. 8. Then were small lambs born of those white sheep, who began to open their eyes and to see, crying out to the sheep. 9. The sheep, however, cried not out to them, neither did they hear what they uttered to them, but were deaf, blind, and obdurate in the greatest degrees. 10. I saw in the vision that ravens flew down upon those lambs. 11. That they seized one of them, and that tearing the sheep in pieces, they devoured them. 12. I saw also, that horns grew upon those lambs, and that the ravens lighted down upon their horns. 13. I saw, too, that a large horn sprouted out on an animal among the sheep, and that their eyes were opened. 14. He looked at them. Their eyes were wide open, and he cried out to them. 15. Then the Dibella the ibex, probably symbolizing Alexander the Great, Lawrence, p. 140, saw him, all of whom ran to him. 16. And besides this, all the eagles, the obvious, the ravens and the kites, were still carrying off the sheep, flying down upon them, and devouring them. The sheep were silent, but the Dibella lamented and cried out. 17. Then the ravens contended, and struggled with them. 18. They wished among them to break his horn, but they prevailed not over him. 19. I looked on them, until the shepherds, the eagles, the obvious, and the kites came. 20. Who cried out to the ravens to break the horn of the Dibella, to contend with him, and to kill him. But he struggled with them, and cried out, that help might come to him. 21. Then I perceived that the man came who had written down the names of the shepherds, and who ascended up before the Lord of the sheep. 22. He brought assistance, and caused every one to see him descending to the help of the Dibella. 23. I perceived likewise that the Lord of the sheep came to them in wrath, while all those who saw him fled away, all fell down in his tabernacle before his face, while all the eagles, the obvious, ravens, and kites assembled, and brought with them all the sheep of the field. 24. All came together, and strove to break the horn of the Dibella. 25. Then I saw, that the man, who wrote the book at the word of the Lord, opened the book of destruction, of that destruction which the last 12 shepherds the native princes of Judah after its delivery from the Syrian yoke wrought, and pointed out before the Lord of the sheep, that they destroyed more than those who preceded them. 26. I saw also that the Lord of the sheep came to them, and taking in his hand the scepter of his wrath seized the earth, which became rent asunder, while all the beasts and birds of heaven fell from the sheep, and sunk into the earth, which closed over them. 27. I saw, too, that a large sword was given to the sheep, who went forth against all the beasts of the field to slay them. 28. But all the beasts and birds of heaven fled away from before their face. 29. And I saw a throne erected in a delectable land. 30. Upon this sat the Lord of the sheep, who received all the sealed books. 31. Which were opened before him. 32. Then the Lord called the first 7 white ones, and commanded them to bring before him the first of the first stars, which preceded the stars whose form partly resembled that of horses, the first star, which fell down first, and they brought them all before him. 33. And he spoke to the man who wrote in his presence, who was one of the 7 white ones, saying, Take those 70 shepherds, to whom I delivered up the sheep, and who receiving them killed more of them than I commanded. Behold, I saw them all bound, and all standing before him. First came on the trial of the stars, which, being judged, and found guilty, went to the place of punishment. They thrust them into a place, deep, and full of flaming fire, and full of pillars of fire. Then the 70 shepherds were judged, and being found guilty, were thrust into the flaming abyss. 34 At that time likewise I perceived, that one abyss was thus opened in the midst of the earth, which was full of fire. 35 And to this were brought the blind sheep, which being judged, and found guilty, were all thrust into that abyss of fire on the earth, and burnt. 36 The abyss was on the right of that house. 37 And I saw the sheep burning, and their bones consuming. 38 I stood beholding him emerge that ancient house, while they brought out its pillars, every plant in it, and the ivory enfolding it. They brought it out, and deposited it in a place on the right side of the earth. 39 I also saw, that the Lord of the sheep produced a new house, great, and loftier than the former, which he bounded by the former circular spot. All its pillars were new, and its ivory new, as well as more abundant than the former ancient ivory, which he had brought out. 40 And while all the sheep which were left were in the midst of it, all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds of heaven, fell down and worshipped them, petitioning them, and obeying them in everything. 41 Then those 3, who were clothed in white, and who, holding me by my hand, had before caused me to ascend, while the hand of him who spoke held me, raised me up, and placed me in the midst of the sheep, before the judgment took place. 42 The sheep were all white, with wool long and pure. Then all who had perished, and had been destroyed, every beast of the field, and every bird of heaven, assembled in that house, while the Lord of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because all were good, and had come back again to his dwelling. 43 And I saw that they laid down the sword which had been given to the sheep, and returned it to his house, sealing it up in the presence of the Lord. 44 All the sheep would have been enclosed in that house, had it been capable of containing them, and the eyes of all were open, gazing on the good one, nor was there one among them who did not behold him. 45 I likewise perceived that the house was large, wide, and extremely full. I saw, too, that a white cow was born, whose horns were great, and that all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of heaven, were alarmed at him, and entreated him at all times. 46 Then I saw that the nature of all of them was changed, and that they became white cows. 47 And that the first, who was in the midst of them, spoke, when that word became or, was a wild ox, and that wild ox was, Nib, p. 216, a large beast, upon the head of which were great and black horns. 48 While the Lord of the sheep rejoiced over them, and over all the cows. 49 I lay down in the midst of them, I awoke, and saw the whole. This is the vision which I saw, lying down and waking. Then I blessed the Lord of righteousness, and gave glory to him. 50 Afterwards I wept abundantly, nor did my tears cease, so that I became incapable of enduring it. While I was looking on, they flowed on account of what I saw, for all was come and gone by, every individual circumstance respecting the conduct of mankind was seen by me. 51 In that night I remembered my former dream, and therefore wept and was troubled, because I had seen that vision. Chapter 90 1 And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all thy brethren, and assemble for me all the children of thy mother, for a voice calls me, and the Spirit is poured out upon me, that I may show you everything which shall happen to you forever. 2 Then Methuselah went, called to him all his brethren, and assembled his kindred. 3 And conversing with all his children in truth. 4 Enoch said, Hear, my children, every word of your father, and listen in uprightness to the voice of my mouth, for I would gain your attention, while I address you. My beloved, be attached to integrity, and walk in it. 5 Approach not integrity with a double heart, nor be associated with double-minded men, but walk, my children, in righteousness, which will conduct you in good paths, and be truth your companion. 6 For I know, that oppression will exist and prevail on earth, that on earth great punishment shall in the end take place, and that there shall be a consummation of all iniquity, which shall be cut off from its root, and every fabric raised by it shall pass away. Iniquity, however, shall again be renewed, and consummated on earth. Every act of crime, and every act of oppression and impiety, shall be a second time embraced. 7 When therefore iniquity, sin, blasphemy, tyranny, and every evil work, shall increase, and when transgression, impiety, and uncleanness also shall increase, then upon them all shall great punishment be inflicted from heaven. 8 The Holy Lord shall go forth in wrath, and upon them all shall great punishment from heaven be inflicted. 9 The Holy Lord shall go forth in wrath, and with punishment, that he may execute judgment upon earth. 10 In those days oppression shall be cut off from its roots, and iniquity with fraud shall be eradicated, perishing from under heaven. 11 Every place of strength or, all the idols of the nations, Nib, p. 218, shall be surrendered with its inhabitants, with fire shall it be burnt. They shall be brought from every part of the earth, and be cast into a judgment of fire. They shall perish in wrath, and by a judgment overpowering them forever. 12 Righteousness shall be raised up from slumber, and wisdom shall be raised up, and conferred upon them. 13 Then shall the roots of iniquity be cut off, sinners perish by the sword, and blasphemers be annihilated everywhere. 14 Those who meditate oppression, and those who blaspheme, by the sword shall perish. 15 And now, my children, I will describe and point out to you the path of righteousness and the path of oppression. 16 I will again point them out to you, that you may know what is to come. 17 Hear now, my children, and walk in the path of righteousness, but shun that of oppression, for all who walk in the path of iniquity shall perish forever. Chapter 91. 1 That which was written by Enoch. He wrote all this instruction of wisdom for every man of dignity, and every judge of the earth, for all my children who shall dwell upon earth, and for subsequent generations, conducting themselves uprightly and peaceably. 2 Let not your spirit be grieved on account of the times, for the Holy, the Great One, has prescribed a period to all. 3 Let the righteous man arise from slumber, let him arise, and proceed in the path of righteousness, in all its paths, and let him advance in goodness and in eternal clemency. Mercy shall be showed to the righteous man, upon him shall be conferred integrity and power forever. In goodness and in righteousness shall he exist, and shall walk in everlasting light, but sin shall perish in eternal darkness, nor be seen from this time forward forevermore. Chapter 92. 1 After this, Enoch began to speak from a book. 2 And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of righteousness and integrity. 3 Concerning these things will I speak, and these things will I explain to you, my children, I who am Enoch. In consequence of that which has been shown to me, from my heavenly vision and from the voice of the holy angels 131 have I acquired knowledge, and from the tablet of heaven have I acquired understanding. 4 Enoch then began to speak from a book, and said, I have been born the 7th in the first week, while judgment and righteousness wait with patience. 5 But after me, in the 2nd week, great wickedness shall arise, and fraud shall spring forth. 6 In that week the end of the first shall take place, in which mankind shall be saved, or, a man will be saved, Nib, p. 224. 7 But when the first is completed, iniquity shall grow up, and he shall execute the decree upon sinners the deluge. 8 Afterwards, in the 3rd week, during its completion, a man Abraham of the plant of righteous judgment shall be selected, and after him the plant of righteousness shall come forever. 9 Subsequently, in the 4th week, during its completion, the visions of the holy and the righteous shall be seen, the order of generation after generation shall take place, and an habitation shall be made for them. Then in the 5th week, during its completion, the house of glory and of dominion temple of Solomon shall be erected forever. 10 After that, In the 6th week, all those who are in it shall be darkened, the hearts of all of them shall be forgetful of wisdom, and in it shall a man Nebuchadnezzar ascend. 11 And during its completion he shall burn the house of dominion with fire, and all the race of the elect root shall be dispersed the Babylonian captivity. 12 Afterwards, in the 7th week, a perverse generation shall arise, abundant shall be its deeds, and all its deeds perverse. During its completion, the righteous shall be selected from the everlasting plant of righteousness, and to them shall be given the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation. 13 Afterwards there shall be another week, the 8th of righteousness, to which shall be given a sword to execute judgment and justice upon all oppressors. 14 Sinners shall be delivered up into the hands of the righteous, who during its completion shall acquire habitations by their righteousness, and the house of the great king shall be established for celebrations forever. After this, in the 9th week, shall the judgment of righteousness be revealed to the whole world. 15 Every work of the ungodly shall disappear from the whole earth, the world shall be marked for destruction, and all men shall be on the lookout for the path of integrity. 16 And after this, on the 7th day of the 10th week, there shall be an everlasting judgment, which shall be executed upon the watchers, and a spacious eternal heaven shall spring forth in the midst of the angels. 17 The former heaven shall depart and pass away, a new heaven shall appear, and all the celestial powers shine with sevenfold splendor forever. Afterwards likewise shall there be many weeks, which shall externally exist in goodness and in righteousness. 18 Neither shall sin be named there forever and forever. 19 Who is there of all the children of men, capable of hearing the voice of the Holy One without emotion? 20 Who is there capable of thinking his thoughts? Who capable of contemplating all the workmanship of heaven? Who of comprehending the deeds of heaven? 21 He may behold its animation, but not its spirit. He may be capable of conversing respecting it, but not of ascending to it. He may see all the boundaries of these things, and meditate upon them, but he can make nothing like them. 22 Who of all men is able to understand the breadth and length of the earth? 23 By whom have been seen the dimensions of all these things? Is it every man who is capable of comprehending the extent of heaven, what its elevation is, and by what it is supported? 24 How many are the numbers of the stars, and where all the luminaries remain at rest? Chapter 93 1 And now let me exhort you, my children, to love righteousness, and to walk in it, for the paths of righteousness are worthy of acceptation, but the paths of iniquity shall suddenly fail, and be diminished. 2 To men of note in their generation the paths of oppression and death are revealed, but they keep far from them, and do not follow them. 3 Now, 2, let me exhort you who are righteous, not to walk in the paths of evil and oppression, nor in the paths of death. Approach them not, that you may not perish, but covet. 4 And choose for yourselves righteousness, and a good life. 5 Walk in the paths of peace, that you may live, and be found worthy. Retain my words in your inmost thoughts, and obliterate them not from your hearts, for I know that sinners counsel men to commit crime craftily. They are not found in every place, nor does every counsel possess a little of them, i.e., his words. 6 Woe to those who build up iniquity and oppression, and who lay the foundation of fraud, for suddenly shall they be subverted, and never obtain peace. 7 Woe to those who build up their houses with crime, for from their very foundations shall their houses be demolished, and by the sword shall they themselves fall. Those, too, who acquire gold and silver, shall justly and suddenly perish. Woe to you who are rich, for in your riches have you trusted, but from your riches you shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity, you shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity. These lines are evidently a repetition of the preceding, from an error in the transcription, Lawrence, p. 154. 8 You have committed blasphemy and iniquity, and are destined to the day of the effusion of blood, to the day of darkness, and to the day of the great judgment. 9 This I declare and point out to you, that he who created you will destroy you. 10 When you fall he will not show you mercy, but your Creator will rejoice in your destruction. 11 Let those, then, who shall be righteous among you in those days, detest sinners and the ungodly. Chapter 94. 1 Oh that my eyes were clouds of water, that I might weep over you, and pour forth my tears like rain, and rest from the sorrow of my heart. 2 Who has permitted you to hate and to transgress? Judgment shall overtake you, yes sinners. 3 The righteous shall not fear the wicked, because God will again bring them into your power, that you may avenge yourselves of them according to your pleasure. 4 Woe to you who shall be so bound by execrations, that you cannot be released from them, the remedy being far removed from you on account of your sins. Woe to you who recompense your neighbor with evil, for you shall be recompensed according to your works. 5 Woe to you, ye false witnesses, you who aggravate iniquity, for you shall suddenly perish. 6 Woe to you, ye sinners, for you reject the righteous, for you receive or reject at pleasure those who commit iniquity, and their yoke shall prevail over you. Chapter 95. 1 Wait in hope, ye righteous, for suddenly shall sinners perish from before you, and you shall exercise dominion over them, according to your will. 2 In the day of the sufferings of sinners your offspring shall be elevated, and lifted up like eagles. Your nest shall be more exalted than that of the obvious, you shall ascend, and enter into the cavities of the earth, and into the clefts of the rocks forever, like conies, from the sight of the ungodly. 3 Who shall groan over you, and weep like sirens? 4 You shall not fear those who trouble you, for restoration shall be yours, a splendid light shall shine around you, and the voice of tranquility shall be heard from heaven. Woe to you, sinners, for your wealth makes you resemble saints, but your hearts reproach you, knowing that you are sinners. This word shall testify against you, for the remembrance of crime. 5 Woe to you who feed upon the glory of the corn, and drink the strength of the deepest spring, and in the pride of your power tread down the humble. 6 Woe to you who drink water at pleasure, for suddenly shall you be recompensed, consumed, and withered, because you have forsaken the fountain of life. 7 Woe to you who act iniquitously, fraudulently, and blasphemously, there shall be a remembrance against you for evil. 8 Woe to you, ye powerful, who with power strike down righteousness, for the day of your destruction shall come, while at that very time many and good days shall be the portion of the righteous, even at the period of your judgment. Chapter 96. 1 The righteous are confident that sinners will be disgraced, and perish in the day of iniquity. 2 You shall yourselves be conscious of it, for the Most High will remember your destruction, and the angels shall rejoice over it. What will you do, ye sinners, and where will you fly in the day of judgment, when you shall hear the words of the prayer of the righteous? 3 You are not like them who in this respect witness against you, you are associates of sinners. 4 In those days shall the prayers of the righteous come up before the Lord. When the day of your judgment shall arrive, and every circumstance of your iniquity be related before the Great and the Holy One. 5 Your faces shall be covered with shame, while every deed, strengthened by crime, shall be rejected. 6 Woe unto you, sinners, who in the midst of the sea, and on dry land, are those against whom an evil record exists. Woe to you who squander silver and gold, not obtained in righteousness, and say, we are rich, possess wealth, and have acquired everything which we can desire. 7 Now then will we do whatsoever we are disposed to do, for we have amassed silver, our barns are full, and the husbandmen of our families are like overflowing water. 8 Like water shall your falsehood pass away, for your wealth will not be permanent, but shall suddenly ascend from you, because you have obtained it all iniquitously, to extreme malediction shall you be delivered up. 9 And now I swear to you, ye crafty, as well as simple ones, that you, often contemplating the earth, you who are men, clothe yourselves more elegantly than married women, and both together more so than unmarried ones, or, than a woman, and more colored garments, than a girl, Nib. p. 230, everywhere arraying yourselves in majesty, in magnificence, in authority, and in silver, but gold, purple, honor, and wealth, like water, flow away. 10 Erudition therefore and wisdom are not theirs. Thus shall they perish, together with their riches, with all their glory, and with their honors. 11 While with disgrace, with slaughter, and in extreme penury, shall their spirits be thrust into a furnace of fire. 12 I have sworn to you, yes sinners, that neither mountain nor hill has been or shall be subservient literally, a servant. Perhaps in furnishing them with treasures for ornaments, Lawrence, p. 159, to woman. 13 Neither in this way has crime been sent down to us upon earth, but men of their own heads have invented it, and greatly shall those who give it efficiency be execrated. 14 Barrenness shall not be previously inflicted on woman, but on account of the work of her hands shall she die childless. 15 I have sworn to you, yes sinners, by the Holy and the Great One, that all your evil deeds are disclosed in the heavens, and that none of your oppressive acts are concealed and secret. 16 Think not in your minds, neither say in your hearts, that every crime is not manifested and seen. In heaven it is daily written down before the Most High. Henceforwards shall it be manifested, for every act of oppression which you commit shall be daily recorded, until the period of your condemnation. 17 Woe to you, yes simple ones, for you shall perish in your simplicity. To the wise you will not listen, and that which is good you shall not obtain. 18 Now therefore know that you are destined to the day of destruction, nor hope that sinners shall live, but in process of time you shall die, for you are not marked for redemption. 19 But are destined to the day of the great judgment, to the day of distress, and the extreme ignominy of your souls. 20 Woe to you, yet obdurate in heart, who commit crime, and feed on blood. Whence is it that you feed on good things, drink, and are satiated? Is it not because our Lord, the Most High, has abundantly supplied every good thing upon earth? To you there shall not be peace. 21 Woe to you who love the deeds of iniquity! Why do you hope for that which is good? Know that you shall be given up into the hands of the righteous, who shall cut off your necks, slay you, and show you no compassion. 22 Woe to you who rejoice in the trouble of the righteous, for a grave shall not be dug for you. 23 Woe to you who frustrate the word of the righteous, for to you there shall be no hope of life. 24 Woe to you who write down the word of falsehood, and the word of the wicked, for their falsehood they record, that they may hear and not forget folly. 25 To them there shall be no peace, but they shall surely die suddenly. Chapter 97. 1 Woe to them who act impiously, who laud and honor the word of falsehood. You have been lost in perdition, and have never led a virtuous life. 2 Woe to you who change the words of integrity. They transgress against the everlasting decree, or they distort the eternal law. Nib. p. 232. 3 And cause the heads of those who are not sinners to be trodden down upon the earth. For in those days you, O ye righteous, shall have been deemed worthy of having your prayers rise up in remembrance, and shall have deposited them in testimony before the angels, that they might record the sins of sinners in the presence of the Most High. 5 In those days the nations shall be overthrown, but the families of the nations shall rise again in the day of perdition. 6 In those days they who become pregnant shall go forth, carry off their children, and forsake them. Their offspring shall slip from them, and while suckling them shall they forsake them, they shall never return to them, and never instruct their beloved. 7 Again I swear to you, yes sinners, that crime has been prepared for the day of blood, which never ceases. 8 They shall worship stones, and engrave golden, silver, and wooden images. They shall worship impure spirits, demons, and every idol, in temples, but no help shall be obtained for them. Their hearts shall become impious through their folly, and their eyes be blinded with mental superstition, literally, with the fear of their hearts. Lawrence, p. 162. In their visionary dreams shall they be impious and superstitious, lying in all their actions, and worshipping a stone. Altogether shall they perish. 9 But in those days blessed shall they be, to whom the word of wisdom is delivered, who point out and pursue the path of the Most High, who walk in the way of righteousness, and who act not impiously with the impious. 10 They shall be saved. 11 Woe to you who expand the crime of your neighbor, for in hell shall you be slain. 12 Woe to you who lay the foundation of sin and deceit, and who are bitter on earth, for on it shall you be consumed. 13 Woe to you who build your houses by the labor of others, every part of which is constructed with brick, and with the stone of crime, I tell you, that you shall not obtain peace. 14 Woe to you who despise the extent of the everlasting inheritance of your fathers, while your souls follow after idols, for to you there shall be no tranquility. 15 Woe to them who commit iniquity, and give aid to blasphemy, who slay their neighbor until the day of the great judgment, for your glory shall fall, malevolence shall he put into your hearts, and the spirit of his wrath shall stir you up, that every one of you may perish by the sword. 16 Then shall all the righteous and the holy remember your crimes. Chapter 98. 1 In those days shall fathers be struck down with their children in the presence of each other, and brethren with their brethren shall fall dead, until a river shall flow from their blood. 2 For a man shall not restrain his hand from his children, nor from his children's children, his mercy will be to kill them. 3 Nor shall the sinner restrain his hand from his honored brother. From the dawn of day to the setting sun shall the slaughter continue. The horse shall wade up to his breast, and the chariot shall sink to its axle, in the blood of sinners. Chapter 99. 1 In those days the angels shall descend into places of concealment, and gather together in one spot all who have assisted in crime. 2 In that day shall the Most High rise up to execute the great judgment upon all sinners, and to commit the guardianship of all the righteous and holy to the holy angels, that they may protect them as the apple of an eye, until every evil and every crime be annihilated. 3 Whether or not the righteous sleep securely, wise men shall then truly perceive. 4 And the sons of the earth shall understand every word of that book, knowing that their riches cannot save them in the ruin of their crimes. 5 Woe to you, yes sinners, when you shall be afflicted on account of the righteous in the day of the great trouble, shall be burnt in the fire, and be recompensed according to your deeds. 6 Woe to you, ye perverted in heart, who are watchful to obtain an accurate knowledge of evil, and to discover terrors. No one shall assist you. 7 Woe to you, ye sinners, for with the words of your mouths, and with the work of your hands, have you acted impiously, in the flame of a blazing fire shall you be burnt. 8 And now know ye, that the angels shall inquire into your conduct in heaven, of the sun, the moon, and the stars, shall they inquire respecting your sins, for upon earth you exercise jurisdiction over the righteous. 9 Every cloud shall bear witness against you, the snow, the dew, and the rain, for all of them shall be withholden from you, that they may not descend upon you, nor become subservient to your crimes. 10 Now then bring gifts of salutation to the rain, that, not being withholden, it may descend upon you, and to the dew, if it has received from you gold and silver. But when the frost, snow, cold, every snowy wind, and every suffering belonging to them, fall upon you, in those days you will be utterly incapable of standing before them. Chapter 100. 1 Attentively consider heaven, all ye progeny of heaven, and all ye works of the Most High, fear him, nor conduct yourselves criminally before him. 2 If he shut up the windows of heaven, restraining the rain and dew, that it may not descend upon earth on your account, what will you do? 3 And if he send his wrath upon you, and upon all your deeds, you are not they who can supplicate him, you who utter against his righteousness, language proud and powerful. To you there shall be no peace. 4 Do you not see the commanders of ships, how their vessels are tossed about by the waves, torn to pieces by the winds, and exposed to the greatest peril? 5 That they therefore fear, because their whole property is embarked with them on the ocean, and that they forebode evil in their hearts, because it may swallow them up, and they may perish in it? 6 Is not the whole sea, all its waters, and all its commotion, the work of him, the Most High, of him who has sealed up all its exertions, and girded it on every side with sand? 7 Is it not at his rebuke dried up, and alarmed, while all its fish with everything contained in it die? And will not you, yes sinners, who are on earth, fear him? Is not he the maker of heaven and earth, and of all things which are in them? 8 And who has given erudition and wisdom to all that move progressive upon the earth, and over the sea? 9 Are not the commanders of ships terrified at the ocean? And shall not sinners be terrified at the Most High? No. Chapter 101. Chapter 102. 1 In those days, when he shall cast the calamity of fire upon you, whither will you fly, and where will you be safe? 2 And when he sends forth his word against you, are you not spared, and terrified? 3 All the luminaries are agitated with great fear, and all the earth is spared, while it trembles, and suffers anxiety. 4 All the angels fulfill the commands received by them, and are desirous of being concealed from the presence of the great glory, while the children of the earth are alarmed and troubled. 5 But you, yes sinners, are forever accursed, to you there shall be no peace. 6 Fear not, yes souls of the righteous, but wait with patient hope for the day of your death in righteousness. Grieve not, because your souls descend in great trouble, with groaning, lamentation, and sorrow, to the receptacle of the dead. In your lifetime your bodies have not received a recompense in proportion to your goodness, but in the period of your existence have sinners existed, in the period of execration and of punishment. 7 And when you die, sinners say concerning you, as we die, the righteous die. What profit have they in their works? Behold, like us, they expire in sorrow and in darkness. What advantage have they over us? Henceforward are we equal. What will be within their grasp, and what before their eyes forever? For behold they are dead, and never will they again perceive the light. I say unto you, yes sinners, you have been satiated with meat and drink, with human plunder and rapine, with sin, with the acquisition of wealth and with the sight of good days. Have you not marked the righteous, how their end is in peace? For no oppression is found in them even to the day of their death. They perish, and are as if they were not, while their souls descend in trouble to the receptacle of the dead. Chapter 103. 1 But now I swear to you, ye righteous, by the greatness of his splendor and his glory, by his illustrious kingdom and by his majesty, to you I swear, that I comprehend this mystery, that I have read the tablet of heaven, have seen the writing of the holy ones, and have discovered what is written and impressed on it concerning you. 2 I have seen that all goodness, joy, and glory has been prepared for you, and been written down for the spirits of them who die eminently righteous and good. To you it shall be given in return for your troubles, and your portion of happiness shall far exceed the portion of the living. 3 The spirits of you who die in righteousness shall exist and rejoice. Their spirits shall exult, and their remembrance shall be before the face of the Mighty One from generation to generation. Nor shall they now fear disgrace. 4 Woe to you, sinners, when you die in your sins, and they, who are like you, say respecting you, blessed are these sinners. They have lived out their whole period, and now they die in happiness and in wealth. Distress and slaughter they knew not while alive, in honor they die, nor ever in their lifetime did judgment overtake them. 5 But has it not been shown to them, that, when to the receptacle of the dead their souls shall be made to descend, their evil deeds shall become their greatest torment? Into darkness, into the snare, and into the flame, which shall burn to the great judgment, shall their spirits enter, and the great judgment shall take effect forever and forever. 6 Woe to you, for to you there shall be no peace. Neither can you say to the righteous, and to the good who are alive, in the days of our trouble have we been afflicted, every species of trouble have we seen, and many evil things have suffered. 7 Our spirits have been consumed, lessened, and diminished. 8 We have perished, nor has there been a possibility of help for us in word or in deed, we have found none, but have been tormented and destroyed. 9 We have not expected to live day after day. 10 We hoped indeed to have been the head. 11 But we have become the tail. We have been afflicted, when we have exerted ourselves, but we have been devoured by sinners and the ungodly, their yoke has been heavy upon us. 12 Those have exercised dominion over us who detest and who goad us, and to those who hate us have we humbled our neck, but they have shown no compassion towards us. 13 We have been desirous of escaping from them, that we might fly away and be at rest, but we have found no place to which we could fly, and be secure from them. We have sought an asylum with princes in our distress, and have cried out to those who were devouring us, but our cry has not been regarded, nor have they been disposed to hear our voice. 14 But rather to assist those who plunder and devour us, those who diminish us, and hide their oppression, who remove not their yoke from us, but devour, enervate, and slay us, who conceal our slaughter, nor remember that they have lifted up their hands against us. Chapter 104. 1 I swear to you, ye righteous, that in heaven the angels record your goodness before the glory of the Mighty One. 2 Wait with patient hope, for formerly you have been disgraced with evil and with affliction, but now shall you shine like the luminaries of heaven. You shall be seen, and the gates of heaven shall be opened to you. Your cries have cried for judgment, and it has appeared to you, for an account of all your sufferings shall be required from the princes, and from every one who has assisted your plunderers. 3 Wait with patient hope, nor relinquish your confidence, for great joy shall be yours, like that of the angels in heaven. Conduct yourselves as you may, still you shall not be concealed in the day of the great judgment. You shall not be found like sinners, and eternal condemnation shall be far from you, so long as the world exists. 4 And now fear not, ye righteous, when you see sinners flourishing and prosperous in their ways. 5 Be not associates with them, but keep yourselves at a distance from their oppression, be you associated with the host of heaven. You, yes sinners, say, all our transgressions shall not be taken account of, and be recorded. But all your transgressions shall be recorded daily. 6 And be assured by me, that light and darkness, day and night, behold all your transgressions. Be not impious in your thoughts, lie not, surrender not the word of uprightness, lie not against the word of the Holy and the Mighty One, glorify not your idols, for all your lying and all your impiety is not for righteousness, but for great crime. 7 Now will I point out a mystery, many sinners shall turn and transgress against the word of uprightness. 8 They shall speak evil things, they shall utter falsehood, execute great undertakings literally, create a great creation, Lawrence, p. 173, and compose books in their own words. But when they shall write all my words correctly in their own languages. 9 They shall neither change or diminish them, but shall write them all correctly, all which from the first I have uttered concerning them. 132. 10 Another mystery also I point out. To the righteous and the wise shall be given books of joy, of integrity, and of great wisdom. To them shall books be given, in which they shall believe. 11 And in which they shall rejoice. And all the righteous shall be rewarded, who from these shall acquire the knowledge of every upright path. Chapter 104a. 1 In those days, saith the Lord, they shall call to the children of the earth, and make them listen to their wisdom. Show them that you are their leaders. 2 And that remuneration shall take place over the whole earth, for I and my Son will forever hold communion with them in the paths of uprightness, while they are still alive. Peace shall be yours. Rejoice, children of integrity, in the truth. Chapter 105. 1 After a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. 2 She became pregnant by him, and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was as white as snow, and red as a rose, the hair of whose head was white like wool, and long, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house, like the sun, the whole house abounded with light. 3 And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to the Lord of righteousness. Then Lamech his father was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah, and said, I have begotten a son, unlike to other children. He is not human, but, resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike to us. For his eyes are bright as the rays of the sun, his countenance glorious, and he looks not as if he belonged to me, but to the angels. 5 I am afraid, lest something miraculous should take place on earth in his days. 6 And now, my father, let me entreat and request you to go to our progenitor Enoch, and to learn from him the truth, for his residence is with the angels. 7 When Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me at the extremities of the earth, for he had been informed that I was there, and he cried out. 8 I heard his voice, and went to him saying, Behold, I am here, my son, since thou art come to me. 9 He answered and said, On account of a great event have I come to thee, and on account of a sight difficult to be comprehended have I approached thee. 10 And now, my father, hear me, for to my son Lamech a child has been born, who resembles not him, and whose nature is not like the nature of man. His color is whiter than snow, he is redder than the rose, the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, his eyes are like the rays of the sun, and when he opened them he illuminated the whole house. 11 When also he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth, and blessed the Lord of heaven. 12 His father Lamech feared, and fled to me, believing not that the child belonged to him, but that he resembled the angels of heaven. And behold, I am come to thee, that thou mightest point out to me the truth. 13 Then I, Enoch, answered and said, The Lord will effect a new thing upon the earth. This have I explained, and seen in a vision. I have shown thee that in the generations of Jared my father, those who were from heaven disregarded the word of the Lord. Behold, they committed crimes, laid aside their class, and intermingled with women. With them also they transgressed, married with them, and begot children 133. 14 A great destruction therefore shall come upon all the earth, a deluge, a great destruction, shall take place in 1 year. 15 This child which is born to you shall survive on the earth, and his 3 sons shall be saved with him. When all mankind who are on earth shall die, he shall be safe. 16 And his posterity shall beget on the earth giants, not spiritual, but carnal. Upon the earth shall a great punishment be inflicted, and it shall be washed from all corruption. Now therefore inform thy son Lamech, that he who is born is his child in truth, and he shall call his name Noah, for he shall be to you a survivor. He and his children shall be saved from the corruption which shall take place in the world, from all the sin and from all the iniquity which shall be consummated on earth in his days. Afterwards shall greater impiety take place than that which had been before consummated on the earth, for I am acquainted with holy mysteries, which the Lord himself has discovered and explained to me, and which I have read in the tablets of heaven. 17 In them I saw it written, that generation after generation shall transgress, until a righteous race shall arise, until transgression and crime perish from off the earth, until all goodness come upon it. 18 And now, my son, go tell thy son Lamech. 19 That the child which is born is his child in truth, and that there is no deception. 20 When Methuselah heard the word of his father Enoch, who had shown him every secret thing, he returned with understanding, and called the name of that child Noah, because he was to console the earth on account of all its destruction. 21 Another book, which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who should come after him, and preserve their purity of conduct in the latter days. You, who have labored, shall wait in those days, until the evildoers be consumed, and the power of the guilty be annihilated. Wait, until sin pass away, for their names shall be blotted out of the holy books, their seed shall be destroyed, and their spirits slain. They shall cry out and lament in the invisible waste, and in the bottomless fire shall they burn, literally, in the fire shall they burn, where there is no earth. Lawrence, p. 178. There I perceived, as it were, a cloud which could not be seen through, for from the depth of it I was unable to look upwards. I beheld also a flame of fire blazing brightly, and, as it were, glittering mountains whirled around, and agitated from side to side. 22 Then I inquired of one of the holy angels who was with me, and said, What is this splendid object? For it is not heaven, but a flame of fire alone which blazes, and in it there is the clamour of exclamation, of woe, and of great suffering. 23 He said, There, into that place which thou beholdest, shall be thrust the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, of those who shall do evil, and who shall pervert all which God has spoken by the mouth of the prophets, all which they ought to do. For respecting these things there shall be writings and impressions above in heaven, that the angels may read them and know what shall happen both to sinners and to the spirits of the humble, to those who have suffered in their bodies, but have been rewarded by God, who have been injuriously treated by wicked men, who have loved God, who have been attached neither to gold nor silver, nor to any good thing in the world, but have given their bodies to torment. 24 To those who from the period of their birth have not been covetous of earthly riches, but have regarded themselves as a breath passing away. 25 Such has been their conduct, and much has the Lord tried them, and their spirits have been found pure, that they might bless his name. All their blessings have I related in a book, and he has rewarded them, for they have been found to love heaven with an everlasting aspiration. God has said, while they have been trodden down by wicked men, they have heard from them revilings and blasphemies, and have been ignominiously treated, while they were blessing me. And now will I call the spirits of the good from the generation of light, and will change those who have been born in darkness, who have not in their bodies been recompensed with glory, as their faith may have merited. 26 I will bring them into the splendid light of those who love my holy name, and I will place each of them on a throne of glory peculiarly his own, and they shall be at rest during unnumbered periods. Righteous is the judgment of God. 27 For to the faithful shall he give faith in the habitations of uprightness. They shall see those, who having been born in darkness unto darkness shall be cast, while the righteous shall be at rest. Sinners shall cry out, beholding them, while they exist in splendor and proceed forwards to the days and periods prescribed to them. Here ends the vision of Enoch the prophet. May the benediction of his prayer, and the gift of his appointed period, be with his beloved. Amen. R. Lawrence. Biblical parallels to the Book of Enoch. Enoch 1:6. Judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. Ipet. 4:17 For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God, and if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? Enoch 2 Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints, to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all the carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done, and committed against him. 26:2 Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who were with me, replied, This valley is the accursed of the accursed forever. Here shall be collected all who utter with their mouths unbecoming language against God, and speak harsh things of his glory. Jude 14 And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied of these, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints. 15 To execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of all their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and of all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Enoch 6:9 The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. Matt. 5:5 Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Enoch 9:3 Then they said to their Lord, the King, Thou art Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. The throne of thy glory is forever and ever is thy name sanctified and glorified. Thou art blessed and glorified. For thou hast made all things, thou possessest power over all things, and all things are open and manifest before thee. Thou beholdest all things, and nothing can be concealed from thee. Rev 17:14, For he is Lord of lords, and King of kings, and they that are with him are called, and chosen, and faithful. 4:11 Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. Heb 4:13 Neither is there any creature that is not manifest in his sight, but all things are naked and opened unto the eyes of him with whom we have to do. Enoch 10:6 Again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into darkness, and opening the desert which is in Dudale, cast him in there. 7 Throw upon him hurled and pointed stones, covering him with darkness. 8 There shall he remain forever, cover his face, that he may not see the light. 9 And in the great day of judgment let him be cast into the fire. 15 To Michael likewise the Lord said, Go, and announce his crime to Samiazzah, and to the others who are with him, who have been associated with women, that they might be polluted with all their impurity. And when all their sons shall be slain, when they shall see the perdition of their beloved, bind them for 70 generations underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment, and of consummation, until the judgment, the effect of which will last forever, be completed. 16 Then shall they be taken away into the lowest depths of the fire in torments, and in confinement shall they be shut up forever. 17 Immediately after this shall he, together with them, burn and perish, they shall be bound until the consummation of many generations. Jude 6 And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. 2 Pet 2:4 God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell, and delivered them into chains of darkness, to be reserved unto judgment. Rev 20:10 And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. Enoch 14:23 No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgent, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. 24 Not one of those who surrounded him was capable of approaching him. Tim 6:16 Who only hath immortality, dwelling in the light which no man can approach unto, whom no man hath seen, nor can see. Enoch 14:24 Among the myriads of myriads who were before him. Rev 5:11 And the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands. Enoch 18:16 The stars which roll over fire are those which transgress the commandment of God before their time arrived. Jude 13 Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Enoch 19:2 And being numerous in appearance made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrifice to devils as to gods. Icor 10:20 But I say, that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils, and not to God. Enoch 21:5 Where I beheld the operation of a great fire blazing and glittering, in the midst of which there was a division. Columns of fire struggled together to the end of the abyss, and deep was their descent. But neither its measurement nor magnitude was I able to discover, neither could I perceive its origin. Then I exclaimed, How terrible is this place, and how difficult to explore. 6 Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, Enoch, why art thou alarmed and amazed at this terrific place, at the sight of this place of suffering? This, he said, is the prison of the angels, and here they are kept forever. Rev 20:1 And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. 2 And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. 3 And cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him. Enoch 22:9. 3 separations have been made between the spirits of the dead. 10 namely, by a chasm, by water, and by light above it. 12 Here their souls are separated. Luke 16:22 And it came to pass, that the beggar died, and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom, the rich man also died, and was buried. 23 And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torments, and seeth Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. 24 And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water, and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. 25 But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivedst thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things, but now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. 26 And beside all this, between us and you there is a great gulf fixed, so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to us, that would come from thence. Enoch 24:9 And that tree of an agreeable smell, not one of carnal odor, there shall be no power to touch, until the period of the great judgment. When all shall be punished and consumed forever, this shall be bestowed on the righteous and humble. The fruit of this tree shall be given to the elect. For towards the north life shall be planted in the holy place, towards the habitation of the everlasting King. 11 And I bless the Lord of glory, the everlasting King, because he has prepared this tree for the saints, formed it, and declared that he would give it to them. Rev. 22:2 In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. 2:7 He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God. 22:14 Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. Enoch 37:1 Hear from the beginning, and understand to the end, the holy things which I utter in the presence of the Lord of spirits. 2. Until the present period never has there been given before the Lord of spirits that which I have received, according to the pleasure of the Lord of spirits. 38:2 Good works duly weighed by the Lord of spirits, those who have rejected the Lord of spirits. 4. The light of the countenances of the holy, the righteous, and the elect, has been seen by the Lord of spirits. 6. Nor thenceforwards shall any obtain commiseration from the Lord of spirits. Heb 12:9 Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits, and live? Enoch 38:2 And where the place of rest for those who have rejected the Lord of spirits? It would have been better for them, had they never been born. Matt 26:24 Woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Enoch 39:1 In those days shall the elect and holy race descend from the upper heavens, and their seed shall then be with the sons of men. Tim 5:21 I charge thee before God, and the Lord Jesus Christ, and the elect angels. Enoch 39:3 A cloud then snatched me up, and the wind raised me above the surface of the earth, placing me at the extremity of the heavens. For there I saw another vision, I saw the habitations and couches of the saints. There my eyes beheld their habitations with the angels, and their couches with the holy ones. They were entreating, supplicating, and praying for the sons of men, while righteousness like water flowed before them, and mercy like dew was scattered over the earth. And thus shall it be with them forever and forever. 7 Their residence I beheld under the wings of the Lord of spirits. All the holy and the elect sung before him, in appearance like a blaze of fire, their mouths being full of blessings, and their lips glorifying the name of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness incessantly dwelt before him. 2 Cor. 12:1 It is not expedient for me doubtless to glory. I will come to visions and revelations of the Lord. 2 I knew a man in Christ above 14 years ago, whether in the body, I cannot tell, or whether out of the body, I cannot tell, God knoweth such an one caught up to the third heaven. 3 And I knew such a man, whether in the body, or out of the body, I cannot tell, God knoweth. 4 How that he was caught up into paradise, and heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. John 14:2 In my Father's house are many mansions, if it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. Rev 19:1 And after these things I heard a great voice of much people in heaven, saying, Alleluia, salvation, and glory, and honor, and power, unto the Lord our God. Enoch 40:2 On the four wings likewise of the Lord of spirits, on the four sides, I perceived others, besides those who were standing before him. Their names, too, I know, because the angel, who proceeded with me, declared them to me, discovering to me every secret thing. 3 Then I heard the voices of those upon the four sides magnifying the Lord of glory. 4 The first voice blessed the Lord of spirits forever and forever. 5 The second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect who suffer on account of the lords of spirits. 6 The third voice I heard petitioning and praying for those who dwell upon earth, and supplicate the name of the Lord of spirits. 7 The fourth voice I heard expelling the impious angels, and prohibiting them from entering into presence of the Lord of spirits, to prefer accusations against, i.e., to accuse the inhabitants of the earth. 8 After this I besought the angel of peace, who proceeded with me, to explain all that was concealed. I said to him, Who are those whom I have seen on the four sides, and whose words I have heard and written down? Rev 4:6 And before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne, and round about the throne, were four beasts full of eyes before and behind. 7 And the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had a face as a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle. 8 And the four beasts had each of them 6 wings about him, and they were full of eyes within, and they rest not day and night, saying, Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, which was, and is to come. Rev 12:10 For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. Enoch 40:9 And the fourth, who presides over repentance, and the hope of those who will inherit eternal life. Matt 19:29 And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. Enoch 45:3 In that day shall the elect one sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions and countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened, when they behold my elect one, shall choose them for those who have fled for protection to my holy and glorious name. Matt 25:31 When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. 32 And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. Enoch 45:4 In that day I will cause my elect one to dwell in the midst of them, will change the face of heaven, will bless it, and illuminate it forever. 5 I will also change the face of the earth, will bless it, and cause those whom I have elected to dwell upon it. Luke 9:35 And there came a voice out of the cloud, saying, This is my Son, the elect one, hear him. 2 Pet 3:13 Nevertheless we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. Enoch 46:2 This is the Son of Man, who will reveal all the treasures of that which is concealed. Col 2:2 Of Christ. 3 In whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. Enoch 46:4 He shall hurl kings from their thrones and their dominions, because they will not exalt and praise him, nor humble themselves before him, by whom their kingdoms were granted to them. The countenance likewise of the mighty shall he cast down, filling them with confusion. Darkness shall be their habitation, and worms shall be their bed, nor from that their bed shall they hope to be again raised, because they exalted not the name of the Lord of spirits. Luke 1:52 He hath put down the mighty from their seats, and exalted them of low degree. Enoch 47:1 In that day the prayer of the holy and the righteous, and the blood of the righteous, shall ascend from the earth into the presence of the Lord of spirits. 2 In that day shall the holy ones assemble, who dwell above the heavens, and with united voice petition, supplicate, praise, laud, and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on account of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, that the prayer of the righteous may not be intermit before the Lord of spirits, that for them he would execute judgment, and that his patience may not endure forever. Luke 18:7 And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them? 2 Pet. 3:9 The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long-suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. Rev 6:10 And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? Enoch 47:3 At that time I beheld the Ancient of Days, while he sat upon the throne of his glory, while the book of the living was opened in his presence, and while all the powers which were above the heavens stood around and before him. 50:1 In those days shall the earth deliver up from her womb, and hell deliver up from hers, that which it has received, and destruction shall restore that which it owes. 2 He shall select the righteous and holy from among them, for the day of their salvation has approached. 54:12 In those days shall the mouth of hell be opened, into which they shall be immersed. Hell shall destroy and swallow up sinners from the face of the elect. Dan. 7:9 I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool, his throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. 10 A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him, thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. Rev 20:11 And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away. 12 And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. 13 And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged every man according to their works. 14 And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. 15 And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Enoch 48:1 In that place I beheld a fountain of righteousness, which never failed, encircled by many springs of wisdom. Of these all the thirsty drank, and were filled with wisdom, having their habitation with the righteous, the elect, and the holy. John 4:14 But whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst, but the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into everlasting life. Rev 7:17 For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. Rev 21:6 And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. Enoch 48:6 They have hated and rejected this world of iniquity, and have detested all its works and ways. Gal. 1:4 Who gave himself for our sins, that he might deliver us from this present evil world. I John 2:15 Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Enoch 48:8 For in the day of their anxiety and trouble their souls shall not be saved, and they shall be in subjection to those whom I have chosen. 9 I will cast them like hay into the fire, and like lead into the water. Thus shall they burn in the presence of the righteous, and sink in the presence of the holy. Rev 14:9 And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead, or in his hand. 10 The same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. Enoch 48:11 For they have denied the Lord of spirits, and his Messiah. 15:2 Wherefore have you forsaken the lofty and holy heaven? And have lain with women, have defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, have taken to yourselves wives, have acted like the sons of the earth, and have begotten an impious offspring? Jude 4 For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God, and our Lord Jesus Christ. Enoch 48:4 For the elect one is in the presence of the Lord of spirits, according to his own pleasure. F. 1:9 Having made known unto us the mystery of his will, according to his good pleasure which he hath purposed in himself. Enoch 50:2 The day of their salvation has approached. Luke 21:28 Your redemption draweth nigh. Enoch 50:4 All the righteous shall become angels in heaven. Matt 22:30 For in the resurrection they are as the angels of God in heaven. Enoch 50:5 Their countenance shall be bright with joy, for in those days shall the elect one be exalted. Matt 13:43 Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Enoch 53:6 They became ministers of Satan, and seduced those who dwell upon earth. Rev 13:14 And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. Enoch 56:5 Darkness has passed away. There shall be light interminable. I John 2:8 The darkness is past, and the true light now shineth. Enoch 60:13 He shall call to every power of the heavens, to all the holy above, and to the power of God. The cherubim, the seraphim, and the Ophanim, all the angels of power, and all the angels of the Lords, namely, of the elect one. 2 Thess. 1:7 And to you who are troubled rest with us, when the Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels. Enoch 61:4 The word of his mouth shall destroy all the sinners and all the ungodly, who shall perish at his presence. 5 In that day shall all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who possess the earth, stand up, behold, and perceive, that he is sitting on the throne of his glory, that before him the saints shall be judged in righteousness. 6 And that nothing, which shall be spoken before him, shall be spoken in vain. 7 Trouble shall come upon them, as upon a woman in travail, whose labor is severe, when her child comes to the mouth of the womb, and she finds it difficult to bring forth. 8 One portion of them shall look upon another. They shall be astonished, and shall humble their countenance. 9 And trouble shall seize them, when they shall behold the Son of Woman sitting upon the throne of his glory. 2 Thess. 2:8 And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. 2 Thess. 1:8 In flaming fire taking vengeance on them that know not God. 9 Who shall be punished with everlasting destruction from the presence of the Lord, and from the glory of his power. Rev 6:15 And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man, hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. 16 And said to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. 17 For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? I Thess. 5:3 For when they shall say, Peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. Matt. 24:30, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Enoch 61:10 Then shall the kings, the princes, and all who possess the earth, glorify him who has dominion over all things, whom the Most High preserved in the presence of his power. Matt. 28:18 And Jesus came and spake unto them, saying, All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Enoch 61:17 And with the Son of Man shall they dwell, eat, lie down, and rise up, for ever and ever. Rev 3:20 Behold, I stand at the door, and knock. If any man hear my voice, and open the door, I will come in to him, and will sup with him, and he with me. Enoch 62:11 In his judgments he pays no respect to persons. Acts 10:34 Then Peter opened his mouth, and said, Of a truth I perceive that God is no respecter of persons. Rom. 2:11 For there is no respect of persons with God. F. 6:9 And, ye masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing threatening, knowing that your master also is in heaven, neither is there respect of persons with him. Col 3:25 But he that doth wrong shall receive for the wrong which he hath done, and there is no respect of persons. Enoch 66:5 I beheld that valley in which there was great perturbation, and where the waters were troubled. 6 And when all this was effected, from the fluid mass of fire, and the perturbation which prevailed in that place, there arose a strong smell of sulphur, which became mixed with the waters, and the valley of the angels, who had been guilty of seduction, burned underneath its soil. 7 Through that valley also rivers of fire were flowing, to which those angels shall be condemned, who seduced the inhabitants of the earth. Matt. 13:42 And shall cast them into a furnace of fire, there shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. 25:41 Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Rev 20:10 And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. Enoch 68:39 He sat upon the throne of his glory, and the principal part of the judgment was assigned to him, the Son of Man. John 5:22 For the Father judgeth no man, but hath committed all judgment unto the Son. Enoch 70:13 Then I fell upon my face, while all my flesh was dissolved, and my spirit became changed. 14 I cried out with a loud voice, with a powerful spirit, blessing, glorifying, and exalting. 15 And those blessings, which proceeded from my mouth, became acceptable in the presence of the Ancient of Days. Heb. 11:5 By faith Enoch was translated that he should not see death, and was not found, because God had translated him, for before his translation he had this testimony, that he pleased God. Enoch 76:2 Frequently there descends he who is blessed forever. Rom. 9:5 Of whom as concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God blessed forever. 2 Cor. 11:31 The God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, which is blessed forevermore. Enoch 79:1 In those days Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have showed thee all things, O Enoch. 2 And all things have I revealed to thee. Thou seest the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. 3 In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened. 4 Their seed shall be backward in their prolific soil, and everything done on earth shall be subverted, and disappear in its season. The rain shall be restrained, and heaven shall stand still. 5 In those days the fruits of the earth shall be late, and not flourish in their season, and in their season the fruits of the trees shall be withholden. 6 The moon shall change its laws, and not be seen at its proper period. But in those days shall heaven be seen, and barrenness shall take place in the borders of the great chariots in the west. Heaven shall shine more than when illuminated by the orders of light, while many chiefs among the stars of authority shall err, perverting their ways and works. 7 Those shall not appear in their season, who command them, and all the classes of the stars shall be shut up against sinners. Matt. 24:7 For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, in divers places. 21 For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. 22 And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. 29 Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Enoch 85:1 Again I looked attentively, while sleeping, and surveyed heaven above. 2 And behold a single star fell from heaven. Rev 9:1 I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth. Enoch 88:92 I saw, 2, that he forsook the house of their fathers, and their tower, giving them all into the power of lions to tear and devour them, into the power of every beast. Luke 13:35 Behold, your house is left unto you desolate, and verily I say unto you, ye shall not see me, until the time come when ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Matt. 23:38 Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. Enoch 89:29 And I saw a throne erected in a delectable land. 30 Upon this sat the Lord of the sheep, who received all the sealed books. 31 Which were opened before him. Rev 20:12 And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. Enoch 89:32 Then the Lord called the first 7 white ones, and commanded them to bring before him the first of the first stars, which preceded the stars whose form partly resembled that of horses, the first star, which fell down first, and they brought them all before him. Rev 1:4 Grace be unto you, and peace, from him which is, and which was, and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne. 4:5 And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. Enoch 89:33 Then the 70 shepherds were judged, and being found guilty, were thrust into the flaming abyss. Rev 20:15 And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Enoch 89:39 I also saw, that the Lord of the sheep produced a new house, great, and loftier than the former, which he bounded by the former circular spot. All its pillars were new, and its ivory new, as well as more abundant than the former ancient ivory, which he had brought out. Rev 3:12 Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. Heb 11:10 For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. 12:22 But ye are come unto Mount Zion, and unto the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to an innumerable company of angels. Enoch 89:41 Then those 3, who were clothed in white, and who, holding me by my hand, had before caused me to ascend. Rev 3:5 He that overcometh, the same shall be clothed in white raiment, and I will not blot out his name out of the book of life, but I will confess his name before my Father, and before his angels. Enoch 90:5 Approach not integrity with a double heart, nor be associated with double-minded men. James 1:8 A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Enoch 91:3 In goodness and in righteousness shall he exist, and shall walk in everlasting light. I John 1:7 But if we walk in the light, as he is in the light, we have fellowship one with another. Enoch 92:17 The former heaven shall depart and pass away, a new heaven shall appear. Rev 21:1 And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away. Enoch 93:1 For the paths of righteousness are worthy of acceptation. Tim 1:15 This is a faithful saying, and worthy of all acceptation, that Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners. Enoch 93:7 Woe to you who are rich, for in your riches have you trusted, but from your riches you shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity. Luke 6:24 But woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation. James 5:1 Go to now, ye rich man, weep, and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Enoch 96:6 Woe to you who squander silver and gold, not obtained in righteousness, and say, We are rich, possess wealth, and have acquired everything which we can desire. 7 Now then will we do whatsoever we are disposed to do, for we have amassed silver, our barns are full, and the husbandmen of our families are like overflowing water. 25 To them there shall be no peace, but they shall surely die suddenly. Luke 12:16 And he spake a parable unto them, saying, The ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully. 17 And he thought within himself, saying, What shall I do, because I have no room where to bestow my fruits? 18 And he said, This will I do, I will pull down my barns, and build greater, and there will I bestow all my fruits and my goods. 19 And I will say to my soul, Soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years, take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry. 20 But God said unto him, Thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee, then whose shall those things be, which thou hast provided? Enoch 97:4 In those days you, O ye righteous, shall have been deemed worthy of having your prayers rise up in remembrance, and shall have deposited them in testimony before the angels, that they might record the sins of sinners in the presence of the Most High. Acts 10:4 And when he looked on him, he was afraid, and said, What is it, Lord? And he said unto him, Thy prayers and thine alms are come up for a memorial before God. Enoch 97:8 They shall worship stones, and engrave golden, silver, and wooden images. They shall worship impure spirits, demons, and every idol, in temples, but no help shall be obtained for them. Their hearts shall become impious through their folly, and their eyes be blinded with mental superstition. In their visionary dreams shall they be impious and superstitious, lying in all their actions, and worshipping a stone. Altogether shall they perish. Rev 9:20 And the rest of the men which were not killed by these plagues yet repented not of the works of their hands, that they should not worship devils, and idols of gold, and silver, and brass, and stone, and of wood, which neither can see, nor hear, nor walk. Enoch 98:3 The horse shall wade up to his breast, and the chariot shall sink to its axle, in the blood of sinners. Rev 14:20 And the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse bridles. Enoch 104:7 Now will I point out a mystery, many sinners shall turn and transgress against the word of uprightness. 8 They shall speak evil things, they shall utter falsehood, execute great undertakings, and compose books in their own words. Tim 4:1 Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits, and doctrines of devils. 2 Speaking lies in hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Enoch 105:25 And now will I call the spirits of the good from the generation of light, and will change those who have been born in darkness. F 5:8 For ye were sometimes darkness, but now are ye light in the Lord, walk as children of light. Ithess 5:5 Ye are all the children of light, and the children of the day, we are not of the night, nor of darkness. John 12:36 While ye have light, believe in the light, that ye may be the children of light. Luke 16:8, the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. Enoch 105:26, I will bring them into the splendid light of those who love my holy name, and I will place each of them on a throne of glory peculiarly his own. Rev 3:21, to him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. Matt 19:28. Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me, in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Concealed references to the Watchers, and Nephilim, in Scripture. Students of the Bible should take note that there are several different determinant, the terms the wicked, the ungodly, the enemy, workers of iniquity, wicked doers, evildoers, evil men, wicked men, mighty men, the giant, sons of the giant, the unjust, pagans, heathen, and, on occasion, even sinners are some of the common ones. In the New Testament, the terms used include serpents, generation of vipers, princes of this world, rulers, originators of the darkness of this world, and the singular wicked one or evil one. When they used these epithets, the heroes of the Bible were not talking about children of the light gone astray. No, when you read these terms you can be certain that the prophets and patriarchs, the Lord's anointed, and Christ himself were specifically denouncing the inbred generation of the seed that was cast out and godless, the Watchers and their progeny, and the Nephilim, easily mistaken for the latter. They knew them well by hand-to-hand combat or the challenge of light and darkness heart to heart. These renegades were a law unto themselves, and every imagination of the thoughts of their hearts, as God and the counsel of his sons would determine, was evil, manufacturing a synthetic society of synthetic people continually. In fact, it was God's judgment that the wickedness of their hearts and their works was so terrible that they must be utterly destroyed in the flood. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. Gen 6:5, 7. Although the book of Genesis, recording the Noachian deluge which resulted in the sinking of Atlantis and the great increase of the waters upon the earth, states that every living substance was destroyed, it is evident from post-Diluvian history that the spirits of the giants and of the Watchers and of the Nephilim returned to propagate their seed along with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the saved of Noah. Why and how this could have happened is the subject of a future work. One thing, however, is clear from both the Old and New Testaments: our antecedents, who were the descendants of the Ancient of Days and kindred souls of light to the present hour, have known the Watchers. Their tracks have been traced backwards and forwards in the historical stream of Earth's tumultuous events, as history repeats itself time and again, because the wicked are always there with their strategies in darkness. Life after life our brothers and sisters have sacrificed their lives, writing in blood an indelible record of the murderous intent of the godless, those whom the masters of the Far East have called the dying race, one by one, the extinguished self. Silenced, but not forever, the cohorts of light have risen from the battlefields of life to live in our hearts and souls as revolutionaries of the Spirit. And they will speak through us if our courage, our love, and our endurance be not overcome by the calumny, disinformation, and divide and conquer tactics of the enemy. In the wisdom and peace of the elders of the I Am race, we remember the words of one of the most fearless foes of the Watchers, whom they also killed, that great defender of the Union, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. Let us here remember what their souls articulated in life and in death, and what President Abraham Lincoln decreed, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The ancient teachers and lawgivers sent to us from God knew that wickedness, evilness, and sinfulness were states of being, something you were by an original act of rebellion against the Most High and His sons by a pact to work the works of the fallen watchers, not something you turned into by human mistakes or errors of judgment or even transgressions of God's law, which the path of atonement through the Word could set aside for the children of God. The elders knew that the ungodly enemies of the Lord and His elect had cast themselves in the mold of the anti-self from the moment of their betrayal of the law of the One.